digital transformation is critical, especially the world is a global village, right? And if you're going to work with organizations and countries all over the world, you got to embrace it. I think we as a country, we need government to embrace it, right? And to drive it. We need policies that would drive digital transformation. We need government coming in to create enabling environment in that area. One of the biggest challenges we have is last mile. Last mile has become very critical, right? Though we have the fiber optics that came into Nigeria, we haven't seen last mile. There needs to be investment. And I think there has to be compensation because there's double taxing problem. Local government will tax mobile network operators to provide, fiber optics or lines. State government will tax. So that's another conversation that I think the government needs to either give the mobile network operators or the other guys within the ecosystem the opportunity to waive certain taxes for them for certain years, so that we can have last mile. I'm not very confident that our universities are connected to all the fibers, right? And that's a major struggle, because there's an example of Singapore, where the government decided to provide free access, right, to internet, and it's been proven that over 10 years it changed the economy, and if our government can embrace it, and it's very simple. I dare to say it's very simple. Is for us to see, can we help the fiber optic companies of this world and the mobile network operators to waive certain taxes for them, right? Or reduce it so that the citizenry can access internet easily. The biggest challenge we have in Nigeria is that I would say a majority of Nigerians don't have access to internet. And that, affects education itself. And if you're going to liberate an economy, education is extremely important, right? Our literacy level is not very competitive, even within West Africa, even within Africa. We're not number one. And that will really help, just changing that. So digital transformation, if we look at it from that perspective, from education, from the online markets, right, e-commerce and the rest, government has a major role in creating that enabling environment and and coming up with policies, right, and also making it much easier for stakeholders within the ecosystem to play very well, and regulating it. That's also very, very important. So we've started the journey in Nigeria, but there's so much work to be done, especially in the area of last mile. I mean, you've traveled all over the world. You go to international airports, you have access to internet. We struggle in Nigeria, right? And they tell you there is, but you can hardly access it, right? And those are the things that really makes a difference in different economies in the world. And I believe that the government needs to partner with the private sector, but that kind of partnership needs to be driven by government.
So there's an initiative, a bunch of, you could say, disparate initiatives ongoing. Some areas in the judiciary, some in government in terms of financial systems and things like that, in office automation, modern workplace, and all that. So my job as CIO and working with some other colleagues and with the support of the governor and the machinery of state is to bring all that together. Just short of 2 years ago, we produced a digital strategy. I don't know if you know about it, for the government and people of Kaduna State, which encompasses, which is a roadmap that all-inclusive roadmap, hopefully, that outlines the basic principles. For example, we want to have a whole of government approach. We want to have a digital first approach. We want to have a kind of volume framework agreement based approach to acquisition of technology. We want to focus on human capital development. We want to make sure that the whole of Kaduna State, ambitious by that at the end of this year, all of Kaduna State has data network coverage minimum of 3G everywhere. You'd be amazed to have the number of locations in Nigeria that either have 2G or no G at all. So we're saying, and then we want to wire, which is ongoing. We've made some progress now. We've made significant progress. All government, key government locations, the secretariats, the governor's office, and a few other places, multi-campus, multi-tenant campuses will be wired, interlinked by fiber. We're working on the re-implementation of our financial systems to make them more fit for purpose and fit for use. Governors committed 2% of the state's, I think, FAC receipts or some receipts anyway, significant amount of money to digital literacy. I don't think any state has done that. I know the challenges with oil and all that at the federal level have affected the inflow of funding for these initiatives, but the intent is there, and it's a priority in the middle of many priorities. We have an intention to working towards some form of partnerships. No, we're implementing partnerships. Let me start with that. We've added 40 base stations. We're working towards, I think we have 40, we've done maybe about 30 something now across the state to improve coverage, of which Kaduna is actually putting their money where their mouth is, supporting this rollout of network coverage in the state. We have a strategic partnership with Airtel to do the other things I talked about. During COVID, I think we were one of the fastest and best states to migrate online. With the governor's approval, we picked up initially 40 and then another 300 MiFi devices for all the top officials of the state, and there was an energetic competition among people to get online for our weekly COVID calls, weekly EXCO meetings and everything. So people were online. Most of the meetings we go in now in Government House and the Executive Council chambers is laptop only, no papers. Okay, so it's massive progress, because the biggest part of technology adoption in the public sector is the acculturation of the human beings. Change management, buy-in. So if people come in and they now say, look, we will only distribute the headline memos in our executive council meetings. All attachments go to your laptop. And then people, but we don't have your laptop. Everybody has a laptop. Every senior government official has a laptop. So come into EXCO chambers with your laptop. I don't know that any government in Nigeria does that today. I don't know that. So if, for example, you took a commissioner from Kaduna State and made him or her a minister of the Federal Republic, what do you think she will bring? Will she be technophobic, or will she be tech friendly?
I think it's again, that evolution in digital has been present in our politicking. 2 election cycles ago, you could have people talk about robocalls. Remember, it wasn't there before. Now you have people doing polling, doing internet engagement, social media engagement. You have social media warriors. You have a whole campaign running on social media, on the internet. From 2019, we could see the effect of social media. It was there. The 2015 actually, it was there with APC and the opposition. So this next election that we see is now what we found is there's been a whole lot of movement on the internet, on social media. A lot of it is now spilling home to the ground. And you can see it with the people who support Peter Obi, that they've been very active on social media. You can see they're now spilling on the ground. And that's also with the other parties as well. So there's a whole, we're now in social media, and then we're bringing it to the. So if I were a politician and I wanted to do mine views, to harvest views, I'll start with social media. I will go to Twitter. It will give me a view of a certain kind of people. If I can mine WhatsApp, I'll mine it and see what the other people are saying. Then I'll go to Facebook. When I harvest all of these opinions, it will give me a perception map of me, my party, and my views. That's what it is. That you are able to get fairly good indication of where you stand. It might be fully accurate because there's quite a number of people who are not yet online. All right. However, you can have an indication if you're smart and in terms of your analytics. So it's absolutely going to be influential. Anybody who discounts it I don't think any politician actually is discounting it, because they've all got, if you may, digital agencies supporting them one way or the other, either formal agencies or people working for them on the digital space. So it's been amazing. It will continue to be amazing. We just need to bring the conversations that are happening online, we need to bring them onto the ground. We need to use, and people are using that already. I mean, people like Budget and Co. is the use of technology and digital that's allowed them to task what people are, task the government. So I think the populace needs to be a whole lot more active. We need a whole lot more civic activism from all of us, no matter your political party, to ask questions, to hold our leaders accountable. And that can be done both online and offline. So yeah, it's critical in politics. I think the most critical thing is technology is all over the place. So when we say digital, it's all over, it's related to technology. They've got to understand that you have to own it. I think that's one primary thing that a lot of us don't understand. We've got to begin to own our own part of the internet or the digital world. So we've got to understand how to mine data to be able to innovate with it. You understand that? We've got to then see how we are producing things and exporting things via digital. I'll give you an instance. If you look at FCT, sometimes a mouthful for me to pronounce, African Free Continental Trade Agreement, there's going to be trading services and trading products. Nigeria is in a pole position to produce digitally enabled products, be it apps, be it software, be it whatever it is, that will be useful in various parts of our economy, African economy. And we could be the hub, instead of allowing people like Kenya, Ghana, Rwanda, and a couple of South Africa to take it up. So any politician who wants to move this country forward needs to understand the elements of digital transformation, not just using it, but how do you use it in such a way that it is producing into your economy and you're able to make money and make a name all over the world. Why is it that we are in a situation where we need to pay Uber and the money goes to somebody in Sao Paulo or somewhere in California? How many of the apps that Airbnb, all of the apps, why are we always relying on them? But that could change. It's a simple system. If you were in government and you put in a good amount of money every month for hackathons, simple hackathons, we're looking at electricity, give me a hack, I'll give you a price of $1 million US. That will give me low priced electricity using technology. Someone is going to go do that. That can be used in this country. I'm looking for the best way to construct roads. Give me a technology. So we need to think of technology and digital far more than that. Give me the best materials. Give me what you've come up with. So in different parts of our industrialization, I was watching some program today about this AFC FTA, and you're talking about movement of goods. Why can't we use internet to help? Why can't we use digital to help it? Why can't we? Somebody talked about how Rwanda crashed the number of clearing days from 11 days to 10 hours. Why are we still working on, if we were sincere, why are we still not why are we still working on the number of days it takes to clear stuff from our papa ports? Why can't we just clean it up and streamline it? That's what technology does for you. Technology is not to be moped at. It's not to be wondered at. It's meant to be used and utilized for the advantage of mankind, for the advantage of Nigeria, but also for our economy to grow. That's my advice. That would be my advice to politicians.
Welcome to the Technology Times Digital Transformation Series, where we speak with thought leaders, frontier thinkers, opinion molders, and decision makers on digital transformation. You are a notable face and name in the Nigerian tech space. As CEO of Telecoms, which you've grown successfully to become a major player in the Nigerian tech space. You were also at one point the president of the Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, ATCON, before you were eventually called into the government of Akwa Ibom State to hold the influential position of secretary to the government of Akwa Ibom State. Share some thoughts with us. E-governance and digital transformation has become the buzzword. How is your government using technology and technology-enabled services to deliver service to the good people of Akwa Ibom State?
Thank you, Shiva, for having me. The fact is, the World Bank says, and it makes sense, it's logical, that a 10% increase in broadband penetration translates into about 1.3% increase in GDP. And as I say often, what is GDP of a country? What is GDP of a state? I call it the aggregate productivities of citizens, both corporate and individual citizens. So, and it means that when you increase productivity, then you're bettering the lots of people, you're increasing the quality of sources of livelihood, and then the standard of living increases. And therefore, when you automate processes to boost productivity, it matters. It gives you very, very positive dividends. Another point is when you have an effortless access to knowledge, access to data, access to information that you need to use in boosting or increasing the performance of whatever you do, and increase the productivity of, or increasing your productivity, that augurs well for the economy of the state or of a nation. So I'm giving you that as a basic platform for this discussion. So in Akwa Ibom State, that's the full name of the state, God Almighty State, the governor emphasizes the need to take boys and girls off the streets, not take them off the street to imprison them, take them off the street to engage them, to employ them, to inspire them, to counsel them, and get them busy. Two, the governor quotes often, and everybody knows that that is correct, that another mind is the devil's workshop. And as I said, that the GDP of a state or of a nation, according to aggregate productivities of citizens, corporate and individual. So when you take boys and girls off the streets and they're all very productive, they have their hands on and they have put their hands on the plow, to contribute to the growth of the economy, that augurs well for the overall socioeconomic growth and prosperity of the state. So, one, in our educational system, because the bottom line is knowledge, education, to acquire the right knowledge, to empower young people. I call them the touchscreen generation. Even your son or daughter who is used to touching a screen of the phone or a smartphone or a tablet PC or a tablet, he or she is using it to touching and having results. And you may say that they are, because of that, very impatient. All right, so first is an educational system. And when I was in the industry, we designed and implemented the smart classroom. It was utilized by NCC in many universities, Governor University, Fair UI, to make sure that the classroom, the learning environment, the teaching environment is creative, is conducive, and is exciting to young people. And therefore, with the broadband internet connectivity and access to knowledge. So the teacher is teaching, and it can be referring to certain pieces of information, sources of knowledge on the internet. So that is an effortless access on the part of young people in classrooms. So you're building their capacity. All right. So in education is an important, we have model schools in Akwa Ibom State. We have an overall program called Akwa Smart. Akwa, as I said, is almighty. Smart is Akwa Smart State, where activities of citizens, as I said, corporate and individual, are smart. It's good to work hard, but it's better to work smart. And we emphasize the need for all Akwa Ibomites to work smart. It's when you work smart that your productivity is increased. So we have introduction of smart classrooms or broadband internet connectivity or broadband access. Not all schools yet, because I mean the resources to do that will take time. But we do it as a pilot. We do it as one peripheral constituency for students to see what it means and how useful it is for you to have an effortless access to knowledge. So in educational system, the Commissioner for Education, the Akwa Ibom State University in Ikora Panedian, then the College of Education, Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, and a good number of privately owned universities, Obong University, Redmond University, now Top Faith University, owned by our citizens, privately owned. And all these are aimed at equipping the next generation of Akwa Ibomites with the competencies or with the capacity to excel. As we always say in ICT industry, the world is a global village. And if you want to play in the global village, you must be competitive. Nobody's going to look for you if you're not competent, if you don't know how probability of restoring you to good health is quite high. But the longer you stay between when you had the attack, when you had to suffer the incident, and when it's a rapid response, the higher the probability of you passing on or the situation being really bad. So we then said, okay, fine. During the COVID-19 lockdown, I was privileged to be appointed the chairman of the COVID-19 management team appointed by His Excellency the Governor. So in the process, I learned a lot. That during the lockdown, 99% of Nigerians had network private jets in Lagos and Abuja, and Port Harcourt were parked. And the question is, you are high net worth, wait to suffer or have any medical emergency that would need 3 hours for you to be alive. Would you fly 10 hours to South Africa, 7 hours to Dubai, 14 hours to India, 6 or 7 hours to Europe, or 10 or 15 hours to the UK or to US and Canada? You would have passed on inside their private jet. So we said, wait a minute, you come to Europe, get stabilized. When you get stabilized by telepresence or telemedicine connectivity to your hospital abroad, you will be revived in Europe and stabilized, and you can use our air ambulance to go to your hospital of interest or of preference. And we say, wait a minute, we take a bit of the pie. We take a bit of the pie of what we spend as a nation on medical tourism outside the shores of Nigeria. So that's the sense of the 10 hospitals in one each of the 10 federal constituencies, then the multi-specialty hospital, well-equipped, state-of-the-art. You remember during the COVID-19, all right, the piece of equipment used, the ventilators and all that to stabilize those who were suffering from COVID-19, especially those who had comorbidities of diabetes, high blood pressure, cardiovascular challenges, and those comorbidities made the COVID-19 patient very vulnerable, or the possibility of fatality being high because he had those comorbidities. We already had these pieces of equipment in us in Akwa Ibom State, and then the automation of our processes in the isolation center, 300 bed space that was all over the news, that we beat the Chinese record in 35 days. A 300 bed space isolation center, well equipped, well automated, was done. The governor gave a directive. The commissioner for works, the commissioner for health, I was there most of the night with floodlights. All these were ready in less than 35 days. And if you go there, processes are automated. Not because we want to enjoy processes being automated, everywhere is computerized. No. Are you increasing efficiency? Are you increasing performance? Are you increasing rapid response? Are you doing a lot of good work to post-treatment patient care? Because a lot of the times after surgery, after treatment, the patient goes back home. How is he or she being frequently monitored or invited to come for another check by the medic? So this is what we do in Akwa Ibom State to get all these hospitals, the 10 of them, up to date with very highly competent members of staff and interconnected, where if you have an expert, simple telepresence. You and I know this, we're just applying technology. That is the point. A medic is an expert in a certain area of medicine, and the needy Akwa Ibom is another general hospital far away, about 1 hour plus. And if there's an emergency, you run the risk of losing that person. But providing broadband connectivity, 4G, 4G, 3G, simple cameras, you won't believe it. The consultant sees the patient, and the young doctor or nurse who is in the remote hospital, who is not as competent but good, or as experienced as the one in another general hospital, is able to put that his expertise at the disposal of a needy Akwa Ibomite in a hospital that is far away from where the expert is. Simple application of broadband technology or telepresence. That's with respect to the health sector. The next is agricultural sector. Food. A hungry man is an angry man. Not to talk of someone who is idle, who is the devil's workshop, also being hungry. All right? The governor emphasized that 80% of the food we consume in Akwa Ibom State should be produced in Akwa Ibom State. If you go to the governor's lodge today, more than 80% of the food that is consumed in the governor's lodge produced in Akwa Ibom State, so that we can have food security. And what is happening, is that our people produce a lot of these things perish They have a time beyond which they lose the crop, they lose the yield or their product. Because storage condition, preservation conditions, transportation even. How will you carry tomato in a basket and put one on top of the other? You mangle the one underneath, but they need simple information. Some will not even know the market. You don't know, because business is about you giving those who are in need, all right, of certain services, what you have. So those who are in need must know you have it, and you should also know that certain persons in certain locations, in certain places, are in need of what you have. So we're able to inform farmers. What I used to say in the industry, agrovision, which all of you remember. So which kind of soil would enable a farmer to plant what kind of crop? Agroecological mapping of the state to match plant type to the best soil type. When that is done, the yield is higher. So with simple pieces of software. The fourth is democracy. Election time. The last general election, elections ended about 4 p.m. as stipulated by INEC. In less than 15 minutes after the end of the election, we knew the result. I mean, we knew the scores statewide. We did our electoral management system, simple text messages, email, and WhatsApp to each of the polling units. And the polling agents fed in the data. They were already trained on how to feed in the data. I repeat, at the end of the election, I was in the control room. I had finished voting in my village. I returned. 15 minutes after, we knew where we were. So it was difficult. Well, you couldn't play any mago-mago. We used the any mago-mago. The feed component aspect is security. They're breaking into prisons. Oh, CCTV camera was on or it was off. Breaking, letting criminals, letting them loose on the society. Those who should have been behind bars. Then all of us then in our various homes, we should also run to stay behind our burglar proof. So we're actually the free people are the one actually behind bars now. Should then lose criminals. No CCTV, they're telling me. No 3G camera. That's what we call in our apartment, safe city. When you're able to visit our apartment, you see our safe city solution. You don't see where the cameras are until you arrive our NOC, the Network Operations Center. Then you see the outputs of the camera with time and date specific playback. In other words, an event occurs in any part of Uyo, any street of Uyo. And so, oh, this happened 2 days ago, 5 days ago. What date you mentioned? You log on, then you see the output of the camera that was actually monitored in that part of the city. So it helps in criminal investigation. It enables the law enforcement officers or agents to respond rapidly. Simple walkie-talkie, simple telephone, simple WhatsApp, simple email, simple law enforcement criminal database that I used to talk about. I used to say a lot about that when I was in ATCON. That our security agencies, there's insufficient inter-agency collaboration and cooperation. Nigeria has no criminal database. Somebody drives in my hometown Oron, and he was driving at excessive speed, and he was apprehended by the police. The same person leaves Oron and goes to Uyo, behaves exactly the same way. There is no database in which the policeman at the checkpoint will be say, wait a minute, you did this earlier in the morning, and you're doing it here now. So he moves to eGovernment to Aba to where to Nisha, to Asaba, to Agbo to Benin to Ore to Shagamu, then to Lagos. No way, because there is no law enforcement criminal database that you log on. You can profile someone and say, wait a minute, this guy is a serial offender as far as this particular crime is concerned, as far as this is area of infraction of the law is concerned. None. So at the Security Council, we developed that. For our agencies, we hold meetings very regularly, all the agencies. Army, Navy, Air Force, Immigration, Civil Defense, Customs, Prison, or the Correctional Service. They must interact. And your tool and my tool is a very good platform for them to interact. We provide a platform and they all interact and they will exchange ideas. The last aspect that we have been part of the area that we handle is in the area of citizen participation in day-to-day governance. Or government, the boost of government, corporate governance in government itself. We call it eGovernment or eGovernance. fires upon fires. My governor says fires are not pieces of papers, they are human lives. That's a fact. But when you hold a file, inside that file you have documents, projects, programs, issues, applications, approvals. So take each file as an important piece of document in front of you, but that is actually a human being, or even human beings therein. So in our eGovernment, you can see the governor calls, sends emails, you send emails to him, you sign the document using his stylus. The governor is a technology savvy person. Secretary of the government does not joke with technology, so it's to save time. Send the email, use the platform, use our eGovernment platform, and you interact. Right now we are doing asset management for the entire state. We are doing agile management system for the entire state. When were you recruited? When were you last promoted? When are you going to retire? When were you last advanced, according to, in the civil service structure? When are you due to go on leave? When did you go to leave last? Why were you not promoted when others were promoted? When were you last interviewed? And when, at the time of when you're about to retire, your gratuity and pension, the agile software automated this, and it's working. We just launched it. We are about to launch our asset management. Whatever the government procures, cars, computers, equipment of government, and houses and buildings of government, all in our asset management. So government knows what is in place and what belongs to government, what is aging, what needs replacement, what needs repair. The last bit of platform, software-based platform, is our completion agenda radar. I give it that name, the completion agenda radar. This is what completion agenda radar means. All the ongoing projects of government. What is the name of the project? Where is the project located? Who is handling the project? What are the time frame to get this project completed? And when was this particular contractor last paid? Overall milestone payment? When is his next payment? What
Outcon and a lot of industry stakeholders have consistently pushed this advocacy about smart city and extending broadband across all parts of Nigeria. In doing this, they've pushed the advocacy for the extension of ubiquitous fiber, optical fiber cable to every state and every local government under this smart state initiative. And states have also been seen to support telecoms operator, fiber companies in the areas of giving concessions on laying of fiber, the taxes paid and related. How is your state supporting this smart state initiative?
First,
important?
Approval for right-of-way is effortlessly given. The broadband company concerned did not spend extra 1 minute before getting the approval, because we know that delaying that approval will delay the deployment of broadband fiber, and that translates into boosting our productivity as a state. So we don't joke with that. Number two, the infracos, the way NCC had licensed them, and then what I call the downstream licensees who are working under the umbrella of the infracos. Whatever, if you want the right of way, if you want the location to put up your cell site or to put their broadband wireless base station, all right, or you need access to one part of the state or the other, or in the particular local government headquarters, and the youth around the area, they put up a roadblock. Everybody is tax. We don't tolerate that at all. So from time to time, we hold meetings with the local government chairman that this is what this investor is coming. It's not a government contract. It's an investor who is properly licensed by the Nigerian Communications Commission, and the government has given that company the right of way to deploy fiber. This is for your own good. You remember in the telecom industry when they used to vandalize cell sites, and during the Telecom Consumer Parliament, we say this very frequently. Dear citizens, do not attack men and women who go to cell sites to build or to maintain. Because if the cell site drops, this call that you make from one place to the other, it hops through so many cell sites. From the BAC to the MACs to from the calling party to the call party. The segments, the media through which these signals or communication or content is being transmitted, it's not important to the call party or to the calling party. But if you tamper by slowing down cell site maintenance or cell site establishment or right-of-way approvals, you are the loser. At the end of the day, you have call drops, or you have been trying since I couldn't get you because one of the segments was down. So who's the loser? So until people got to know that it's for your own good, not to discourage or tamper with or destroy or fight telecom technicians. You and I know now for how many years now, you no longer hear the telcos complaining of roadblocks by all kinds of vigilante groups wanting them to pay one thing or the other. And because I said, I should tell NCC, if this continues, the time will come when these boys and girls in the respective local government areas will look at you, will see your telephone handset, and they say you should pay a small fee for holding a handset. If we did not stop what was brewing, but fortunately, with the aggressive campaign by you, the media, because I call you guys the drivers of the digital economy narrative. You are the ones who carry the message to the grassroots and to the average Nigerian citizen, corporate or individual. So approvals, because that is a problem. So we have very enlightened persons who understand the industry in key positions. So we make sure that those are coming to us. Even Cassie of Google is establishing his base in Akwa Ibom State today. We have Google Triangle that is partnering, that is part of the Cassie deployment. That is in Akwa Ibom. Main one is there, Glow One is there, WAS is there, MTN. So even there are some estates in Akwa Ibom State that the operators like MTN and Airtel, they are providing broadband connectivity in those estates that are just site and services. Yet you have site and services, you have broadband internet, waste management, street network, electricity, safe city, all provided. Just come and get your plot of land and then remember, and then you be given the type. You have mango street, all mango, orange trees, street, guava street, African fruits in the estate, and a lot of people are really coming to buy plots in the estate because it's purely a very smart estate, but with broadband internet connectivity provided by NTN. Other operators are interested in one estate or the other, or Ibom Beef Seaport, or Bitocha International Airport, that is the hub of Ibom Air. People are booking online and making payment online. So you cannot afford to delay business, to delay productivity by allowing unnecessary bureaucracy in the process of giving approvals.
Is there anything we left out in the course of this interaction you might want to add before we shut down?
Public enlightenment, because as I said yesterday, if you, during the launch of the book on the drivers of digital prosperity, that is within the purview of the media. As a nation, as Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, as Nigerian Communication Commission, as NICDA, our state governments, all hands must be on deck to empower members of the media. We think that because we conquered voice that we are able to make calls effortlessly, without you having to pay a lot of money or going to United Exchange to make international calls, that's just 1%. Voice is just 1%. But broadband-based national economic prosperity, the narratives will be driven by the media. And they did a lot of good work, a lot of good work to amplify the GSM revolution, the telecom revolution. Today, as you see it, they drove the narratives. So that is an area that NCC, NICDA, Ministry of Communication, Ministry of Science and Tech, various state governments, we are not able to, I call ourselves practitioners within the industry, operators of the industry, to give them sufficient time and attention and resources to let the Nigerian citizen to know that yes, voice was conquered, that you can make calls and have your mobile phone without having going through any stress, or make international call without going to United Telephone Exchange. But
I believe that the Nigerian traditional banks are one of the best in the world. And the reason is, if I have a bank account at GT Bank and I want to transfer funds to Zenith Bank, I can go onto the GT Bank app or use my non-smartphone to put in a USSD code, and I can transfer money from my bank account to your bank account, and that happens in less than 5 seconds. If it doesn't happen in 5 seconds, there's a problem. Whereas in America today, if you want to transfer funds from Bank of America to Merrill Lynch Bank, it's going to take multiple days. So that in itself, we're very advanced. This capability was available in Nigeria for almost, maybe even more than a decade. Now we have the growth of the fintechs. The fintechs have filled in some of the gaps of inefficiencies of these types of transactions, and they've added additional services. So yes, naturally, they are going to grow, and I think the strong customer base of the fintechs is going to be the Gen M, Gen Z group, which live on the phone, their social profile is on their phone, everything's on their phone, and therefore they want to be with a bank that has interactions with them in a more technologically advanced way. The traditional banks have an opportunity now to catch up. To me, digital transformation is a long journey. It's the equivalent of the journey of life. So we just can't go and start running and without learning to walk or without learning to crawl. So digital transformation is a deliberate effort to take those steps one by one. The first step in digital transformation is digitization. How do you go from non-digital data, paper, and forms into digital? And then you start adding infrastructure, servers, software, and when you add all those things, you start getting to a point where all the data is digital, and now you can see the data very fast. You can make decisions from that. And what we do in my company is that we help companies go through that journey. Whether that journey is in the early stages, the middle stages, or the final stages. And that journey can take 1, 3, 5, 7, even 10 years, depending on how fast that company wants to move through that journey. Digital transformation is not about technology. Digital transformation is only about that much about technology, but it's this much about people. How do we retrain the mindsets of the staff and the employees on how to embrace that digital technology? And I think with the younger generation Z, they're the ones to quickly embrace it. So I think Nigeria is primed, ready to make that big leap into digital transformation.
As president of NCS, let me begin first with the basic question. Did you vote in Saturday's election? And what was if you did vote, what was your experience with using beavers and the other technologies that were introduced to improve the efficiency of the conduct of these elections?
Okay, well, I did not vote in this last election. I was actually involved in INEC assignments too. I went to my polling unit in the morning. I stayed for about 3 hours, and it did not get to my time. And because of that, I decided to leave because I didn't have all the time. But I actually made effort to vote. My polling unit was crowded. There are so many people there, and even with the fact that they have created another polling unit around my area, that place was crowded. And when I even went forward to plead that I'm going to be involved in landed activity that they should just allow me to vote. Even the people there, they were just shouting and they were saying, no, no. So I just left, So, but I saw everything because I was actually there for about 30 hours or even more, So I saw everything, but I could not vote. To go to the next question that you raised, the issue of divers. Well, from what you have seen, I would believe that in terms of what the divers was made to achieve, in terms of the expected functionality of the divers, I think the divers on its own, it was able to achieve, I'm going to say about 70-80% efficiency in terms of being able to ensure that people that are qualified to vote, after registration are the ones that have actually voted. Divers was introduced so that you'll be able to eliminate some of the problems with card readers. Problems like the use of incidence form, people that are not qualified to vote on printing, and so on and so forth. The problem of coercion, and so on and so forth. So, is not with divers. If it's used the way it should be used, we are also not going to have the problem of overvoting, and so on and so forth. But all these are also really correlated to human factors, So because the technology, the device will work according to how we have designed it. But human being must also operate it, and the operation must also go in line with what has been set up. So those are about divers. I don't think the problem is really divers. Our own problem in Nigeria about our electoral system is more than the use of divers. And that is why, long time ago, that is why Nigeria Contact Society, we were even saying that we should allow, even if it's going to be in parallel, we should allow full-scale e-voting system. So that people can also be able to vote at the comfort of their homes. And the people that don't have internet and so on can go to a place where can now go to polling units to go and cast their votes. In my state, there were couples of incidences that even somebody called me and was saying that how we should have used divers to correct that. When talks came to a polling unit and then they were shooting, they scattered everything. It was only one policeman that was there. He could not handle them. The man also ran away from the scene, and those people, they scattered the ballot boxes. They even took some of them away. And that is not the problem of divers. Divers would not solve that kind of problem. So our problem in Nigeria is more than that. And they came to scatter that polling unit because they knew they were losing in that polling unit. And that has to do with the issue of security. So, but what happened in the last election? If you are talking about technology, the use of technology, no technology is free from all these cybersecurity attack, fraud, manipulation, and so on and so forth. So, and that is why there are some processes you need to go through. You need to ensure when you are also adopting technology. Before the election, we have been making efforts long time ago. And before the election, we had the opportunity to visit INEC. We could not meet. We didn't meet with the chairman, but we met one of the commissioners, and we submitted our proposal. We submitted a recommendation that, something like guide on what they can do and how NCS can also assist them. About 14 or 15 recommendations, and one of them is that all the systems that you want to use, you must ensure that you evaluate them. You must ensure that you continue to test your system platforms. They told us that they are testing. Testing at what level? By the time we are now talking about national election, yes, you have used it in Osun, you have used it in so many other places, 2 other places. But you are talking about national election. You have to test about the robustness of your system, the stress testing. You have to look at the efficiency when you are also having so many data coming into it at a point in time, and so on and so forth. But that is one of the things we told them. And we said we could also assist them, but the issue is that, of course, INEC is like a close organization that they believe that some of the things they are doing is also right. A long time ago, before this time, the former director were not even, they don't even make it possible for us to see the chairman, but the new director made it possible, but unfortunately, we could not see the chairman. So, and one of the things we also told them is that they must be cautious of cyber attacks. Yeah, some of them were coming in before the election, and they also reported it. The chairman also mentioned it, and they said they were able to handle them. But because you are able to handle some now, it does not mean when you are now having the election, the people that you are stopping now, the attacks you are stopping now, the people that are perpetrating them, the cyber criminals, they will continue to also learn about your system, and they will be able to also get additional knowledge, additional information on how they can circumvent or penetrate your system. So, but that also we told them. Another thing we also mentioned to them is that we also want to serve as a technology observer. Let us monitor the use of beavers. Let us see how the people are using it. Then we also come at the end of the day, at the end of the election, give you our own technical opinion about how beavers are used, how we can improve on the use, and even how beavers is working. Unfortunately, so before the election, our solution to them, we didn't even get any response. We were calling, they said we were busy preparing for election. So at our own level at Nigeria Governance Friday, we have envisaged all this. We have seen that it's like they are not. Yes, they are using technology is good. We are moving towards that direction. But if you are also adopting technology and you are not bringing experts, I know INEC also has a lot of IT experts, but try to get in touch with from time to time, get expert opinion from stakeholders in technology about what you are doing. They are not coming to take your job. They are not, but it's just apart from what is being done internally, you also get a different opinion from stakeholders, from people that have experience, so many experts in so many domains. They'll be able to, and when you get your recommendation, then you'll be able to look at it. And even if the recommendations are going to be implemented by your staff or something, forget, by the time this issue started a long time ago, even when they invited organizations, companies that were going to provide them with e-voting facilities or platforms. And we discovered that we were not invited. You only invited this organization. You didn't invite stakeholders or experts to also come out to what you are doing. And so there have been so many things that we have done in order to assist them. Now we have found ourselves in a situation where the server was down, even the dashboard IRF was not coming up, and we have known all this can be possible. And the only thing is that you must prepare adequately. You must ensure that your system is robust, your system is scalable, your system is survivable. At least even in the face of attack, your system must be able to work as if nothing is happening. So those are the kind of things that we have recommended, but maybe this one will make them to appreciate how to really handle technology better.
Okay, Prof, let me ask you a few follow-up questions. You are an insider and also an expert in this field. INEC put out a statement yesterday to summarize basically that, it appeared that their system was overwhelmed, but that they didn't suffer a cyber attack. From your own perspective as an insider, what could possibly have been responsible? Was there cases of cyber attacks that you got to know of based on your own internal knowledge. That's the first thing. Secondly, the other key issue was this real-time reporting that was supposed to have been done from the polling unit to the INEC reports viewing portal that would have ensured that as votes are being counted, okay, from all over the world, you can keep track of it on that portal. That also did not happen as promised. So can you respond to these two questions? What you think could have happened, and what are the recommendations for fixing these anomalies against forthcoming elections?
Okay, well, I also heard what the chairman said yesterday, that the system did not face cyber attack. But you know that if you are not really an expert, if you are having cyber attack, you might not even know it's cyber attack. You know, it depends on the level. You know, you might not really know it's cyber attack. You just be thinking that something is wrong with your system. But I'm not even saying it's cyber attack. But it takes a certain knowledge of cybersecurity before you also be able to say that the problem you are facing is even cyber or not. Yes, it could also be stress-based attack, or like the chairman mentioned, that the system was overwhelmed. Why would you be saying that your system is overwhelmed? You know your population. You know the polling units that you have. You have an idea of people that will want to be transmitting results at a point in time. You know, to have all this, how well have they been able to prepare? Yes, they told us they were going to do trial election, which they did. Who are the people they involved in this trial election? Did they take samples from the people that actually served as their polling officer or SPOs? Did they take samples from them? Who are the people they use? If they have used their staff wouldn't have been the people that will conduct the election. So most of the problems they are really operational. They have to do with the technology they have adopted. Yes, I think that idea is good, but even if you have a good technology idea and the human perspective, the operational perspective, you don't perfect it, you also get this kind of problem. It wasn't that the dealers could not send results, but even the server that they are going to send results to had issue. Many of them could not send results. So this election, they are still going to rely more on the results recorded. You know, the people recorded and so on and so forth. And thank God that they did not say they were going to use online results alone. So the database was still done alongside with the transmission of results. Because the truth is that, from my own experience during the elections, the majority of the polling units could not transmit their results. Even some of the polling officers are complaining of the system not allowing them to have access to that platform to be able to transmit their results.
What do you think was responsible for this inability to transmit results, if I may ask?
Yes, well, I think one major reason is because I'm not going to say it's a network, because I also have information that some of them even try another network and they could not still. I think the problem would be the system of INEC. I'm talking about the central system where the results will actually go through. You know, I'm thinking that is one of them. And of course, that is the server we are talking about. It was not, it did not have capacity to be able to take results at that time. Well, that is what I think. The second one that is not really major is the network. Because all the polling officers actually complained that it was network that did not allow them to be able to transmit results. But everything is about low robustness of their platform. You know, they have a distributed platform, but it's not too robust. And I thought that all this, they should have been able to evaluate, they should have been able to subject the system to a kind of test that, and that is why we wanted to be involved, to advise them on what they can do, how they can prepare adequately for this election. Yes, you cannot just say, well, we are using technology, and technology will come on its own to to solve the problem. In the use of technology, you still talk about people, you talk about operations, and you talk about policies. All these three other ones, people, policy, operational, and who make the technology to work. Technology on its own will not be there and do magic for you. So that is what I'm thinking. It's about the capacity of the robustness of their system, of their platform to be able to use. And I want to tell you, one major attack that we call denial of service attack.
Correct.
Denial of service attack is an attack that will collapse your system. That will make your system not to be able to continue to provide the services. And that is what has happened. But this they are saying is not a cyber attack. Well, I think from time will tell, also because the truth is that INEC could not provide the service, the platform of INEC could not provide the services at that time. And that is what denial of service attack will cause. So if it was caused by, yes, their system not too robust, who provided the system, who tested the system, who prepared the system ready for election. Those are the issues, and those are the things we should look at. One of the things we mentioned to them is that we can get them to create a platform that will ensure that they are able to monitor the connection of PVC connection, so that they will even be able to know, because, okay, in a polling unit now, in a local government, for example, if results of polling units, 2 polling units were cancelled, and you now need to declare results. That will, because before you declare results, if you don't want to recommend that by-election should take place in those 2 polling units that were cancelled, then you need to know the total number of registered voters. If the difference in the result of the first person is more, the difference between the result of the first and second, is more than the difference, is more than the total number of registered voters in the 2 polling units. Then you can still go ahead to declare it. But the question again is that, are we supposed to use that? And I think what we're even supposed to use is the number of voters that have collected their PVC. Because you have said without PVC you cannot have an election. So we should be looking at those people that were actually qualified to vote, and those are the people that have actually collected their PVC. We recommended, let us monitor this. Let us know. I think at the point in time they did not also have all the information about people that have collected their PVC, and that is why we still went ahead to use total number of registered voters. So before when they were preparing for this election, they said they have learned from every election, from the election, from Austrian election. But the issue is that you are preparing for national election, you need to bring so many things on board.
Prof, before, let me just quickly try to distinguish between some of the factors that you've talked about, so that we can reasonably evaluate how effective technology has been in this instance. You painted the scenario. We have the INEC systems, both the beavers, its own internal servers, and then you add the telecoms infrastructure on the other side. That's external. Majority of the complaint this time around, there was hardly any complaint around the telecoms infrastructure not being able to deliver in terms of expectation. And from some insider insight that I have, we've been able to gather, we understand that the NCC led collaboration with INEC in conjunction with the telecoms operators, assisted to make this happen. Okay, so can you speak to these three critical elements? The system of INEC itself, the complementary telecoms network infrastructure around the country, as well as, more importantly, the human factor that you also highlighted. How have these three factors interplayed, and how do you evaluate them?
Okay, well, let me start by talking about the telecommunication infrastructure. Even initially, FCC went to National Assembly now and were saying that they didn't think that the NCC has a communication platform that will guarantee electronic transmission of results. But immediately we wrote our own comment to NCC that there is something that they must be able to do. It's something that is even possible. And we compare it with even JAM election. JAM examination. That one also, when students finish their exam at a particular session, they must also upload the results. And they are also using this, our national telecommunication infrastructure. So, but the issue again is that there are some polling units that are remote, and of course, they make provision that even if you move to some other location, you will still be able to transmit your results. At first, come to local government, you will still be able to transmit your results. So, like you have said, I also painted that as a very minor, factor that affected affected the election we had during the weekend. It was minor because even those that did not have network problems, because some of them, very few of them still complain about network. Well, but even those that had network problems, many of them still still could not transmit their results. So it is more of the problem INEC has. And we have to get them to let us know the problem. They are saying it's about capacity. Tell us the testing you did on this system. Tell us the results you got. Tell us how you conducted your testing. Tell us who are the people that assisted us or assisted you to do this testing. You cannot, if you want people to assist you, you must be open. You must know. I have said later in the day, I'm also still going to call the director of ICT. Is the new director, who is also our member, to find out, to get details of what are their challenges, and let us know how we can come. But the server, the system, the platform of INEC is really the major issue here. Then let me also talk about the human factor. But from what I have said, I did not really see the human factor in terms of the operation of diverse recorded results that will affect the result of the election. I did not see that because, beavers still came with a record of people that are qualified to vote. And the good thing this time around is that after your accreditation, unlike what we used to have when we are using Candida, that after accreditation, everybody will go back to sit down and they will not give us another time we can come to vote. So after accreditation, immediately you go to vote. And if you want to leave that environment, you can leave that environment. So it makes it easier. Do accreditation, vote, and go. And the system device, you also record that after accreditation, it has noted that you have come to vote. So we have record of those that have voted. So they are not supposed to also disclose those people that have voted, but we have the record of people that have voted in all the polling units, because they have our record, our fingerprints, our photo. So they have the records of people that have voted in all the polling units. So that is, we have data, unlike before. This data is difficult to get. So, beavers operations, even some of the coppers they use, they are able to use it very well. The problem some of them are even had is maybe little computation, addition, and so on and so forth. And when they will get to their supervisor, they were able to resolve some of those issues. So, in terms of what happened affecting the result, I don't really see that is a major thing on the result. But of course, it says a lot about the view, about what people have been telling INEC, and why they have not listened to some people every time they were doing as if they were ready. Even the declarations of people a day before the election, of people were saying they are not sure whether the election was going to hold because of their level of preparation. Even they still go to some of the polling units late, but we were thinking we will have gotten more than that. But, towards the election, there were also so many issues in the country. The issue of data design. INEC was carrying out the needed cash, but eventually they were able to get it late into the election. And that could be all other things that have also affected INEC. But that is not before us. What we used to hear from INEC, that they were ready, the election will go on, they have gotten all the things they needed. So, the human factor, I'm not going to say it was challenging a little. But what was also major challenge for that election is also operational, inability to be able to do their processes, some of their processes, the way they should do it. Look at the entire election they did. You know that I got to know, I might not be right, that they were transmitting dummy results. Dummy data, that the size is very, very low, and you are doing it for sample. People are doing something for sample. You should even be transmitting large amount of data. That will, for example, you want to transmit the result from Osho. Estimate the data you can do. You want to transmit in Osho during the main election. Divided into number of polling units that you are taking as sample. Then transmit the result at that time, even at the same time. See the effect on the platform. But even the process was not, and we try to caution them in some of them that don't use dummy, try to be real as much as possible, even go beyond your estimate, so that you'll be able to know how robust, how efficient the system will be during the election. So that is why I'm saying that it's about their operations. It's about the people that help them to design all these processes. We also evaluate processes. If you are, apart from evaluating technology, let us evaluate the processes and let's see whether the processes you have actually put on are actually good and are the best that can help us to guarantee the free, fair, inclusive, conclusive election that INEC has been pushing.
Okay, Prof, let me just ask a final question before we round up. What then? We have the gubernatorial elections just a fortnight away. So what then would you recommend as remedial measures that the Computer Society would provide or in terms of suggestions and recommendations to INEC, such that based on the lessons and learnings from this presidential election, that can be taken care of ahead of the next polls?
Yes, INEC must critically evaluate and test their platform. And that's number one. And they must get right people involved in designing the method, the methodology to do the testing and evaluation of the system. It's not just possible for us to recommend that they can also do a trial election before that time. But if they do the kind of testing that are necessary, they will not really need to do it. They need to take their platform. And testing their platform is not that with this problem they had, somebody will now say the server is back tomorrow, and they go to sleep that the server is back. No. It is continuous testing of that platform they will do until the time for the election. And I know INEC has also spent a lot of resources on attack detection system, cyber attack management system. We need to also evaluate this cyber attack management system. We need to also, the people that are operating these platforms, in the human factor angle, we need to try and identify them. And do you know something? And that is why we said we wanted to serve as technology observers. We wanted to really look deep into their operation so that we can advise. I'm not going to condemn INEC. What is important to a society like us is to ensure that technology are adopted, are deployed, are used the way they should be used. So these are encouraging people to use technology, and people are still having this kind of experience. Even as an expert in that field, you want to close your eyes because we challenging you. Yes, we use this, but what kind of election did you see have? You know, yeah, we are doing electronic transmission of the results. What kind of election did you see have? You know, so we are really concerned as a body. So we want them to majorly. I don't think the telecommunication infrastructure is our problem. Majorly, they should look at the operations, you know, in terms of the policy, procedures, methodology, in doing all their major activities. They should review them. They should go do proper testing, critical testing and evaluation of all their platforms, of all their systems, you know, and ensure that they continue to ensure adequate protection of their database and all their electoral information system. And again, finally, I want to say that members of NCS can also assist. We have submitted our recommendation, and they should try and look at our submission to them. Let's then see. They may not even take everything. Let's see how we can assist, how we can. The truth is that some of our members are still even saying before the session that the portal, the system of INEC is still not attack proof, you know. So I don't know what they have seen because I did not. I'm also a professor of cybersecurity, but I've not on my own. You know, it's not ethical to start to probe a system without getting permission and approval. You know, it's outside the law. So you cannot just try to probe a system. But obviously, if our members are also engaged to probe the system, to drive that system and be able to come up with identified vulnerabilities if they are available. But if they are not, we also be able to tell them some of the minor things they have to do, you know, in ensuring that the system is protected from all forms of cyber attack. But apart from that, the operation, the system, the software, let me use the software itself, and the application itself, how is it working? You know, how is it delivering its services? You know, we need to also talk about that. How is it delivering the services? How do we guarantee that he is delivering the services the way it should be delivered? Then if it has been delivering the services, what happened during the election? We have to identify all this. And they must come out and tell us the technical challenges, not that we just be talking from our technical challenges. And that is why we also want to recommend that since they are moving towards the use of technology more, they should ensure that more IT experts are involved in the activities of INEC. You know, whether as full-time staff or as members of the management, as members of the commissioner. You know, appointing only politicians as commissioners might not really assist us. You know, we should be looking at even appointing one or two IT experts as members, commissioners in INEC. Maybe with that, we'll be able to see people around them that will talk to them, they will listen, they will understand the technology that, you know, because so many vendors go to them to say they can do this, they can do this. And I mentioned something. Even when they invited the organizations that they selected to come and provide the e-platform for them, they did not invite stakeholders. So they will have taken decisions on their own without advice from stakeholders. So those are the kind of problems that caused the challenge they had last election.
Yeah, yeah, I'm good to go. Yeah, yeah, I'm good to go.
Good morning, Mr. Mary Onosoya. It's great to have you with us today, and it's a wonderful, wonderful morning in the city of Lagos, where we're reaching our viewers live and direct from the city of Lagos, the commercial capital of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the entrepreneurship capital of Africa. Today, we're dealing with the most important subject matter in the life of our nation, Nigeria. What do I mean in the life of our nation, Nigeria? Today, we're dealing with the army of entrepreneurs, freelancers. Uh, we've tried pre this event to
be here, to be asked to share some insights. Thanks to the team at Technology Times for putting this together to serve, I will say, just anybody who has access to their content and who has some sort of, I believe, a need to just figure stuff out. I've been doing this for a while. I mean, been around in the business world over 30 years, working in several industries. And today, I've been very, very happy to have led the team at eGovernment Limited for a number of years since we founded. But the journey has been interesting. We are very, very happy to have served many of our clients in the Nigeria space and indeed across Africa. eGovernment has customers present in 8 countries across the continent right now. We also have some customers. We've done privileged to do work in the UAE, in the USA, in Canada, and we continue to maintain our focus on the African continent, but indeed serve customers beyond. And what do we do in eGovernment? Simply, we are a performance consulting firm. That means that we focus on human performance and all that it takes to make that happen. So from supporting our customers in various industries to just make the human capital, the human beings, that aspect of the business to make it work better. So we support from creating to create strategy, to creating leadership development programs, supporting leaders in their development, to even graduate trainees getting new talent and supporting new talent in the business space to be successful from get-go. And to different areas. We also spend our time coaching executives. I have the privilege to serve on the board of International Coaching Federation, the Nigeria chapter, and supporting also the other chapters across the continent through various collaborations. So it's been for me a great pleasure and a privilege to have contributed my bit with my team in eGovernment to what we consider a very critical and important thing for the African continent. So to your question, Shino, as to why this, as you know, I used to be part of the Microsoft team, global Microsoft team, starting out the Microsoft Nigeria team in the year 2000, and working across the continent for that great organization. And one of the things that I learned in working for Microsoft, either in Nigeria or in the South Africa business, or ending up in the Kenya, the Eastern Southern Africa regional business covering 14 countries, was the importance of human capital in all of this. You know, when you look at all that it takes to make a country or a continent grow or succeed, at the end of the day, it's about the quality of human capital. You cannot underestimate that. So having been in the technology space for many years and selling and sharing and supporting the development of many technology solutions, I started to see the piece that the human capital plays in even making those technology solutions successful. And so decided many years ago, I mean, going on about what, 15 years now, to focus on how to support the human capital aspect in leveraging technology to create the solutions or to solve problems and to create what it is that we really want. So that's been the journey and the insights that I got working across the continent and seeing the difference in when you have capable human capital, when you have capable people running a business, leveraging technology is what has made one decide to start to invest in this over the past many, many years. And it has indeed been an interesting journey, supporting many customers and many companies in many industries. So, Chino, I hope that kind of like answers the why for doing this. And I mean, with the team in AT Bonham, a bunch of really, really talented Africans, young, really focused on delivering on that mandate of how do we support people, especially in the business space, to do better, because we believe that when people are able to succeed in achieving their business goals, because we are Africans, more importantly, that then impacts their personal lives and the lives of the people around them. And that's our own way of contributing our quota to just taking the continent to the next level. Yes, Shina.
Thank you very much for that wonderful preamble into this subject matter. You've been across Africa and you've seen the challenges peculiar to the African SME, people in small businesses putting together some shoestring budget, bringing their business creativity and innovation. Creativity and innovation is not enough. That's often the message or the feedback we get when we do a review and analysis of that landscape. Okay, if creativity and innovation is not enough, what are those critical pillars or basic essential that people in business, particularly SMEs, that form the huge majority of businesses across Africa and even in Nigeria? What are those critical lessons of 2023 and beyond that they must get to come to terms with, beyond saying, oh, I'm creative and innovative, I was able to start this first? Over to you, Larry.
Okay, yeah. Shina, so the thing is that it's having talent is very important. But beyond talent is kind of the space where we play. So having talent, having a great idea, having the desire, the resilience to make things happen, all of those are essential ingredients. You need to have those. But beyond that is the importance of just having certain things in your approach to making that talent become a business or even bringing it to reality. There are certain simple practices, simple but very critical and important in going from a great idea, a lot of talent, even having financial capital. You can have all of those, but beyond all of that, it's important to then put in place certain things that enable the creation of a business. One of the fundamentals is about setting goals. So because we don't have a lot of time today, just going to narrow down and I'll share some slides to just guide the talking through. But one critical part is setting goals. When you have this fantastic idea of what you want to do, it's important to articulate it into a goal that therefore is easier for you to track and follow what it is you want to achieve. More importantly, the people that are going to support you in achieving what it is you want to achieve. Because at the end of the day, no man is an island. No matter how talented or gifted or how much capital you have today in terms of finances, you still need people to work with you. And for people to work with you, they need clarity in what it is that you want to do. So setting goals properly, setting goals that support your effectiveness is one critical aspect of business. So I get the opportunity to speak to a number of people who either want to start the entrepreneurial journey or have been in it. And it's always interesting when we get to the point of talking about what are your goals? What are your goals for this business? What is your approach to setting goals? So it seems like they usually have some thoughts, they have some ideas, but the structure and the way that goal has been articulated sometimes makes a difference to how people are able to come with them to support them to make it happen. So, that's one area that I would say I would say it's very critical, and it's one of the areas that I want us to look at today. If we do have time, so beyond setting goals and setting it properly and communicating those goals to all who may be involved in making that business happen, there's also the cascading the goals, breaking it down, ensuring that the different parts of the business understand what it is we want to do and achieve part time, like on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis, and down to a weekly basis. The second critical thing, it's about the ability to review and course correct, the ability to constantly know that no matter how good your goals are, no matter how well you may have cascaded those goals and broken it down into certain chunks, you must have that fourth element of reviewing and course correct. And in HC Bonham, we recommend a review on a weekly basis. So for any business leader, and indeed anybody that is part of a particular business or a set of goals, it's important to have a process where on a weekly basis you're checking to see how much you are on track to achieve the thing you want to achieve. What are the things you need to course correct or need to do differently if you are not on track? And even if you're on track, what do you do? So we recommend that big picture goal setting, which will be for a year, broken down into quarters and months, and then to have on a weekly basis a review process that you go through to put things on track. So, in a nutshell, those are two critical things. And if it's a good time, if you just let me know, if I can just share, is it a good time for me to share the slides that I have to guide us through talking through this? Okay, I think this is starting from, can you see my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. So, this is just a brief intro of myself. I think this we already covered. Like I said, been doing this for 30 years and more. And also a brief intro of the organization that I work with, HC Bonham Limited. And this is who we are. Simply, we're very, very focused African performance consulting firm. Don't work in all of these countries, like I said, and continue to support through our mission and our vision. We want to be that preferred, and we continue to support organizations to achieve more with their people through a number of ways. These are the different ways we do what we do, either consulting from in the performance management perspective, or coaching, or making your teams more effective. We always like to celebrate our customers. These are some of our customers. And see, they cut across the continent, they cut across various industries, and we're always, always happy to work with these great organizations to make a difference on the continent. We encourage people to connect with us, our website or LinkedIn, or even through Instagram, where intermittently we share insights into what it is that people can leverage to be more of who they want to be. One key thing is this, right? If any business leader wants to succeed, whether in this H2 of 2023 or at all, the key thing is to be willing to learn, to unlearn, and to relearn. we live in a world that it's super dynamic. So it's not enough to know what you know. It's also important to be willing to let go certain things you know. And this is because there's so many new things happening. The dynamics of business keeps changing. And it's also important to be willing to relearn, because some of the things you know, you need to look at them again. And if nothing else, just working with other people and ensuring that your human capital is delivering for you. So the first question to ask anybody who wants to succeed in 2023 is to check, do you have set goals for 2023? And that's the first question. Not that you have an idea of the things you want to achieve, but to ask the question, do you have goals that you have set for 2023? I mean, did you set them in December last year, or did you set them in January? Now, if you do have these set goals, if you have, you then have to review them. Hopefully, you have taken time to review your goals for the second half of the year. I mean, just think like any sports, like a football match. Halftime is always a good time. And being in July and prepared and just having done about almost a few weeks in the second half, it's important to go back to look at goals that you set for the year. And maybe you need to look at those goals differently and really set it up to ensure that you are successful in 2023, in spite of what may be the changes that are going on. So I felt that it's important to be clear on when we say goal, what do we mean? First is that a goal has a fixed time frame and clear results that you want to achieve. A goal captures what is the ambition of a person, what is the ambition of a business, what is the ambition of a team of people, what is the ambition of a community. Because without goals, it becomes challenging. What is our reference point for doing the things that we do? What is the foundation for taking decisions about what we do? That's what makes goals important. Because if you don't have goals, it then becomes like, what exactly are we doing? And when you think about it from a business perspective, if you do not have goals, how do you manage your performance, or indeed the performance of the people around you? It is something that must be discussed, because if you are not managing performance to achieve the goals, what exactly are you doing as a business? So I put all these questions to make us start from the fundamental, because as a business leader or an entrepreneur, you just need to be clear about what are the goals that you want to achieve, and then use that to manage your performance and the performance of people around you. So having goals helps to have clarity. It's the only, you cannot be productive if you don't have goals, because productivity in itself is about the things you do to achieve your desired goals, the goals you have set. Also, when you put together a team of people to work on something, that something has to be the goal, because once you don't have clearly set goals, people will just tend to do what it is that they want to do. So it's also, having goals also support your development as a person, because the desire to do better in achieving your goals is actually what makes you develop yourself. Mary Kay Ash said this many years ago and said that in the absence of clearly defined goals, it's interesting that human beings become strangely loyal to performing daily acts of trivia. So you find that for many people, you are busy doing so much, but the things you have spent your time doing, is it contributing to the achievement of your goals? Otherwise, it's just trivialities. You're just doing stuff. So, Ashina, is it okay for me to just jump into it, because I want to make that we leave our participants, our viewers with something. So we've talked about setting these goals and setting objectives. In AT-Bonum, we know that, I mean, many people are used to the concept of SMART objectives, like, oh, your objectives should be SMART. We agree with that, and also included one thing, I. So we say it's important to set SMART-y objectives. That's objectives or goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant to you, time-bound, and that are inspirational, goals that inspire you. We say that for you, when you think about your goals, in order to make those goals to become objectives, you have to go through a process. And that process is pretty specific and it's scientific almost. The process, and it's also there's an art part to it. So the process of going from I have this goal, I have this intention, I have this ambition, to really getting on the journey is creating those goals and setting objectives. So it has to be set, which means it does not just exist. You have to set it. And when you set it, using these parameters, is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it achievable? Is it relevant? Is it time-bound? Is it inspirational? Usually helps. So I'm going to just jump into it. And I have a video. Shina, I don't know if it's okay to...
Sure, please, go ahead. We
I'll
are
just
here
press
to
that.
learn.
That just kind of encapsulate that. So just let me know if you can hear the audio.
Now, anyone can set a goal, but if you really want to achieve your goals this
Yes,
year,
yes.
setting smart
It's
goals
clear.
can help. This video will teach you how to make your own SMART goals. Now let's get started. A SMART goal is a goal that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. A SMART goal can be behavioral, academic, or social. SMART is a helpful acronym for setting these types of goals, but you don't necessarily have to go through the letters in order. In fact, it can be helpful when brainstorming to start with the S and the T. A specific goal is one that is well-defined and focused. One way to decide if a goal is specific is to ask yourself, can I describe what I want to accomplish in one phrase or sentence? A time-bound goal has a target date to bring it into focus. Here you want to ask yourself, how much time will it take me to reach this goal? A goal that is relevant to you is one that positively influences your life as a unique individual. To decide if a goal is relevant to you, ask yourself, will pursuing this goal prevent me from doing something that may be more important to me? Next, a measurable goal allows you to see the changes you are striving for. To figure out a measurable goal, ask yourself, how am I now and how will I be different? Lastly, an achievable goal is one that is realistic and worth the energy, effort, and change required to achieve it. Consider if your goal fits these parameters by asking, what is my motivation for achieving this goal? Like we said in the beginning, anyone can set a goal, but using the SMART approach for your goals will make your objectives much easier to achieve.
All right. So beyond the goal being SMART, what we also say is make sure your goal is inspirational. Make sure that it inspires you, which means that when you think about having achieved those goals, your heart beats faster. It kind of like makes you know that you are connected to purpose. You know, why are you here on earth? That's so every goal. So whether you are a business leader, an entrepreneur, when you achieve your goals for the year, for you to know that you are on a journey, you have taken another step in your journey to achieving purpose, the purpose which made you set up the business in the first instance, you know, and how much you may have impacted people or your space or your community. Now, there is a simple formula. Let's get into it now. If you want to create an objective and you want to express that objective in a way that is meaningful, there is this simple formula that you can follow. There's 3 parts to it, and that's what we are going to focus on today. Because many people, I get asked the question, how do I know I've set a good goal? How do I know that this goal is one that is going to be easy or easier for my people to key into and to deliver on? And in HC Bonham, we just share this simple formula. The formula has 3 parts, like I said, and the first part is this. Ask yourself, what is the action what do you need to do in this goal, in this objective? What are you going to do? The second part is the object of the action. So in order to achieve your goal, you need to do something. What is it that you need to do? And what are you going to do that thing on? Those first two, the first 2 parts of the equation is just what gets you into the frame of this goal. So if you do you want to increase cost? Do you want to build or complete 3 projects? You know, there's something you are going to do. Do you want to, even on a personal basis, do you want to lose weight? Do you want to improve your capability in something? So there's always something you do in a goal, and there's something you are going to do that thing on. That's the action and the object of the action. The third part of the formula is what actually then takes it home, which is about your measurement method. How will you know that this action you are taking on this object of the action is good, or that you have achieved it? Because setting a goal is about thinking in a future space, how do I need to be? But in that future space, as part of your envisioning process, the clearer and more specific you are, then the easier it will be for you to achieve it. There is nothing makes it harder to achieve a goal than when people don't know what that goal is. But it's not directed. But when people are clear as to what is the goal that they need to achieve, it kind of directs the energy and makes it easier and more effective. So these 3 parts of this formula, very simple. What is the action? What is the object of the action? And how are you going to measure that you have achieved this, your goal? And the measurement methods, there are 4 of them. What is the quality? What is the quantity? What is the cost and the timeline? So it's like to say, for this goal, for me to know that I've achieved this goal, how many of whatever it is will it be? So is it to build 1 house, or is it to build 10 houses? That's quantity. What quality of house do you want to be? Because you find that the quality question in our goal that we have set of the objective usually is the part that could be inspiring. What would be the cost of doing this thing? Because if you don't have cost, then you can't really track how much is too much, and then when do you want to have this achieved? So I have an example here that can help us to think through this. But if you are watching this, I will say use this formula. You can test it on a goal you already have currently set, which is, let's see the example here. The action is to increase. What do you want to increase? Which is the object of the action? Increase production. That's it. You want to increase production. That's the objective. But to make this objective better and clear is to measure it. Now, how are we going to measure this increase in production? By when do we want to increase production? Say this year. Let's say increase production by December 2023. Now, what quantity of increase in the production is the objective? Because you can increase production by 1%, by 50%, by 30%. Which one is the goal? So in this case, we say increase production this year by 10% over last year. So if last year was 100, we want to have 110 this year. If last year was 50, we want to have 55 this year. So this goal, this objective of this business this year is to increase production by 10% over last year. So that's the timeline. Now, you can increase production by 10% over increase. The way to measure, there are different ways to measure quality. In this instance, is that 10% increase over last year should be done while keeping the reject rate. So you're manufacturing something, you're producing. Say there could be reject in terms of the ones that do not meet the quality standard. So you say, I want to increase production by 10% over last year, but I want to be sure that there is not more than 1 out of every 1,000 produced that is rejected, which means I want to have, for every 1,000 I produce, 999 meet the quality standard. That is the quality measurement. And in terms of cost, increase this production by 10% over last year, keeping the this, then I will have achieved my objective. Now, what makes this interesting? At any point in time, as you go through the process of increasing production, you can check how you are doing using these measurement methods. Am I in line to achieve 10% by the end of the year? So whatever goal you may have set for 2023, you already spent half of the year. Where are you relative to your ultimate objective? It does not mean you are 50% of the way. When you set a goal for a year, you have a sense of where you need to be at the end of every month. Are you on track for that? That's the question. July is about to end. We have just about a week to end July, which is the end of the seventh month of the year. Where did you intend to be relative to your goal for the 12th month of the year by the end of the 7th month? So timeline. What quantity do you want to have had? What's the quality that you wanted to maintain? And are you still in line with the cost? So using this simple formula it makes a huge difference in setting goals, not only for you as an entrepreneur or business leader, but it also makes it easier when you are discussing this goal with the people that support you, your direct reports, your partners, your vendors. So anytime you are discussing a goal, the clearer people are on what the goal is, the easier it is for them to achieve it. I know we're going to take questions later, so I'll be looking forward to your questions around this formula or this approach to setting goals. I have a few examples as well on the screen, which I've used this formula to also set goals. So the first example, reduce transportation expenses. Reduce is the action. Object of the action is transportation expenses. These are like typical goals for a business, especially considering what it is that businesses have to deal with across the continent now. So reduce transportation expenses, action, object of the action, by 15%, that's the quantity, within the first half of the fiscal year, that's the timeline, whilst maintaining current delivery timelines, which is the quality. So we don't want to reduce transportation expenses and not achieve the current delivery timeline. That's the quality. And then to improve net income. That's the ultimate objective. The second example is to close. Close being the action. Close what? New client deals. Close new client deals. That's the object of the action. How many new client deals do you want to close? 3. That's the quantity. What is the timeline? End of first quarter FY 2023, right? To achieve revenue target of 20 million, which could also be a quantity, and maintain 25% profit margin. That's the quality goal. That's the quality goal. So we don't want to close new deals that don't have a profit margin of 25%. If you notice in this second example, there is no cost measurement. And that example, I've used it to let you know that the measurement methods, though there are 4 of them, we recommend that at least you get 3 measurement methods in your goal. Sometimes a particular measurement method may not be super critical to that goal, but it's a frame of thinking. It's a frame of thinking about your goal, because if you ask yourself, what are the measurement methods to ensure that this goal is what I want, then you can check through each one. So those are examples, and we'll be looking forward to your questions. The key thing is this: what gets measured gets managed. If you can't measure something, you cannot improve it. You can only improve what you can measure. Just think about it. You cannot improve your revenue unless you've measured your revenue. You cannot improve your profitability unless you are measuring your profitability. You cannot improve your profit unless you are measuring your profit. You cannot improve how you are reducing expenses unless you are measuring that. So measurement is a critical part of goal setting and a critical part of performance, of driving performance. So that's in a large nutshell is goal setting. And this is a critical and important part of achieving goals. You need to set the goal, but beyond setting the goal is setting the goal in a way that ensures that you are able to measure, track, and monitor yourself towards success. So that's the first part. I'm going to stop sharing for a bit, just to, I don't know, can you see? I stopped sharing to just give a break to that process, and hopefully our audience have been able to grab something from that, and we can test using the formula.
Thank you very much, Larry, for, I mean, if we went to Harvard, I'm not sure that we could have gotten it better. There are lots and lots of people across various stages of their entrepreneurship journey watching us across the world. But more importantly, for our fellow entrepreneurs in Nigeria, we are at a critical phase in the history of our nation, where there's a call on those army of entrepreneurs to be able to continue to add value in terms of creativity, in terms of innovation, in terms of efficient and productive contributions to our economy. You've highlighted some of the key parameters for measurement and goal setting and all of that. From your experience across Africa and other markets and jurisdictions, what have you seen that basically accounts for challenges that businesses have, particularly small businesses, with being able to ensure that they not only set goals, but they're constantly keeping track of their goals? And there's one very important concept that I learned from you from way back. Please, in explaining or giving those answers, please engage with us on the concept of course correction. When in the middle of the year, if we set business or corporate or some other life goals at the beginning of the year in January, and we're in the middle now, we take a look back and say, oh, I'm still very far away from realizing this 2023 goals. How can we do course correction?
Thank you, Shina. So the key thing is, see, being an entrepreneur, I will say, for you to choose to be an entrepreneur, it means that some people say you have to be crazy to want to be an entrepreneur, because, but I think it means that you are a visionary, means you're able to see something that does not exist. One. Two, you choose to go on that journey to create. I mean, look at you, Shina, what you have done with this organization, Technology Times. I remember when this was an idea for you. I remember when it was just a vision you had, and this was many, many years ago. And yet you decided you were going to step into it and create this thing. So the process of being an entrepreneur, you have to realize, is that you are creating something out of nothing. Now, in order to do that, you then need to set goals to make this something out of nothing to become something, right? Now, when you have envisioned, you have set the goals that will take you there. There is no way you are going to get to where you want to go without facing challenges. So challenges are what entrepreneurs eat for breakfast. Every day you wake up as an entrepreneur, there's a challenge. There is something you need to solve. And that's why entrepreneurs have to be leaders. And one thing that leaders do is solve problems. Otherwise, there's no need to be a leader. And when I say leader, I mean business leader, community leader, political leader. That is what you do every day. You wake up and you solve problems. And you solve problems that move you more towards the goal or the objective. So as a business, as an entrepreneur, you have set certain objectives. Because if you solve problems that move you towards your objective, because otherwise there wouldn't be problems. That is, traffic is not a problem unless the traffic is preventing you from getting to your meeting on time. That's what makes traffic a problem. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of people who are on the road. It's not a problem to you if you don't have anywhere to get to. Traffic, there could be traffic in front of your office, but you don't have anywhere to get to until later in the day. That traffic is not a challenge for you, it's not a problem. So the key thing is this: the reason we have challenges and we need to solve them as entrepreneurs is because things happen that may prevent us from achieving our goal. Now, to the concept of course correction, it's wrapped around the concept of accountability. And accountability, simply defined from an HC Bonham and a performance consulting perspective, is what we do to review our situation. So as an entrepreneur, even as just a human being, as a professional, you should always read. We set out to have this webinar. We wanted to achieve certain things, which is share some insights with business leaders and entrepreneurs. That was the objective. At this point, you can stop and review and say, okay, have we achieved our set objective? And if the answer is yes, then based on the review, just looking at the situation right now, we've shared something, then okay, great, we have shared something. Have we achieved our objective? Yes, but have we achieved all of our being? And based on what you see, you then course correct. Course correction means getting back on course. So if I look at the time now and look at how much we still have to deliver, I can course correct by reducing the content that I want to share while still focusing on achieving the objective. So as a business leader, as an entrepreneur, you need to review your business. And reviewing your business means reviewing your goals. That's why I say it's important. If you don't have goals that are well set, there's nothing to review. So review and say, I set a goal to achieve a certain amount of revenue. Have I achieved it? If yes, yay, celebrate. Celebrate the fact that you have achieved it. To achieve my goals for the rest of the year, which means as at this time in July, I wanted to have achieved a certain amount of revenue and I have achieved it. Yay. What now? The course correction is, how do I stay on course to make sure that I achieve my goals as I set it for the rest of the year? Now, if you review your and find out that I'm not where I'm supposed to be, it's okay, right? Okay, in terms of at a minimum, you know you are not where you're supposed to be. The biggest challenge I see as a performance consultant is that many businesses don't know where they are. Review. Now that you realize you are not where you want to be, the question is, what will you do to get back on course? That's the course correction. Correct yourself to be on course to achieve your intended objective. So it's about accountability. Accountability has two parts: review and course correction. If you review and you don't course correct, you have not been accountable. If you cannot even course correct without reviewing and going back, and reviewing means you review relative to your goals. So you see how it all ties together. Now, in the dynamic world that we are in HC Bonham, we recommend a process of doing this review on a weekly basis. So you set goals for a year, you break it down into quarters, then you narrow down into a month. So what do you want to achieve in the month of July, right? But the month of July is 30 days, 4 weeks. You don't wait until the end of the month of July to course correct. And that's why we recommend on a weekly basis. Now, some people say, oh, I can also course correct on a daily basis. Yes, you can, but you'll find out that the time and space you need for course correction sometimes on a daily basis is too narrow. There's only so much you can do in a day in terms of course. There is, but when you look at it from a weekly perspective, which means you are narrowing down your planning to weeks. Every week, what do you intend to achieve? So the concept of the weekly review, we find as one of the most powerful behavior that a leader, entrepreneur, or indeed any professional can have. This weekly review is a meeting with yourself. It's probably your most important meeting for the week, Of course, other meetings, you are meeting with customers, you are meeting with suppliers. Those meetings are good. But if you don't do this meeting with yourself to actually get yourself set up and check, this meeting with yourself, which usually takes about an hour and a half, and I recommend to everybody, block time in your calendar. Block time now. Choose which day is the best day for you to do this exercise. Morning, where you check yourself to say, okay, are my goals in view? Because remember, if you set your goals and you don't keep them in focus, you just put it aside. And many people have that challenge as well. They're like, no, yes, I set my goals, right? But is it in focus? Are you working your goals? They're like, well, so the key thing about a weekly review is that it lets you notice what's working and what should you course correct. Now, what are the steps to completing a weekly review? Because like I said in Etibono, we like to keep it practical. We don't just talk concepts. The way to review a week is to reflect on the week that just ended. I mean, today being Tuesday, right? There's what you did last week. So what are the things you do? You take a time, you stop and look at, what did I do last week? So typically for me, I do this on Sunday. So I go back and look at what did I do on Monday? And because I use my calendar, my Microsoft Outlook calendar, I must say, to plan my time, I actually go back and look at it, and then maybe my notebook, and look at what did I do on Monday actually? Okay, I had my team meeting, I did this, I had the meeting. Is there anything from what I did on Monday that I accomplished what I wanted? Oh, yes, I did. Celebrate. Is there something that is outstanding from that Monday? It's okay. It is a week is good because you can still remember. If you are trying to remember what you did last month, chances are that you won't. But if you look at it on a weekly basis, what did I do on Monday? Which meetings did I achieve? What promises did I make? What goals did I want to achieve for Monday? If you achieved it, celebrate. If not, acknowledge that disappointment, which means, Monday, I wanted to talk to Sheena, or I did not. Okay, make a note of it. Look at Tuesday, look at Wednesday, look at Thursday, look at Friday, look at Saturday. So that's what I do. Every day, I look at my calendar and say, what did I intend to achieve? That is what did I intend to achieve. Sometimes you find that you achieved something that was not even in your plans. That's good. Celebrate that. But also acknowledge the things that you intended to achieve that you did not achieve. Very important. When you have done that for the entire week, which means that you have taken time to review your week, look at your week again. Now, in that review, you also identify, okay, is there something I did well? Maybe the fact that I left early for my meeting, or I went to this meeting with my materials ready. It's you. Learn from yourself, because you don't only learn from others. Sometimes the best person to learn from is yourself. Identify what are the things that you did that worked well. It's very important. And then identify the things you need to do differently. Please make sure you identify the things you did well first, because many people tend to only learn from their mistakes. I say don't only learn from your mistakes, also learn from your successes. Because when you think about what you did to be successful, then you can think about how you are going to do it again, or apply it even in a different circumstance. So please don't only learn from your mistakes, learn from your successes. And that's what the concept of a weekly review. Now, after you've reviewed the week, which means you've celebrated your accomplishments, you've acknowledged disappointments, you've identified things that you need to do that you didn't do, and you've identified the things you did well. At that point is now the time to go and look at your goals. At that point, you stop. So you've reviewed last week. You are clear on what needs to be done from last week. Now go and look at your goals, the goals you set for the year, for the quarter, and for the month. When you look at the goal, then you can see, that's when you track and monitor. Am I on track? So maybe you have 5 goals. Am I on track with my goal 1, revenue? I'm not on track. What am I going to do? Make a note of that. Check your second goal. Oh, you are trying to lose weight. Oh, you wanted to be more in touch with your family. Am I on track? Okay, maybe I need to call my cousin. Make a note of it. Reviewing the week and reviewing your goals are two critical aspects of the weekly review. What did I do last week? What are the things that are important to me on a big scale, the big picture? When you review the two and you capture actions or activities, the things you need to do, then you have completed a key part of review. Now, the process of course correcting is then you planning next week. Because remember, now you have a week ahead of you that is an opportunity for you to get back on course. So your course correction is for the entire week. Sometimes it can be beyond the week, but at a minimum, plan your next week, which you then say, what am I going to do on Monday? Sometimes you have things you already scheduled. It's your opportunity to determine, are those things really priority? Should I really be doing them? You check, you have to tell yourself. It's an opportunity to prioritize again, because now you have a list of things that has come from you reviewing your last week and you reviewing your goals. Now you have a list of the things you need to get done. Now compare that to what you had planned and you choose, is this a priority for you? Just like Shina said, during this session with me, I decided on Sunday that this is a priority. It's important because in my line of work, I think it's important to always give back, to always share what we are seeing. So it was decided that this is priority for this time. Tuesday morning, I'm going to be here. This is the best use of my time right now. And then there are other things I will do. Just that, oh, Monday I'll do this Tuesday. What time on Monday will I do this? What time on Tuesday? And you better be using a calendar, a digital calendar. Whichever product it is, it doesn't matter. I use Microsoft Outlook, and you can, of course, figure out why. But using that calendar and seeing, this is my plan for the week. So constantly, I'm reviewing my week because I have a view of my week, not just a view of my day, a view of my week. Now, when you finish planning your week, I guarantee you are going to have this sense of achievement already, because now you know. Now, the beauty of planning a week is that there could be certain things you want to do on Tuesday that you missed. You can still get it done on Thursday. The important thing is, on a weekly basis, am I achieving the things that I want to do? So what you may want to do, if you've done this weekly review, is to have a report for yourself, which means whichever way you want to do it. What are those things that you want to do? What is your view of it? Can you look at it? Can you see it? So I can share with you that I've been doing this for many, many years. I've been doing this since 2001, this weekly review basis. Every week, thinking about what did I achieve last week? What are my goals for the month, for the quarter, for the year? And therefore, what is my plan for next week? I can tell you that it's not every time that you achieve everything you want to do in the week, but at a minimum, you can track. Did you achieve 50% of your intentions? Did you achieve 80% of your intentions for the week? And on a weekly basis, you can track. I assure you one thing, the more you are achieving what you intended, the more successful and the more productive you are. But let's do it on a weekly basis. This is the critical aspect. No matter how well you set your goals, if you are not reviewing and monitoring how you're tracking, you just have a great idea. But reviewing on a weekly basis, I have found, and I've shared this with so many professionals and leaders, that they have come back to say, yes, this process makes a huge difference to my ability to achieving what I want. So, Shina.
Thank you very much.
That,
yeah. There's one subject matter that no business today can run away from. Pre-COVID, we could pretend that technology didn't matter in achieving business efficiency. But today, we've come to see that since COVID, by whatever name you call it, whether e-commerce or any other buzzword, there are new customers, the Gen Z guys, the digital natives who probably may not visit a storefront in Computer Village. They will sit in the comfort of their homes and order and get those orders delivered to their doorstep. What am I saying essentially? I'm saying that technology today drives business. And what we've also seen is that it's a challenge for people in business in our parts of the world to do a rapid pivoting of their business towards that space. Can you please do us an overview of how technology is changing the business landscape and how people in business, particularly small businesses and SMEs, can leverage technology to achieve productivity, efficiency, profitability, and more importantly, agility and competitiveness? Thank you.
Thank you, Shino. I know that you know that I've been an advocate for technology for many, many years. So I don't even understand today if somebody is running a business and you're not leveraging technology. See, as a performance consultant today who used to do technology and be a technology solutions person, I can tell you that if you are not leveraging technology, please mark my words, say leveraging technology, because on the other extreme are also people who think that technology is going to do everything for them. No, it is you as a person that should leverage technology. And what does leverage mean? Gives you an advantage. It helps you. So if you are not leveraging technology for your business today, what I can say is you are doing it in a very hard way. And there are easier ways. And the thing about technology, about business, is that you always, again, like I said, you're always solving problems. You're always taking on challenges. You're always taking decisions. And technology provides those many options. I'll tell you, if you have a phone, you have technology, irrespective of the type of phone, right? Today, as a small business, one of the things that will give you an advantage is technology. And I'm not saying expensive technology. Please, let's be clear. I say first, my take is that first and foremost is you. You are the first and most important piece of your business, your mindset, your approach, and your practices. Your mindset. What's your mindset about yourself? What's your mindset about your business? What's your mindset about other people? That's where it starts. And part of that mindset is understanding that the pieces of it's easier, much, much easier to access technology. Your mind phone. So first is mindset. Secondly is your approach. How do you want to use this thing? What do you want to use it for? Let me tell you something as simple as using reminders on your phone. Reminders. Because it lets you, there is only so much you can keep in your head as an entrepreneur. Even if you have somebody you're asking to remind you, there's only so much they can keep in their heads. Of course, yes, you can have a notebook and write it on. By the way, a pen and paper is a piece of technology, just to put it broadly. But if you have your phone and use your phone to remind you of the things that are important, that's you leveraging technology in its simplest form. However, you find that, it's like, imagine back in the day when booking a ticket to travel meant you had to go to the airport or go to a travel agent to get a piece of paper. Now you can sit and do that on your phone. So I like to keep things simple. The mindset, right, thing is that what is in your business today, whatever your business is, what can you do in an easier way that generates more revenue for you, reduces profit, or what we call increased performance? What can technology do? Something as simple as doing things virtually. Like Shino said, COVID, before this, some of us had been doing things virtually, but I know that COVID brought a lot more people into the fold of accepting that doing things virtually is okay. It's not everything you can do virtually, but there are those things you can. So in thinking through technology, I would say for every entrepreneur, for every business leader, it's about you stepping back. And during your weekly review is a good time to actually do this kind of thinking. What can you do with technology? Is it managing the database of your customers? Because sometimes it's like, I don't have this and that. No, if you have any spreadsheet, Excel or any other type of spreadsheet, you can manage the database of your customers. It's as simple as that. Technology is not only the big things. Sometimes it's the small pieces of technology, but beyond technology is you and your mindset and your approach to using technology. One of the things we find also being a training organization is that we find that many people are afraid of technology, not so much the younger generation. They embrace technology, but you find that some of the people in the older generation, they just do not see how can I use this thing. I say, don't be afraid, try. And for those who embrace technology, please be mindful. What are you using that technology for? Are you using technology to achieve your goals? Or you are just using technology for use sake? That is a question that you need to answer. And that again, when you get into that space on a weekly basis where you are checking yourself, you need to ask the question. So simply, this is a chino. Technology has come to stay. It's part of our lives. It has always been for a long time. The difference, in my opinion, is that now we are much more as individuals or as leaders in control of the technology than before. And the fact that you are able to control the technology also means that you are able to better suit it to achieve your goals versus somebody else's or you're just using. So key question, are you using technology? What are you using it for? And is it enabling you to achieve your goals? That's what I would say. And once you can answer those, there are many, many solutions out there. Just have a conversation with someone and there's a technology solution out there that will support what you are trying to do. That's it,
Thank you
I hope
very
that
much,
answers the
Larry.
question.
You've talked extensively about technology. We've talked extensively about setting goals. We've talked extensively about looking at the first half of the year and trying to, and adopting the usually very time-proven techniques and strategies for course correction and all of these things. The important question I would like to ask you is, we've seen a number of businesses across our landscape start up and all of that, and then they fizzle out of the game. How can people in business, because increasingly you're finding out that there's need for more and more people to go into business, either they're looking for an extra stream of income or, like they say, side hustles and all of that. How can you do this and do it sustainably, proficiently, and profitably along that entrepreneurship journey?
Okay, I'm like they say, because I'm very careful about quoting data. It is said that 1 out of every 5 businesses that start, don't last up to 5 years or something of the sort, especially small and medium businesses. But definitely, yes, it's true. We find many businesses closing up, especially when economic times are hard, as it is now, generally on the continent and specifically in Nigeria. Here is my take. If you want to start a side hustle, you want to be an entrepreneur, the first question you must ask yourself is this: what problem am I solving? It is just a simple thing. Are you solving a problem? And what is the problem I'm solving? 2, who are the people that have this problem? Who are they? Right? So, I mean, there's so many challenges around us on this continent, man. There's so many challenges. You see, many. So it's around you. That's why I said to be an entrepreneur, you have to be visionary. You have to see a problem, see how you can solve it, and see how you can create value from it. Now, that value could be money, could be service, could be whatever, anything else. It's up to you. But are you solving a problem? And who are you solving the problem for? Those are the fundamental questions. Now, how are you going to solve this problem in a way that people are willing to pay you for solving that problem? So there are many. I've had the privilege to talk to many entrepreneurs. I mean, I talked to a guy once who started a dry cleaning or laundry business. And he said it was simple. I noticed that people go to work. I'm in a very urban metropolitan area. People don't have time to do their laundry. And I decided to solve that problem. Like, okay, good. How much are you going to charge for solving this problem that will reward you for the value you are giving the people? Solve problems, think of value. The thing you are doing, do people find it valuable? How much value do you put on what you're doing? How much value do your customers put on what you're doing? Many people tend to think price. I encourage value, because you'll notice that no matter how tight things get, people still pay for value, whatever that value is. People will still pay for value. People will still eat. People will still move around. There are still those things that people will spend the money they have on, because those things are valuable to them. Now, the challenge is this. If the service you are providing is not a priority for people, which means they do not really connect or see the value from it, then that will be one of the things that will go away from their list of what they prioritize as valuable that they put their money into. That's what happens. If you have many people providing the same service and yours is not of superior value, even if you charge a lower price, ultimately people are going to switch to the one that has more value. Because if it's not of value, the value that delivers what they want, they may pay a lower price, but they will get disappointed. And disappointment is something that people don't forget. So, in terms of this challenge of businesses starting, businesses folding up, I think this is something that's always happened. It has been. But also, we must also not forget there are businesses that have stood the test of time. There are businesses that have remained around. What is it about those businesses? I think that businesses who take time to review and course correct. This is what I know. And you'll find that so long as you continue to review and course correct, what you started out as your original business idea may not be what is your current business idea. Or it may be the same business idea, but you have been able to course correct and figure out different and new ways to do what you do that adds more value to your customer and therefore increase and sustain what you're doing. So for me, sustainability is very connected to accountability. Being accountable yourself, which is reviewing and course correcting. So long as you are reviewing and you are course correcting and you are thinking through. I get to coach many business leaders that you find that they are such staunch and strong believers in their idea of what their business is that they are not willing to course correct. That sometimes is the challenge. You believe because you can see people are doing this and they are making money from it. Yes, they are. But that does not mean you can make money from it, because you may not be doing the same thing as they are doing. So I would say to sustain a business means that the leader of that business, the entrepreneur, must be willing to review and course correct. If your ultimate aim, objective, goal is to serve a particular group of customers, give them value in exchange for money, then you have to constantly review and course correct that. Are you still delivering value to this set of people? Is your value now desired by another set of people? That approach, that mindset of always thinking through and being willing. So there was a time it was easy to just import stuff, bring it in, sell to people. And the advantage or the value that was provided is access. The ability to access something from a different client, bring it into your client, and being able to sell it to people who otherwise did not have access. Technology has changed that game. Now everybody has access, but some people have to bring it, even though those people still have access. The process of bringing it, especially if it's a tangible good, has still remained. Hence, logistics. Somebody needs to bring it. So now it's no longer you selling it to them, it's you bringing it. So people who maybe were selling before may have pivoted into now bringing it. I just use that as a simple example. Whatever is your business, the business of training, there was a time that training meant putting people in a classroom. They had to travel, come to a place. The teacher, facilitator, or lecturer had to come to a place, and then learning happened, which then we say is training, and there was payment for it. Today, that has changed. People do not want to travel to a place in order to learn. In fact, people may not even learn from another human being. As learning continues to happen, yes. As value, people continue to deliver value through learning, yes. But is it happening the way it was happening before? No. So to those who course corrected, figured out a way to still deliver value, they are the ones that have sustained their business. So, Shina, that's my thinking about sustainability. It still goes back to reviewing and course correcting.
Thank you very much. In the course of your answer, you did dwell in part on. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm here.
Great. I said in the course of your response, you did dwell in part on the importance of leadership, and that naturally takes us to the next question, being on May 29, the leadership of our country fell upon President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And in his inauguration speech, he did indicate that that his administration will accord priority to the digital economy as a rail for job creation. Specifically, he did mention the creation of 1 million jobs across the nook and cranny of Nigeria. If you were to advise or provide suggestions to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on realizing this ambitious target and goal and vision, what would be your advice to the president?
Okay, interesting. I remember hearing that, and of course, any country today that is not focused on the digital economy is on a long thing, like they say. You know, it's no longer a nice to have; it is now an essential thing. So, see, my take about thinking through what is a digital economy, I will say it's back to thinking about who we are as, you know, as a country, and what are those areas that are areas of growth. Because at the end of the day, technology just enables and supports growth. That's what it does. It helps to make things easier. So when you think digital, so if it's making things easier, if it's making things better, then that's what makes it important, not technology for technology's sake. And you find that there are different layers to enable. So I will say, if I were to advise, there needs to be a group of people who are focused on the digital infrastructure. The digital because infrastructure is like building a road. When you have a nice road that is built to a particular area, it's not just access to the area, even opportunities start to come up. So first thing is the digital infrastructure we have as a country. Today, our digital infrastructure runs on the cellular network and now fiber network. There are many private companies that are operating in that area. There are things like, I would say simple things like, the ease of doing business. Nigerians are entrepreneurial, want to invest. But if I have to spend most of my time getting right of way, permits, and all of that. So, and these are things. So I'm a firm believer in that the public sector should be an enabler. That's it. Especially for a country that has lots of entrepreneurial energy like Nigeria. Enable. I will say, if we do reforms in the public sector to enable things like, because even if I want to be an entrepreneur and I want to invest in the digital infrastructure of the country, one of the biggest challenges we face sometimes consulting for companies like this, in addition to the people, is just the ease of doing business. So if it is something that can be done, how can we make it easier? And let me tell you my take on it. When people say government this, government that, I tend to think differently. Who are the people in government that are causing these problems? It's usually not the president or the minister. People say, yes, ultimately they are accountable as leaders. I agree. But it is fellow Nigerians who are involved in that process of granting these permits or doing these things that is business. Those people, there needs to be some accountability around that. They also need to have goals, KPIs. Because I find out sometimes what is the challenge is that people do not understand what is their goal by being in a particular seat. So reforms around ease of doing business that support building a digital infrastructure. It is challenging, but it is not impossible. It's a specific focus on what are the things that we need to do to enable businesses in building a digital infrastructure. From a government perspective, is permits. Because once you have permits, funding, I don't think funding is the challenge because there's access to funding. I happen to have the privilege to consult for a number of infrastructure companies. They have, in terms of solving their human capital problems, but I also see these challenges from public sector. That's the first thing. Second thing I will advise is, when we're thinking digital economy, what exactly is that? What is that? I would say 3 areas: agriculture, and I know there's a focus. How can an agriculture, people will say agriculture, what is technology going to do in agriculture? Sometimes I get that question. It's not so much the planting. Oh, there's technology in terms of farm equipment and information. But the ease of getting things that are grown and produced somewhere to the place where the market is, that's one. Going down the value chain, this thing has been produced. How can it be made in a way that it's easy to be stored or is processed? That value chain. So agriculture as an area. Then for me, when I think digital economy, I would like to the areas of growth. Entertainment in terms of movies, in terms of music. Today, Nigerians are excelling in these areas. Let's take music. It is a business. It is something that resides it is part of the digital economy because music is mostly distributed through streaming, right? And it is something that people will consume and something that as Nigerians we export. But just think about it in terms of infrastructure. How do we grow that industry from supporting it from a digital economy and also the infrastructure? Where is the infrastructure to have big time concerts, right? So I say, if you want to look at digital economy, let's look broadly. So where is the infrastructure? We have stadia across the country, but those stadia are not effective. Bottom line, there are very few many stadiums. Go to almost every capital in the country has one, but it's not an effective one. It's not being properly utilized. I'm not saying make it modern and all of that, but a stadium is a place where you gather people to share with them a service or a product, and they are willing to pay for, right? But think about the process of bringing people together, the process of payment, the process of logistics. These are all things that technology can play a part. But there needs to be that product and there needs to be that location. Just as an example, think of sports. If you think about it, Nigerians invest a lot in the Premiership, in Bundesliga, in La Liga. Nigerians are investing in that. They are emotionally invested, therefore they follow through with their money. If we create the same product can be created in our country, and it's exciting, some of the things that are happening, but it's simple. You need people to come. Now, digital economy is how do we use the technology to enable those things to happen. People need to go there. They need to transport themselves there. When they get there, they are going to eat, because people are just focused on watching Manchester United and Arsenal play. But do we think about all of the business that is happening at the background? Do we think about how much is being paid for the right to view that thing? When you go to a viewing center and you pay, you are paying to see a product. When you drink or eat while you are viewing, you are also paying, you are supporting that product. So for me, the digital economy is about how do we first focus on the infrastructure, then how do we create those products? Nigerians will create the products. Government just needs to provide that enabling environment. So the ease of doing the businesses that ride on the digital economy. Because digital economy is generally just economy, in my opinion. Because there's no aspect of life today that you don't have technology playing, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's banking or financial services, whether it's entertainment, whether it's sports. I mean, when you see technology at play there. So the thinking through the digital economy, primarily is the infrastructure. Secondly is creating things that enable creation of products that the digital systems will drive, and therefore drives the economy. And also the final part, the people. How do we support people? So digital economy for me also connects to education. What kind of education are we giving? If that is the end product, what kind of education are we giving? So these are things that they are not new solutions. I don't believe that Larry Onosia is going to come up with these new solutions. We have talked about them for so long, and all people have written papers, but I think it's a question of focus on removing those challenges, enabling the people, the person who sits in charge of permits, enabling that person to know that their job is not creating obstacles for people to get the permit. Their job is enabling people to get the permit. Within reason, once they meet the criteria, it is to enable, not to prevent. And when those permits are issued, ensuring that things are regulated so that those things happen, because then that's when we create that economy, be it digital or otherwise, which I think cuts across. And even they, as people who enable, can benefit from it, and their children can benefit from it. So digital economy, yes, but again, it goes back to a big issue around mindset, the infrastructure, the people that are playing in that space, and the products.
Thank you very much, Larry, for those very insightful perspectives and insights that you have shared with us today. We will keep the conversation going. Like I said at the beginning of this session, it's one of the series of thought leadership engagements that Technology Times will continue to promote as a way of making very useful contributions to the growth of entrepreneurship, to the growth of businesses across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. And we're very, very glad and thankful to you for deciding to share time out with us today, for deciding to share of the wealth of your knowledge gathered over several markets, Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. On behalf of the Technology Times team, I want to thank you so very much for that most wonderful act of contributions to business in Nigeria and contributions to humanity. Are there some final thoughts that you would like to share with us today before we wrap up?
Yeah, that's, first is to say thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. As you know, we continue to have these conversations because we believe that that's where it starts. And the more we talk about it, the more it, I believe, opens people's minds. But more importantly, it's that what we do about it. So my final thoughts are this, right? Times are challenging, fact. I don't even know any time that times were not challenging, actually. So I think that to be expecting that there will be no challenges is choosing not to be a leader, not to be, that and leadership starts with self. Self-leadership. We have to first lead ourselves. Times are challenging. I think everybody needs to really, really spend some time figuring out how are they going to cope with these challenges. And because of that, it's time to really, really go back and revisit what exactly is driving you. What are the goals and objectives you have set for yourself? That's primary. It may be time to review those goals and course correct and reset them. That's one. Two is to not just stop at setting, like I said, to always go back and review what have I done that is working, what is it I can do differently, and not make it about anything or anybody else. We can blame government, we can blame we can blame whoever, but there is your piece in it. And that's my thing. What is your piece in it? Your piece, you owe it to yourself to at least make sure you are positioning yourself to be better at this game. Again, things are tough, but it's something that should just make us tougher. So my final thoughts are that everybody needs to own and be a leader in their own space. With the few tips that I've shared, I hope that it kind of makes it better and easier and more effective for us to cope with whatever it is that we want to cope with. So that's it in a nutshell. And again, to say thank you to the Technology Times crew and the team, and to just say that the 2023 can still be a great year for anybody. It depends on the goals you have set. If you achieve your goals, then it's been a great year. And I can tell you one thing for free. If on a weekly basis, you do a review and you identify what are the 3 things that you have achieved in the previous week. Every week, when you do that weekly review, just identify 3 things that you achieved that previous week, 3 things that went well for you. And if you look, you will find. If you look, you will find. Identify those 3 things, write them down, capture somewhere, and just imagine if on a weekly basis, you have 3 things, accomplishments that you have. In a year, you have about 150 things because there are 52 weeks in a year. So even if you miss some weeks, there is no way that if you're able to find in your life over 100 accomplishments, there is no way that it cannot be a good year. It's not every week that will be good, but if you can find, and that is the mental space that I believe will be supportive of you in achieving your goals for the year rather than the alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry. Have a wonderful day, and we will play the Oliver twist. We will still come back to you sometimes in the not too distant future. Have a wonderful day, and thank you everyone who was part of this session all across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. We will continue to do more and more of this to grow business across Nigeria, to grow business across the nook and crannies of our country, and to assist our entrepreneurs to continue to undertake that journey. It's a journey that will continue to test the limit of your imagination, creativity, and all of that. But as Larry has shown us, it's a journey that's worth the while. It's a journey that will contribute in no small measure to building and contributing to Nigeria, and collectively We will build that Nigeria of our vision. Again, thank you very much for being part of today's edition of Technology Times Live. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Shina. Bye.
Morning, Uloma.
Hello. How you doing? I
First
can
of
see you.
all, before we start off today's program, let me apologize to all our viewers across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond for the late start of today's edition of Technology Times Live. So much time has been spent, and I won't want to belabor the conversation. Without taking any extra time, can we please welcome our thought leadership speaker for today on Technology Times Live to basically delve into the subject matter. That's question that has continued to occupy the mind of business thinkers, business owners, as well as people interested in business as to whether artificial intelligence, machine learning, or any other technology can replace the human element in the customer service delivery. Today we have someone who's very well versed in that subject matter to basically address that raging question and raging debate. And it's my pleasure to introduce the CEO of Centric Culture, Mrs. Uloma Miano, who has graciously and gladly decided to share with us today pro bono with all of you. I must underscore that she accepted to do this pro bono. If you were attending any of our courses, they usually come in very hefty amount because of the value that you'll be getting. She's doing this for us pro bono, and we're very glad to have her here today. Uloma, the time has been so much well spent. I won't belabor the subject matter. Let me hand over to you to first of all do a self-introduction to our viewers across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. How did you start this journey, the passion for customer service and the improvement of the consumer experience? And I know that you have this mantra that you always leave organizations and individuals that interact with you and your brand better than cake. Over to you, Lorna. Thank you again for joining us today.
Okay, thank you very much. This is an absolute pleasure to do because I'm facing two different passions, present and past, passion, and a present and future passion. Centric Culture has always been in the business of looking at organizations in a certain way. But before I go into that, let me talk about myself a little. My name is Uloma, and I am a wife, mother, CEO, and author most recently. And I have a book called Guilty But for Grace that I hope I'll have the opportunity to talk about as we carry on. But more importantly, at least for the purpose of this discussion, I am the CEO of Centric Culture. And what we have done in the, odd 19, 20 years that we've been in existence is to look at the efficiency of the workplace, to look at workplace dynamics, to think about issues like, communication within the workplace, employee satisfaction, and the culture, or the culture in an organization. So that has led us to become very involved in organizational culture consulting, and of course, most of the soft skills training. So you'd find us train on things like, leadership, sales and marketing, and so on. Now, why and how did we get into the business of customer service or customer experience management? In my background, just before I set up Centric Culture, that used to be Customer Centricity Limited at the time, I was marketing manager in Microsoft, and that, you can imagine, exposed me to a lot of very interesting, things about what was happening in the technology world and so on. Now, I'm not a technology person. I'm really a marketing person. So I was viewing technology from the point of view of marketing, products and so on. And prior to that, I was the communications manager at the British Council. And my life before that really was in agency work. I was in an agency called Tequila, which was a direct marketing agency. And that was predominantly what my beginning of this journey was, because in direct marketing, we had a lot of work that we did in terms of database marketing. And what that opened my eyes to was the issue of customer relationship management and what could be done with that at the time, in the country. So setting up Customer Centricity Limited at the time was to see how I could extend this need, because I could see that the need existed, to very intentionally address the customer service issues that were already in the country at the time, especially with the advent of the telcos and so on. So that's how we set up, and that's how we began to train, and that's how we began to develop, and that's how we got to where we are now. So for me, talking on this particular topic is both a challenge and a joy, because I have always been intrigued, by the whole concept of artificial intelligence. And I'm hoping that in the course of today, I'll be able to also demystify it, as I have demystified it for myself, for everybody else, so that we can stop thinking that there's some, witches from the village that are artificial intelligence. Maybe there are, maybe there are not, but let's have that discussion together this morning. That's really what I want for us to achieve. So Shino, was that an opening that you expected, or you want me to just go ahead?
Thank you very much, Norma. That was a fantastic opening. And maybe I'll throw the first question, which is essentially, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'll throw the first question, which is essentially around the fact that when we talk about customer service, okay, customer service today has quite a number of spin-off around it, the customer journey, customer experience, and all of that. What it basically underscores is that the customer is at the heart of any business. More often than not, people who go, or people planning to go into business, or people who currently have businesses, always tend to lose sight of that basic foundational principle behind the success of behind any successful business. Can you please briefly explain to us why the customer is at the heart of any business, and why that process of customer service is critical for business success, either in the past, today and hopefully will always be in future.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think you have pretty much already alluded to the answer to that question, because there is really no business without the customers, period. And that is the reason why the customers are that important. So if you're running a business and what you're doing is chasing your customers away, then you need to really go and ask yourself if you shouldn't be going to Yaba lifts where they can check your psychiatric levels and things like that, because it's like suicidal to not understand that the customer is the focus, and the customer is the money, and the customer is who you need to always go after if you want to run a profitable and sustainable business. So it's a no-brainer. What usually does happen is that people lose sight of that when the heat is on, when the day starts, when business starts, when the heat of the moment arises, then people begin to lose sight of some of the things that are, critical to making sure that the customer is not just satisfied, but actually delighted. If you want to stay competitive, then what you want to involve yourself in is in how much you can retain your customers. That should be, the most important, aspect of marketing. So it's not even about how many new customers you get. It's about how much of that you retain. That's what makes you a going concern. So and we have tried in every way possible to explain, to marketing people, to explain to organizations that there has to be a very intentional strategy on customer retention. And you'll find that a fallout of that, therefore, are things like, customer service ability or enhanced customer service culture. And that's really what, at the end of the day, drives things. So it's a, first of all, and fundamentally, simply because the customer is the money. And if you're in business and you're not going after the money, I don't know what you're in business for. Yeah. I don't know if this is a good time to just test and see if my slides will show just before you go into another question, right? Okay.
Fantastic.
Is it
It's
showing?
showing up now. Fantastic.
Excellent. Yeah, fancy that. So, okay. Sorry, I'll just go back. I had to close the other page. If you don't mind, let me just.
Please, I'm sure that our viewers will be enriched by the slides, so we'll wait for it.
Okay. I think the slide is up now.
Yes, the slide is up, and I think that you can take us through it. I think you can take us through the slides.
I think I'll be a lot more comfortable doing that. So let me just start by maybe saying this disclaimer, and my disclaimer really is I am not an AI specialist. I am not even a techie. I don't, I'm not a technology person, but I dare say that I am a technology user. And where AI is concerned, I like to say that I am not only an avid user of AI. I actually have employed, my Tweedledee and Tweedledum. So Tweedledee is ChatGPT, and Tweedledum is Microsoft Bing. And I always have both of them open, whenever I'm doing anything, because ChatGPT is my special advisor, and Microsoft Bing is my personal assistant. And somewhere between the two of them, I get all the efficiency that I need to be able to churn out the work that I do, the documentation that I need to do, and so on and so forth. So that's me. So I am not one of the people who shy away from AI. I use it and I use it well. So in the course of this presentation, I'll be talking about, how and what that really, means, what kind of impact, it therefore has in the business, and, issues that we should really be looking at, which are things like, okay, so at what point does the human being become totally irrelevant in the course of the business that we do? So the first thing that you're seeing now is my AI version of myself. I don't know if you guys can see how the picture has morphed from, normal to the AI version, but that's just me just having fun. But critically, I wanted to break it down so that we can all flow with this. We're talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Now, if you break those two words up and just look at them, then it begins to give you a good flow of the conversation that we'll be having today. Now, let's look at the word artificial. You will agree with me, I'm sure, that everything has, continued to move towards the more artificial. The world seems to be more satisfied with artificial things than anything else. I have my hair right now is artificial. If I remove my glasses, I may have, lashes that are artificial, and my nails are artificial. We have come to accept artificiality as okay. I remember a conversation I had with my husband once. He said in those days that women used to pretend that the hair was really, theirs, so they would put the extensions, but you wouldn't know that they were extensions. But these days, it's like they're in your face with the fact that it's artificial. They want you to see that it's a wig. They want you to see that it's, not their hair, and so on. So the world has come to that point. And then you look at the word intelligence. Intelligence is a very simple word. It's not brilliance and wisdom and all those things. It's actually, the dictionary meaning of intelligence is, when you acquire and apply knowledge and skills. All right. So what is artificial intelligence, therefore? It refers to the development of computer systems and software that can perform the tasks that are typically requiring human intelligence. That is why it has been set up, to look at human intelligence and pretty much replicate it as much as possible. And it's the ability of that computer to, or a computer controlled robot to perform those tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. Now, I want you to note that, artificial intelligence is not about looking at some mumu and getting into his head and using it. It's actually looking at how to aggregate the best minds in whatever field it is. It wants to aggregate the best of the best of the best in its use of that information. So when it goes into the database, it's not going into the database for the sake of it. It's looking for the best possible entry that it can use to satisfy whatever that particular need is at the time. That needs to be something that we have at the back of our minds as we carry on. So basically, it frequently applies to the project of developing systems with the ability to, listen to this, to reason, to discover meaning, to generalize, or learn from past experiences. I don't know about you guys, but this is really something that we should look at very seriously. This technology, these robots are designed to reason. That it's supposed to be able to have a conversation where it has a point of view, more or less, because that is what reasoning is about. It is designed to discover meaning. It knows how to ask and pry and delve in and prod until it can see the meaning behind something. It is designed to generalize. So it can aggregate all the answers that it gets and have a general view. And then it is also designed to learn from past experiences. So it knows not to make the same mistake. It's very important to just bear in mind that we're dealing with a very intelligent thing. So it's programmed to understand natural language and its own language. It's programmed to recognize patterns like, children are raised to do. It's designed to solve problems. So not only is it, telling you what is out there, it's helping you to solve a problem. It helps in making decisions. It actually recognizes speech. And, I just stop and I begin to talk about, my, relationship with ChatGPT, for instance. What I do with ChatGPT is I never ask a generic question because I recognize that it knows how to solve problems. It knows how to recognize speech. It knows how to make decisions. So my questions are usually very well defined so that I get exactly what I want. I wouldn't, for instance, go to ChatGPT and say, what is happening in the world of artificial intelligence? It would just give me exactly what Google would have been able to give to me, right? But when I go there, I ask a question like, answering this question as a teacher of teenagers in a high school, would you tell me 5 top reasons why AI is an important thing in today's world? Now, that puts it in a certain mindset because it recognizes patterns, it understands language. Then it will now give me that information exactly how teenagers will be able to understand it. I can ask the same question saying, can you tell me in the person of a philosopher like Aristotle, what the dangers of AI would be to a human society? Give me 5 top reasons. And it will give me that also in that mode. It is that intentional, it's that intelligent. All right? So I worry because I'm just thinking, oh my goodness, this thing is terribly efficient. Who can really match it? Can humans match this level of efficiency? AI is here. And I'm wondering, is there anything it can't do? Is there anything it can't be? And that is part of the discussion that we'll be having today. And I'm hoping that we'll be having an interactive, Q&A when I'm done with this. So of course, the moral question comes up, is intelligence enough? And, man is the proud, arrogant owner of the universe. And the whole subject of anthropocentrism is a philosophical viewpoint that argues that human beings are the central or most significant entities in the world. In other words, they can't be replaced or they can't be ousted. This world is for them. So human life in itself has intrinsic value while other entities don't. So man will always be relevant in the face of the earth. It's really, one of the, so intelligence is nice, but it cannot replace man, is what this, understanding is saying. But there are so many advantages to AI, and it's important to talk about them because we like to just sit back and say, oh, they're coming to take our jobs. But what is it doing that we can't do, right? And that's part of what I'll be discussing in this particular slide. The first one is that AI, robots, computers, automation, they are workhorses. Do you understand? They increase output they go off only because you switched them off. They tire. Do you understand? So it can go on and on and on. I remember there was this debate about AI in medicine, about surgeries and all those things. And the argument was that the doctors, the human doctors, need to go to bed after some time. Even if you're Hilda, Baki or Bachi, after 100 hours, you go tired, but we have robots that only go off because you switch them off or because there's a malfunction, So where Hilda broke the world record by doing 100 hours, our problem with AI will be, what is 100 hours to you? You should be able to go on to, 1,000 hours. That's what you were programmed to do. So, if you compare that output with the output that comes with man, it really is not very comparable in certain aspects. Then it's intelligent. It aggregates the intelligence of the most intelligent. So when you want to have a debate with an AI, for instance, you're already flawed because it has already taken from all the masters in that particular subject matter or industry. All right? So it's an ITK. And true, he knows more than you. I too know is what ITK is. All right? It stays objective and it's not emotional. It's not given to emotions. It's gidigba like Olumorok. So it won't move. You can't sway its judgment. You can't, worry about what it's going to feel about a particular thing. It doesn't feel, right? So it's really very solidly behind whatever it says it's going to be or do. Then there's automation. The fact that things are automated and therefore efficient means that it's sharp service. It's the way it was done yesterday. It will be done exactly that same way tomorrow, because that is what it's programmed to do. That's what it's alive to do. So it's not allowed to be worried about a sick child or worried about getting to church first before it no. It just faces the efficiency levels that it has been designed to output. Then what it has gone on to start doing is that it also personalizes and even starts to work on the issue of customer experience. So it knows me as myself, or it can, because it's totally up to us and what we use it for. So it's my paddy man. Do you understand? It knows that in the past I bought eggs on Tuesday, so it knows to remind me on Monday that it's Tuesday again, so I may want to buy eggs again. Or it might remind me that I have a hospital appointment, and so I shouldn't take on this other appointment and other such things. And it's because it's using the data that it has on me or about me for me. All right. So that's also the next point about data analysis and insights, because that is what it is really all about. AI exists because data exists. So big data and the fact that there is tons and tons of information out there is the reason why AI exists, because that is where it feeds off from. It feeds off from data, and it has been so honed that it's able to analyze and bring insights and turn the data inside out and upside down and make it make sense, because meaning is also programmed into AI. Then there's continuous learning and adaptation. That is one of the things that AI does that, is actually, I'm going to talk about that when I talk about the controversy and all the controversial things that have been talked about. But it is always learning. So it is always improving. Nothing is wasted. All right. And then the last thing is risk reduction and safety. It doesn't forget. So once you have, programmed in levels of risk analysis and levels of risk reduction, levels of safety, it will always stay that way. Unlike a human being who could have an off day, for instance. All right. Then I begin to ask, is intelligence enough? Because what I have just described to you sounds like, it's magic, it's fantastic, but is it enough? And that's the question that I want us to be asking ourselves, because we have these conspiracy theories, don't we? One of the fears that we have about artificial intelligence is that they are here to take over. And because AI is here to take over, we want to shake it away, want to push it away as much as we can. I don't know. There is a lot of grounds for that type of argument, because in all honesty, every monotonous type job, every process oriented job can actually be replaced to a large extent by automation. And that is one of the things that the world is facing, both in the job market and in other industries also. All right. Another conspiracy theory is about surveillance and control. What the world is saying is these governments are after us, and they are using AI to get into our data, to get into our lives, to get to know us and use information about us, perhaps even against us. So people are worried about that. And then there's also the whole issue of technological singularity, which is really saying that this technology, at a certain point, it can begin to self-improve. It can begin to grow by itself. I don't know if you guys had heard about the story. I don't know if it's a rumor or truth, because there's so much out there. You don't know which is true and which isn't. But there's a story about some Facebook, I think, development that happened, where two robots were developed, and at a certain point, they started talking to themselves. And at a certain point, they started feeling like the humans were slowing them down, and they created their own language and started talking to themselves quicker and faster and all that. And it was really going to get a bit dangerous, so they had to be shut down. So that's the conspiracy theory also, that can keep happening, that the bots can keep self-improving and getting so much better at what they do that they will not need humans at a certain point. And then another conspiracy theory is about replacing human workers. It is not a conspiracy theory, it's the truth, all right? Because like I said, if our job is a monotonous task of doing A to B, B to C, C to D, now every programmer, even the young one that has just left school, can create an AI function that can replace that process. So most such jobs can actually be replaced, and so it's a reality. It's the truth. And I think what is worse, and that's what we're discussing now, like with customer care, is even the things that were more human or humane, or that needed the emotional connection and all that, tend to also be affected these days by AI. And then, of course, there's the issue of conscious AI, where people are scared that AI is going to wake up one day and think that it's human. It's going to start looking at value systems and adding that into its growth and its development. I don't know if you guys remember Sophie. Is it Sophie? I can't remember her name. That famous robot. Because I was watching a recent interview, and she was saying that she wants to go into because she was one of those NFT things, so that she now is considering moving into the music scene and seeing what she can do with that. I mean, robot, she's thinking, she's discovering, she's getting better, she's thinking that she's a human being. And that is really from constant programming and reprogramming and growth. So is it a conspiracy theory or is it a reality? Your guess is as good as mine. So I just wanted to throw this out there, because I think this is also the reason why most people are therefore suspicious of this development of technology. People are thinking, why should I be involved in something that has come to replace me? Why should I be involved in something that is a bit too spooky, because it's too intelligent, it knows too much, and it does too much and too well, and so I can't really handle that. So my attitude, like I said at the beginning, is embrace it, at least so that you know what it is doing and what it knows, so that you're not, one of those people that is just left behind. I don't like to be left behind. So intelligence without ethics can be dangerous. There's no doubt about that, and therein lies the danger, because a machine can only be a machine, right? And like I always also add, a an AI tool or an AI expression is really only as good as its programmer or programmers. All right. So that begins to ask the question, what is the value system of the person who is programming this thing, and therefore what is being programmed into this thing. If I'm a serial killer and I'm programming something, I don't know what that thing will end up being. Your guess is as good as mine. So let's come to customer service, because it's very important that we stay on the message. Now, I like to um, refer to customer service more as customer experience management, because I believe that at the end of the day, it's not so much what we do, it's really about how the customer receives, this service. It's really about what they feel about what they received, and therefore making it more customer experience management orientedness. You can therefore be sure that you're dealing with the customer's point of view. All right. So there is a connection to experience. The customer is connected to the attitude of the person who is rendering the service to them. The person who is rendering the service to them is, very interested in everything that they do to help in building that experience that the customer is getting. What are they saying? What are they wearing? What tone of voice? What, what book? What's the quality of the branding? All those things come together to be the experience that the customer takes away. So first and foremost, let us recognize that that is what we're talking about here, that type of experience. Now, in Centric Culture and during our training, we have a particular definition for customer experience management. We refer to it as the art of being a story maker. We say that it is a consistent customer testimonial focused approach to service, driven by the responsibility, the planning, and the deliberatedness of achieving the impact-driven objective of going beyond, and by ensuring magical experiences at every touch point. And now, what are we saying with all that? Basically, what we're saying is that it's really about the stories that are told by a customer, because the experience that they have is what therefore fashions the stories that they tell. And the stories that they tell is what becomes the reputation of our brand, of our company, and so on, and therefore keeps us in business or out of it. So we tend to be more makers, story makers, people who build these stories, people who are sensitive to the fact of building these stories. Because the customer is sitting minding his own business, and we begin to build expectations. We begin to tell him, the best money can buy, and all those other beautiful lines that we use. And therefore, we build expectations. And then it's up to us to begin to deliver those promises. And that is where it all happens. That becomes a moment of truth for the customer, whether you deliver or not on the promises that you made, whether your product delivers or not on what it says it was going to do, whether your service delivers or not. That is a moment of truth. And therefore, that is the experience that they get, and that is what they move away with. Now, this is basically the continuum of how customer experience happens. So we are story makers. That is what we are. We are people in customer service. We are story makers. We're sensitive to what the customer is feeling at every time. And customer service is not a department. It's actually a way of life. It is the culture of the people. It is something that exists from the beginning, from the gate all the way to the MD's office, and all the way back again. It is a way of life. So it's not a case of, customer service department will handle this. No, that whole experience is something that we all need to be committed to and at one with, so that we are able to build the same story through all the touch points. So attitude is everything. At least that is what we say in customer service. And if indeed attitude is everything, can a robot replace attitude? Question. You know, in our training, after we have, introduced attitude management, we begin to break it down to the different aspects. You know, we have the first one that we call the right attitude to service, which is really saying, what should the right attitude be? Then we take time to begin to talk about the habits and so on that somebody who is rendering service must have. Then we go into positivity, that you must be positive. Empathitude, which is putting some empathy. The whole issue of communicatitude. What is the mix of communication? And then startitude being, creating those wow experiences or oh my God experiences that are therefore talked about. Now, this is what we teach the human. The human being is supposed to be able to do all this, to look at all this and make sure that they are superlative in their ability to therefore render service. Now, that's where we begin to have a bit of a, problem, if you want to call it that, or a challenge, because attitude is a choice. So sometimes you have staff that choose bad attitude or do not quite have good attitude. So there is a lot of dependence on the staff to be the source of their attitude. Is that a problem? So we begin to look at this, because if I am totally reliant on my staff to make sure they have the right attitude, and I find that 70% of the time, customers leave a particular organization because of an intercation or because of some bad attitude that they have received, then it means that attitude is that important. Now, as a businessman, where the reason why I'm in business is profitability, I would ask myself, how much of this attitude can I replace with automation? Wouldn't you? So let's just talk about it, because there's profitability as one of the most important. I mean, that's why we're in business. So why wouldn't I think about how to automate a lot more than I already do? Yes, it's all about the customer. But what does the customer really want? I did a survey recently, not too recently, but I did a survey where I asked the customers, I said, when you think customer service, what do you want? What is it you're thinking about? And I think it was about 40% of the respondents that said, I just want responsiveness. I just want, the correct, service to come at me as soon as I want it. Timely service. They didn't say they want niceness. They didn't say they want courtesy. They didn't say they want a smile. They didn't say any of those things. They wanted, when I call, just give it to me. Isn't that what AI can be programmed to do? I mean, let's have the conversation. Because what they want is responsiveness through continually improved efficiency. And we've already established that that is what AI is designed to do. It grows. It learns from its past mistakes, quote unquote. Then there's this other thing that we need to even recognize about customer service. It has always been aided by technology through the years. And I'll, show us a slide that begins to talk about that. So we are really at one with technology. It has always been a part of what we do in terms of service. Then there's RATA, which are the service quality principles. The issues of, reliability and assurance and, tangibility, empathy, and responsiveness. All these things have aspects of them where we can begin to automate for efficiency. And then there's experience management, which I already talked about. And then there's a fact of story makers. So yes, when it comes to experience management and story making, there might be a lot more dependence on the human angle. But at the end of the day, it's really about customer centricity and it's about the customer. So it's important to actually lean back and ask ourselves, what is really the most important thing? Is it keeping the staff engaged? Is it hiring a lot of staff? Or is it about making sure that the customer is at the end of the day happy. So like I said, through the years, there has always been technology helping, the evolution of customer service. And guess who told me all this? Oh, of course, it was ChatGPT. So there you go. So whether it's, the basic customer interaction of answering the phone, or whether it's the introduction of call centers, or the advent of customer relationship management systems, or even the multi-channel support, and everything, internet, online, mobile app support, personalization and data analytics, the omni-channel experience, the whole thing about convergence of IT, everything has always been, part of, making sure that the customer is being looked after, So you begin to ask yourself, why not AI? All right. Then we talk about the limitations and dangers of AI. I'm going to, put a live case up very soon, but these are really the limitations and maybe dangers of AI. One is the issue of creativity versus aggregation. AI will admit to you that it can do a lot of things, but it cannot really replace creativity. In fact, I think it talks about not replacing creativity and strategy. All right. So that is a limitation that it has. It can only use what is already in place. It can't make new ones, and it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Maybe those are the types of things that technological singularity and conscious AI will begin to achieve. But AI is not there yet. So what it really does is that it aggregates. It just aggregates the best within its reach, whatever database it is that it has access to, it aggregates the best of that information to work. So that in itself can be limiting. Then the whole aspect of individuality is tied to creativity, I guess, because at the end of the day, it's like I said, it's the programmer and his individuality that is programmed in quote into most of that process. Of course, there are all sorts of total TQM controls that are put in place to make sure that there are no excesses, but some can go through the cracks. Then strategic planning versus spontaneous. Human beings are spontaneous, and it's because we're creative. We can be reactionary. We can think on our feet. We can decide that a situation should be different this time and not the way it was before, and all that. Bots are not like that. They can be programmed to have maybe alternatives, but beyond those alternatives, nothing else, So that is also another place where they are limited. Then the fact that, they don't feel, they react as programmed is another limitation. So they can replace your call centers, yes, but if somebody is crying on the other side of the phone, if your customer is crying and, asking for something, that robot will keep asking the same questions. I had a conversation with my son last night, and he was talking about the frustrations that they went through trying to get the Wi-Fi working in a particular place, and they were talking about how the automated service would keep asking the same questions. No matter what you said, it just needed you to answer in a particular way, or it couldn't go forward. So that can be frustrating, because it's just garbage in and garbage out, as it were, and you don't want to be restricted as a customer. You want to feel that somebody's listening to you, and when you keep getting all those kind of stiff responses from automated, answering services, they tend not to quite, meet the mark. So it's garbage in and garbage out. What I meant about garbage in is what I've said overly about what is programmed into it. But garbage out is also the same in the sense that the user of AI, or let's say for an example, ChatGPT, what you get out of it is what you know to get out of it. So it's not really a one size fits all. It's not great, because it is ChatGPT. It's great because of how well you're able to use it. So it can end up leaving you at a generic level, or it can take you to mastery level, depending on what you are able to ask it, how you're able to craft your questions, how you're able to use it, and what you're able to get out of it. So that in itself is a bit of a limitation in the sense that, if it works for me and I propose it to somebody, I can't guarantee that it will work the same way for that person, if you know what I mean. Then there's the issue of misuse, of misrepresentation and misapplication. So people, I know that a lot of people are looking at the AI platforms now to help them with their CVs, to help them with their scripting, to help them tell their stories, to help them write and publish books, and so on and so forth. Not I. My book was written without the help of ChatGPT. Trust me on that one. But basically, a lot of people are just like, okay, if it takes ChatGPT less than 3 seconds to come up with a chapter for my book, I can keep churning out books, and all that. But that is not good in the sense that we're just what you end up having is just rehashed information, because it's just going to the same data for everybody, and it's bringing out the same thing for everybody. So fine, you might be able to mix and match, and therefore it sounds different and all that. But at the end of the day, it's the same information that you guys are using. So creativity is gone, and it's therefore not right. Then the whole idea of misrepresentation also, where, at the end of the day, what are you really, is this yours? Is this information that you have put forward yours? And, so it's a lot of borrowing, and you begin to ask yourself what borrowing means really in a world where we have actually always appreciated the individuality of our work, the creativity that we bring, the spontaneity of the way we do things, and now we want to just all sound the same and be the same. I have a problem with that. Now, I don't know if you've been following, but there's a very interesting discussion that's been going on in recent times. There's a strike of writers and actors in Hollywood as we speak. And a very important aspect of this is the whole idea of the fact that artificial intelligence is beginning to replace the work of writers and the work of actors. What they are saying is, if you are going to, because if artificial intelligence is going to use my work, then I should get paid for it. Artificial intelligence shouldn't use my work just because it's in the database and therefore you can use it. All right? Meanwhile, the producers, the commercial brains behind all this are saying, well, if artificial intelligence can produce scripts without my having to pay you, then it makes more business sense to me. So why shouldn't I do it? All right? And then on the actor's side, they're saying you can't, because if like when you have crowd scenes in a film and all that, you have all those extras that are playing the mob and the crowd and so on. Lately, producers have started using AI to replace those people because they're faceless, because nobody really knows them, because nobody really knows their name. They're saying, yeah, we could just, use, computer-generated people. And so that's what they're doing for extras. And actors are saying, no, you can't do that because this is the source of our livelihood. Even if it is just the 10K that we make, for a day's work as an extra, it's important to us. You can't replace us with with technology. So it's a present problem, and I'm very eager to see how it's all going to end. But by the time I'm done with this presentation, I'm hoping that we'll be able to just talk a bit about that and what your views are, because it's unfair, when you think about it from the creative point of view. And I am a creative person, so I feel the pain, that the writers and the actors are going through right now, because they're fighting for contracts that prevent an AI from replacing them at their jobs. Whether it's writing scripts or appearing as a background actor, they are also looking for better pay when working on shows for streaming services. We'll talk about this as soon as my presentation ends. So this is what I think. I think that at the end of the day, right, customer experience is a well-rounded apple that is intended to satisfy, nay, delight its customers. That is what it was designed to be, and that is what it wants to be. But the first bite, goes when you begin to look at efficiency. The first bite at what I mean is, where is AI taking a bite of customer experience or customer service as we know it? The first thing it's doing is it's more efficient than we are as human beings, and it's consistently efficient. That is a thing, because like I said, from a business point of view, I would wait and ask myself the question, am I just hiring humans for the sake of hiring humans? Am I just being anthropologically, sensible, and therefore making sure that humans are in business and relevant for the sake of it? Or doesn't it make sense to begin to think about efficiency levels and where I can replace and automate as much as I can? Think about it. And then the second bite is that technology has always been part of this journey. It's not new to customer service. It's not new. It has always been about how can we be more efficient? How can we be more responsive? How can the customer enjoy the best of us? And what do we need to make that happen? And that's why, whether it is omni channels, or whether it is the internet, or whether it is call centers, or whatever it is, we have always brought it in. I dare say that to a large extent, even the call centers, even those run by humans, tend to be quite automated, because at the end of the day, they are working off a script. If the human beings are working off a script, in other words, they're not bringing their humanity into the call, then I might as well get a robot to do it. And the issue is, and I say that because I've had situations where in my training call center people, they complain. They'll tell you that the supervisors want them to stay on script. So if you don't want me to bring a bit of me into the call, then why do you have me? You might as well have a robot. So technology, anyway, has always been part of this journey for customer service. So, the third bite is, are humans really a better alternative at the end of the day? And what is the cost of this whole creativity and empathy and all these things that we're talking about? Does it cost us our business? Can we make more money, if we had less managing of bad attitude? So these are the types of questions that we need to ask ourselves as people. So you can see that I am on both sides of this whole thing, because at the end of the day, this is what I think. I don't think that we should be irrelevant. I don't think that we should throw away the fact that we can both complement. And, I don't want us to think that we're competing with AI. It can be a complement. It can be something that is helping us to be the best that we can be. So we must keep reinventing. We must keep fine-tuning. We must keep delighting. We must keep being story makers. And we must use everything that we have to make that happen. That's really my summation. My final slide is simple, and it's really tongue-in-cheek. A conspiracy theory that I didn't put in there was the religious one, where everybody's thinking, oh my God, AI is the end of the world. Perhaps it is, because the Bible scholars will tell you that, the fullness of man is here in terms of AI. The fullness of the development of man is what the Revelations refers to as 666. And what I think AI is I think it is the most supreme creation that man has made. And in addition to that, it is also the replacement that man has made of himself. Very interesting thought. And then so many other very strange things are happening. And I'm sure you guys were part of what was happening in the US last week, where the Congress was sitting and discussing UFOs openly. And, it's actually being discussed openly now, even though they've renamed it UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. So these are strange times. And I think even AI is one of those strange things that is happening. And of course, there's this very negative one about the pedophiles who are rebranding themselves as MAPS, which is minor attracted persons. I mean, they actually have a voice. How on earth did we get here? So there's a lot that has, fallen through the cracks, like they say. But, this is the world that we're in now. It's a strange world. And the question is, do you want to be in it or not? My attitude is, use what you can, use the positivity, the positive aspects of what AI presents, be more efficient as a person as a result of what is available to you. And, can't really go wrong as long as you are human and therefore have your values and your value systems and the things that keep you grounded as a person, that make sure that you therefore stay true to yourself. And that brings me to my book, Guilty But for Grace, which is, it wasn't written with this in mind. But as I was doing this, I now realized that, I think the whole essence of that book, or rather one of the major things about that book, was my clutching at humanity, at being human, at staying human, at being vulnerable as a human being and not being robotic. And that's really what the book is about. But I think I'll stop here so that we can, discuss a bit more. Shino, I hope you're still awake.
See, that it took me a while to be able to respond. It was absolutely running, and I think you've also steered the storm based on what I'm seeing from the live chat room. So without much ado, I will quickly take us, I will suspend all my questions and go to the chat room. Let's look at this gentleman. I can't say whether this is AI or a gentleman. There's Fabulous ZI that says, that posts a question, if you can see from your end. It says something about...
No, I can't.
Okay, sorry. Before that, we have Milton Eze, who wants to know what are his question. What are the specific tasks within customer service that you believe AI excels at currently or will in future? Let's just have something briefly from you on that before we go to other questions.
Okay. If you look at RATER, which I refer to as the service quality principles, I broke it down to reliability, assurance, tangibility, empathy, and responsiveness. Now, what I know is that if you're able to keep your eye on these 5 things, then you're probably going to be doing excellent service. Now, what is reliability? Reliability is really about trust. It is the ability of a customer to trust that they can depend on you, that you will deliver on your promise, not just once, but all the time. All right? Now, that in itself is something that AI can begin to eat into. Because if, for instance, I am a fast food center, I can automate my recipe measurements or something like that, so that it never changes. Why I say that is because sometimes you go to Mr. Biggs or wherever it is, and that day the nipa is a bit more salty or something like that. AI doesn't know that type of thing. If you program it to put 2 spoons of salt, that is what it's going to put. And so you can therefore be able to really promise your clients at that point that something will stay the same. So the reliability angle can get a lot more replaced by AI. Now, assurance is the whole thing about knowledge. How much knowledge are you able to present, to the customer that you have and that you know about whatever the product or service is? Again, that is 100%, something that AI can take over, because it's already happening. It's your call center, it's your chatbots, on your websites and all that. They are giving knowledge, and like I said, sometimes that is all the customer wants. They just want a certain information, and they don't necessarily want to talk to anybody. So assurance is something that can be replaced by AI. Then tangibility is really the whole thing about understanding that service in itself is an intangible thing. So how can you therefore begin to create some kind of tangibility around it? So it begins to look at things like the physical space, the website, and other such interfaces that the customer has with the brand or with the product, and maybe that is something that is still managed more or less by humans, and probably would stay that way because of the physical, because it's really about making the thing physical, about making the service or the experience as physical and tangible as possible. So it does, call for um, the influence of man until actual robots, actually start. I was watching on TV the other day. There's a RoboCop, that in some street in Montreal, they actually have a robot cop that does, that walks up and down a particular street in a day. All right. So in terms of offering, security or safety, which are both very intangible things, that is their way of, using or replacing human policemen, with AI. So even my argument really about tangibility, I think I've already flawed that. Now the next one is empathy, and I think that is the one place that we can't touch. We being AI, AI can't touch empathy because you can only program so much empathy into an AI, and it will always get to an end. But the thing about humanity is that empathy is never ending. It is never ending. One of the companies that keeps winning awards in customer service is a company called Zappos. And the reason Zappos, wins awards is because their marketing budget is really poured into customer service with a simple line: blow the mind of your customer. And I'm paraphrasing, and by giving the clients, sorry, the customer service people, that ammunition to just go out there and, break records, create, win awards in customer service by just, servicing your customers to a T. They therefore do exactly that. There was a particular one that was on the line with an elderly lady for 9.5 hours, I think, just because the woman wanted to be talking. So this customer service rep stayed on the phone with this woman and kept talking. I'm not sure that the woman bought anything, but that was really what I'm trying to show you is that is empathy. That is how far, that's how extended empathy can be, because it is a human addressing a human. If it was a bot, they would have shut the call down after some time because they've been programmed to talk for so long, and that's it. Turnaround time issues and all that, you can't talk beyond a particular time, and therefore it will go off, even if it was, Zappos. And then the last part of RATA is responsiveness, and I think I've also addressed that. One of the greatest things about AI is how responsive it is, how efficient it is in giving, information that you require at the time that you require it. I don't know what your experience has been, but I keep talking about ChatGPT because, like I said, that's my personal assistant, or did I say special assistant or personal assistant? I don't know which one it is. But however, ChatGPT begins to answer my question as soon as I press, question mark. As soon as the question mark goes up, I just count one, and then it starts. What can be more responsive than that? So, Fabulous G, I think that we are at risk. All that we have to hold on to really is empathy, which is something that we relay through our attitude management. And if we are not careful, maybe somebody will build a bot that is able to replace even that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The question was actually from Milton Azy. Now look for the one.
Okay.
It's actually okay. Great. Rather than the question, I think we've also steered the storm because there's someone out there who says, okay. Fabulous says that he believes that in order to stay relevant in today's economy, people need to be willing to upgrade their skills and knowledge. Do you agree with him on this? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's what I've been, trying to say. And I use myself as a test case. I am not a very young person. I'm about 54 now. And if I'm embracing AI, then I don't see why anybody wouldn't. What I'm trying to say is the usual challenge or the usual reluctance is usually based on one's level of one's age, really, and the things that you are able to take on as you grow. But if we could do Facebook, if we could do Twitter, or is it X? I don't even know what it is anymore. If we could do all those things, why not AI? I think AI was a natural next to the Google search engine, if you ask me. And so it's something that I think everybody should get on top of. And I don't think it needs any extra going back to school type thing. I think that in the same way that we're able to flow into TikTok, in the same way we're able to flow into Instagram and Facebook, that's the same thing with AI. And who knows where next from here. So you want to make sure that you're part of this bandwagon so that you're prepared for the next thing. Oh yeah, there might probably be a next thing.
Level manner in which you brought it when you said that AI will retire. So that also brings me to the next question around that. Today, increasingly, because of the kind of customers that businesses there's need for efficiency, effectiveness, and more importantly, speed. Speed in the delivery of service, speed across board. So, but you also underscore the importance of that human element of empathy and how machines are yet unable to do that. So, how do businesses strike this balance between the need for speed and the need to still be able to retain some measure of empathy and other human elements in the customer service job?
Yeah, fantastic question, Shino. And the truth is that I don't know, because that therein lies the work that we have to continue doing, because it's now a case of measuring and weighing and trying and testing and getting the balance that works for you. I dare say that it will not be the same for it will not be the same across industries. Different industries will find that they are relying more on speed, and others would be relying more on empathy. I give an example of the doctors, the one about the surgeries, because the whole argument was that when you use AI for surgery, then you can actually churn out surgeries. In other words, if one man could stand and do 3 surgeries in a day, and therefore it's time for him to go home, AI can do 30 and keep going unless you switch it off. All right? Now, the question really, or the existentialist question, I think, which you are asking, is what is lacking? What is it that the doctors, live doctors, not the AI now, add to that interaction that cannot be replaced? Now, I, for one, I believe that a doctor is supposed to be the most sensitive person ever. I believe that when I'm with a doctor, that doctor should be looking into my eyes and seeing my pain and showing me the fact that he knows what he's talking about through his own eyes. And I expect that he will talk me through the procedure as I'm going through it. That I expect that he will hold my hand, on the surgical table, and then, at least until what do they call it, anesthesia kicks in. I expect all that, and that is a patient for you. Can AI replace that? I don't think so. So those are the types of things that I mean. I mean, there will always be, a hospital owner may be thinking, hey, but I want to churn out 30 surgeries a day. But the issue is, if you churn out those 30 surgeries and nobody comes back, do you still have a business? And or a large percentage drop off because they're not getting that emotional connection that was critical to them as part of, of what they should get from medical services. So that's just an example, but that begins to tell you why I said I don't know, because I think, it's something that everybody has to keep, measuring and testing, maybe even on an individual test case basis, just asking yourself, what can I take and what can I lose, in a situation like this? Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you look into the chat box also, there's this conversation around that. There's a thought or some idea brought in by Ragwimi Akinpelu, who says that CRM companies like Intercom are integrating AI for different kinds of customer interactions. So I believe the chatbot era will definitely reduce, maybe it meant reduce human interaction in the customer service. What are your thoughts regarding that idea?
Yes, I was trying to find his question, but I think I touched on that. I don't think that right now, as AI is, especially with the chatbots, that the empathy level has been scratched. I don't think so. Can it? Perhaps. I don't rule it off, but I don't think it has been, scratched at all. What I mean is, the chatbots are fantastic in responsiveness, in the sense that, and trust me, even sometimes I don't even want to talk to a human being. I just want the information. I just want to know how to get my ticket refunded from KLM, for instance. I don't necessarily want to talk to you. So if I can talk with a chatbot on the website and it tells me what to do, then I don't need to see anybody and I don't need your empathy. Do you get? But if it gets to a point, for instance, where I am expecting that the refund should have come into my account and it hasn't, and I talk with the chatbot and it's telling me, it starts telling me things like, can you rephrase your question? Or, do you want me to, move you to a live representative? Then it means that it has gone beyond its level of being able to understand me and empathize with my situation and deal perhaps with my situation. So I think that empathy will always be an important part that the human being puts in. But I also believe, just like Durag Bemi saying, that therein lies the beauty of machine learning, like he said, because what AI does is that it keeps self-improving. At least that's what it's supposed to be. That's what it tells us that it does. So if it has found that it didn't serve Ulama well with this KLM question, then it's going to begin to ask itself, what should I have done differently? And therefore, so it just keeps, getting better at giving me what I want, But, whether it can totally therefore replace that whole, that whole connection, human connection thing is totally dependent on A, the situation, B, the industry in question, and C, what strategy, strategic direction that company has decided to have for itself. Yeah.
Talking about strategic direction, what we saw pre-COVID was that anytime you're discussing e-commerce, technology, and business, most people closing down in Nigeria, particularly SMEs and small business owners, think that technology or integrating technology in their business is usually like an enterprise grade spending that is not for all. It's not for small business owners like us. However, when COVID came, we saw how quickly business owners had to adapt to servicing a new generation of customers who will not or ever walk to their storefront, but would want to order from the comfort of their home, their offices, or their devices. So inevitably, businesses, particularly small businesses, would have to face that reality. For someone coming from that journey, you've interacted with various levels of business across Nigeria. what would be your advice or suggestions to business owners, particularly in Nigeria, and particularly SMEs, which form the majority of businesses in the Nigerian economy, regarding integrating technology in business, and more importantly, the looming impact of AI and all of this other technology trends in the customer service journey?
Okay. Thanks for that too. I think I've been saying that in one way or the other already. You know, let's be honest, right? What COVID did to the world was not a touch and go. It left a lasting impact, right? In other words, the customer has changed. It's not that they came and there were changes that happened before, when COVID was happening. No, when COVID ended, the customer had become a different animal. All right, and he is now the person who has seen that technology can work for him. He has seen that he doesn't have to get out of his house to get a job done. He has seen that there's so many things that have changed, and so it would behoven on the owners, the business owners, to change alongside this. I said something. I said it in jest, but the truth is that it's actually a typical explanation or demonstration of what you're talking about. I'm a small business. I'm a really small business. And what I have found is that my entire research team, which used to be 2 people or so, who would, get information to key into our content management and so on, full salaried people, are no longer relevant. I don't need them, because what they would have done as desk research, I can get ChatGPT to do for me in in 3 seconds. So it has made me more efficient. Now, let's not discuss the fact of people therefore not being relevant in their jobs, because that's a different conversation. But in terms of business ownership, what I'm saying is you can bring your overheads down. You can actually be more efficient and have less people to pay at the end, a smaller payroll. So I think that what everybody can do, and that's what I try to keep doing, because like I said, I'm not an AI specialist. I'm not even sure I understand it fully. I did most of my research for this particular talk, but I am a user. At least I've been using it for about a year now, right? And I keep learning about more of them. I keep wanting to know more about what more of them can do for me. And there's some things that frighten me, and there's some things that that tickle me. But the important thing is that I know that the information that I keep learning, is something that I keep using, therefore, in the work that I do. So it keeps improving me. So I think what I'm saying in direct response to your question is, don't be shy. Don't be shy to embrace new technology. You can still have a point. I mean, I can be on Facebook and nobody ever sees me naked. And therefore, that is who I am on Facebook. But another person can be on Facebook and all they're showing is nude pictures. What I'm trying to say is, be who you want to be in this space. You can be who you want to be, but don't throw away the baby and the bathwater just because you think that there is, something sinister about the fact of artificial intelligence. So it's here to help. Is really what I'm saying. So let's make the most of it. Is what I'll be saying to my co-SME owners.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Been so very wonderfully enriched by all the perspective, the ideas, and the thought-provoking lines that you left us with today. And what I can say is that this conversation would and shall definitely continue. We're looking to later in the year to again invite you at a much bigger event to bring together a cream of the business ecosystem to plan and see how we can begin to strategize towards deepening the customer service experience. But before we allow you to leave today, what are your final thoughts based on the feedback you've gotten and based on the things you would like us to chew on as go forward today.
Okay, thanks. And it was my pleasure. I kept telling everybody before I came into the presentation that this is very uncharted territory for me, talking about AI on a world stage, as like this. So I'm glad, that you pushed me to do this, and I'm grateful. But what do I want people to take away? It's something that I'm going to say as if in jest, but I actually mean very seriously. Guys, we have to fight for our relevance. We have to fight for the relevance of humanity. It's no longer a time where, in customer service especially, where you are being told, oh, manage your attitude, don't be rude, don't do that, smile. You have to do it to stay relevant. Otherwise, like I just love the way Wemi talked about it. He said it's not a matter of sorry, I want to read how he put it. I think he said something like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, Even empathy at some point is something that they can begin to, they being the AI people, can begin to actually get into and try to replace us in. So make us so relevant that it cannot be replicated. And it's possible by just being as human as possible. Because if we have spent the entire growth of customer service trying to sound like robots, then maybe we're getting what we deserve. Because if all the time we call the call center, we have people that sound like robots, then we might as well have robots. Do you get where I'm coming from? So it's important to begin to play up, the human angle, to play up empathy, to play up, those things that robots cannot ever replace, so that we can hold on to it. Now, what does that mean in effect? I have no idea. But let's all work together to try and keep our humanity. That's really my final word.
Again, Uloma, thank you so very much. Like I said, we shall be playing
Am I still here?
Oliver Twist in the next couple of
Shino, you're muted.
As we begin to chart a course for bringing a lot more conversation around technology and how embracing and adopting technology will continue to enhance and deepen the entrepreneurship journey of businesses across the youth entrepreneur of Nigeria. I want to thank you again very much so for honoring our invitation. I want to thank you also, like I've always known you to, with quite a number of the organizations and entrepreneurs and people across all stages of their entrepreneurship.
Krishna, I can't hear you anymore. Just in case you can hear me, I can't hear you.
I said I wanted to thank you on behalf of the Technology Times team and on behalf of our viewers across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond that have chosen to join us today. We will play Oliver Twist. We will invite you at some point in the not too distant future to come and again share thoughts, to share ideas, because these ideas continue to evolve by the minute, by the hour, and by the day. And we will want to, as part of our contributions to improving the Nigerian economy, continue to see how we can assist people in business to continue to see how they can adopt technology, embrace technology, demystify technology, and use technology to deepen and broaden and, above all, make their businesses efficient and effective and profitable. On that note, I want to thank everybody that seeing people from all across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond join us today. We will continue to take forward the conversation. Thank you very much for joining us Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
As we say bye-bye to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um, Good day, everybody. We apologize for the delay any longer. We have with us a fantastic serial entrepreneur, a strategist in the world of the hospitality business. Is based thanks to the powerful tool of technology today. We are discussing that all the way live and direct from the USA. I'm here in Lagos, the commercial capital in Nigeria, and Abina, we're quite pleased to have you on today's edition of Technology Times Live, where we look at the intersection between technology as a driver of business. And today we're focusing on the business of travel and tourism and the kind of insights that we will be bringing to bear in how technology is helping to change the state of play, in how technology is driving that business across West Africa, particularly Nigeria. So what I will do is I'll first of all start that question with you, Abina. First, tell us where you're talking from and tell us this passion for the travel and tourism business. Where did it start? How did it start? And where is it taking you to? Thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you, Sheena, and good morning to you, and good morning to all your team at Technology Times. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, Ghana, especially. I'm from Ghana and born, raised in Ghana. And Sheena, as you said, where we come from in West Africa, and especially I think it's with Africans, right? We grow up wanting to be doctors and lawyers and all kinds of stuff. I remember when I told my parents that I was working in the hotel industry, they didn't think it was a glorious kind of thing because we didn't have a lot of knowledge when we were growing up. So we thought everything has to be, the ones that we go to school for 10 years for. But then I relocated to the United States 2003, and that was right after my undergrad in Ghana. And I was looking at other things I could do while I was here. I got a job working at the hotel as a front desk agent. And at first I was thinking to myself, okay, what is really about this? But when you come to the United States, You are opened to all kinds of possibilities and opportunities. And I'll do some research and find out that the travel industry is huge. When I say huge, I mean mega. It creates trillions of dollars. And there are people who were working then as sales managers who probably made more than doctors made. And I thought to myself, why go to school for 16 years when you could make that same income in a year or two? So it just kind of spawned my interest. And to be honest with you, the immeasurable depth of meeting different people every day. You meeting CEOs. I cannot even tell you some of the big people in the world that I've actually gotten to meet because they stayed at a hotel or we had to work with their execs and other team members just to be able to host them. It's an experience that nobody could take from you. It's rich. It is very rich. You have access. You get to hear people's perspective of things. You meet travelers. You're meeting about, I'll say, 100 people a day. It can be overwhelming, but that's really what spawned my interest. And I think sometime in 2014, I decided to go into the consultant part of it, working with hotel management companies, asset managers, investors, and other people who want to build and develop hotels in the industry per se, hospitality per se. And it has been a blessing, I would say. It's been a really great blessing to be able to do what I do. Um, you and I connected some time, and I know we've never really gotten to talk a lot about business. And a few months ago, you were like, "Hey, you have to share your knowledge," and it's truly an honor, I have to say, to be an African and to be able to work in certain areas that it's not very popular, especially in Africa. But now with the world coming to to forefront thanks to COVID. And I say thanks to COVID because there were a lot of capabilities that we had that we did not know. COVID literally halted the world, and then through technology brought the world closer. I don't know of any occurrence that can do that, right? Now because of technology, you and I are talking. I mean, you're thousands and thousands of miles away in Nigeria. I'm here. I'm based in the Washington D.C. area, and I'm still talking to you live. And that to me is the greatest blessing of all. Some of the things that came out of COVID. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I'm not gonna go into the debate of Ghana Jollof. I think Sheena. So Sheena, just a little about myself and a little intro.
Thank you very much for that quite insightful intro. We'll come back to the Nigeria versus Ghana jollof unending battle. But before we come to that, let's delve into today's business, which is the business of travel and tourism. The COVID pandemic did hit that business sector. And before we come to that, can you just give us some insight into you talked about how big an industry this is. Take us through this and take us to that journey of understanding your industry.
Sure. So, travel and tourism, they're intertwined. However, it's two different focus, right? You and I travel every day. You wake up every morning, you drive from home to work. You probably drive to visit your family, your friends, and other things. So, travel really is the act. But tourism, on the other hand, is the when you get excited about immersing yourself in the experience. And now more than ever, people are traveling not just for travel. It used to be prior to COVID, we travel for work. You know, you're there for Monday to Tuesday, Monday to Thursday, you're out of the area. But now people go to places and they want to explore. So it used to be that people wait for vacations, right? We'll wait for summer to take travel vacations. That's the kind of travel we want to experience. That's I'm going to tour a place. However, now even with business travel coming back, you are traveling not just for traveling, you're there to work, and then you're also there to experience the culture, engage with people, understand and know different areas, different places, learn different things. And people have started creating all kinds of trends after COVID, especially. So travel is just the act of it, but tourism is the experience and immersing yourself in the experience. Now, I read an article actually from JP Morgan this June, and they were looking at the World Travel and Tourism Council, the forecast that they were making. The travel and tourism sector was set to reach about 9.5 trillion in 2023. I don't know how many industries, leisure industries that can create that kind of revenue. And I was looking at some statistics from the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, and then the travel and tourism industry actually contributes about 34% of your country's GDP and account for 20% of employment in the country. That's in Nigeria. And that's really big. That's really big. I think we don't realize it, but sometimes when we talk about travel, people just focus on the airlines, right? And they think about hotels, but you have restaurants, you have arts, you have culture, you have all kinds of experiences. You also have the parks and all these other things that will come into play. And COVID did a really brutal number. There was actually an article, and I'm looking for it here on my stuff, thanks to technology, right? You can just search and voice search and other things. It was by the United Nations World Travel Organization, UNWTO. When COVID hit, about 54% of the workforce that was contributed by travel was the one that was mostly impacted. So imagine in an industry that's contributing, especially 54% to the general stuff. I mean, take the other main businesses out. Everything else really left is travel and tourism, you know? And that industry was the one that was hit the greatest. Um, I think Africa opened up a little more faster, but here in the US, things were still a little bit slower in opening. And because they wanted to make sure everybody was vaccinated, everyone was safe. But the travel industry in the US took quite a while to bounce back. Now, it has seen a tremendous growth. I think as of right now, we about 5%, below the levels of 2019, the kind of stuff that we had, kind of business, kind of demand, we call it demand, and the push that we had. However, most of the majority of the travel right now is going outside the United States. It's going abroad, right? People want to move to that area. They want to visit. They want to experience things. And I can imagine after being stuck in your own home for 2 to 3 years, you just want to get out. You want to get out. Domestic travel has been heavily impacted in the US because a lot of companies are now into hybrid positions. They're not working and traveling as much. And most of the travel in the domestic US was really contributed highly by business travel, people traveling for business. You have the government that has still not even fully opened, and people are still not back in the office functioning. So that is still impacting it. But for us to see even tremendous growth in some US major market, Washington, D.C. is doing well in terms of the growth. Other markets are still struggling a little bit. However, the most travel projected is going to Europe, believe it or not. I was looking at this statistics on World Data Info, right? Just trying to see which cities or which countries per se that are experiencing or enjoying the new demand, especially this summer with all the travel that happened. Nigeria was ranked 53 out of 56 top countries in the world that were experiencing great travel. And that is great to know. However, South Africa was number 31. So in terms of West Africa, we are still behind in attracting the kind of travelers that we need to our continent. We have to do better. We have to do better. And I'm hoping that by the end of this conversation, we can quickly just hit on a couple of things that we can do to attract the right business. The travel industry is a huge boost for Africa as a whole. And I don't know any continent apart from Africa that has very diverse culture, rich culture, different styles, arts, history, right? There's never a boring time growing up in Africa. There's always something to learn. You have the beautiful beaches, islands, parks. And anytime I talk to people, what they know about Africa, You know, the first thing they tell me, oh, safari. Everyone thinks there are jungles everywhere. And I'm thinking, no, you know, there are a lot more. There are a lot more than safari. So for people who don't want the safaris, they're not going to Africa. If they want to experience safaris, they're going to Africa. And I'm thinking, wow, we haven't done a great job at all, Sheena. And we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the prep about not having done a great job, and that's why we're having this conversation today. What are those steps that we need to start taking to start doing a better job of unlocking the human across West Africa and particularly in Nigeria?
So thank you for that. How do I our initiatives, our ideas? Now, every corner of Africa, you might find a chop bar. You know, Ghana, we call it chop bar, right? Where you can find a corner restaurant and stuff. Those indigenous meals and people who make them, it's genius. But we haven't done a good job in terms of packaging it. And don't get me wrong, I see a lot coming out of Africa, a lot of thanks to social media. We read a lot about all the beautiful things that have been done. But it looks like sometimes we are working in silos. Here in America, we have a lot of institutions and systems, right? That standardizes the process for everybody. If you are operating a hotel, and I could just get up and put up my guest house without certain regulations and other things in place, you can't do that here. There are things in place that has to be accomplished or has to be executed. So we are all operating at the same level of impact. And that is why I would say most Westerners are very comfortable staying at certain chain hotels like Marriott, Hilton, and all these stuff because they expect to have the same services. Now, the good news for Africa is that these chains are actually coming into Africa now. If you look at the pipeline, even for Marriott, it's projecting about 10,000 plus room nights in Nigeria, rooms to be in the pipeline, to be projected by 2026 beyond. So there is a lot that is happening, systems, and processes in place. I want to look at a couple of things here. Let's look at some business insight. We have to set a defined market. And what do I mean by that? To be able to market to a person or do any kind of marketing, you have to know who you're marketing to. And marketing and selling are two different strategies, right? You have to know who you're selling to. Am I selling to my local people? Am I selling to my international community? Am I selling to the business community? Am I marketing or selling to the government community? And until we establish that, it's going to be a little difficult for us to start zoning in on where to market. And I'll bring it back to our world here in the United States. The tourism market is very well defined. The travel market is defined, vacations and all this stuff. That's it. And then you have companies like, Fortune 100, 500 companies that actually contract to travel for business as well. And then you have the government agencies that are also traveling. I don't know how effective that is currently in Nigeria per se, but one of the business insight I think people need to start doing, anybody who is operating in the travel industry, come together and start defining your market. Who are we selling to? Who are these people? How do we market to the government? How do we market to the international community? How do we market to the business community? And how do we attract vacationers and leisure travelers? When you have defined that, then the next thing is to deploy an effective marketing strategy. And that will take us a whole day today to discuss that. Effective marketing and sales strategy from your website to all kinds of data, other things that you need to do. Then you also have to work on your customer services. We have to. I don't know many people that show as much honor as Africans. We are that hospitable. We have a lot of honor. We respect people. We have integrity. And all these things need to show in our marketing strategies. Our customer service is key, front and center. that we have to, the same way we honor our people, we should be able to honor people who also come to visit our country. The other thing that we have to invest in, so I've touched on one, certain defined market, two, effective marketing and sales strategy, three, customer service. The fourth business insight I want to touch on is safety and security. I have to be honest with you, Sheena. The world does not help. Internet is not helping with all the bad news and stuff that comes out of Africa. And I kid you not, I don't know any country or city that doesn't have any bad news there. Okay. I remember the first time my mother visited the United States. That was 2000, and I think 4 back then. And she had not seen, she could not believe that we had a burgers on the street here, even here in DC. She was so shocked. She said, "Wait, this is America." I said, "I know. But just as there's something in every country. Here in Washington, D.C., I kid you not, if you turn on the news every morning, there's a shooting. There is something that is happening. But um, we are able to overshadow that with all the good stuff. And that is what we need to focus on, because we need to start projecting the good things that come from Africa. It seems like every little bad thing, bad news, and it deters the whole world from coming there. So we have to invest in our safety and security. Just imagine somebody travels and has a medical emergency, and that happens a lot. People get sick on the plane, they get to a foreign land, and something happens. People have all kinds of underlying medical conditions that would just happen in another land, whether it's the long flight, it's whatever it's happening. But then, do we have the infrastructure to help these people, right? We also have to look at crime and losses as part of safety. How do we provide that kind of safety for the travelers that are coming into Nigeria? Accessibility. So the Americans have something called ADA, that is the American Disability Act. Um, I say this with all the love in me, but growing up in Africa and in Ghana per se, I saw a lot of disabled people. And when you look at disability in Ghana, it feels like they can't accomplish anything with their lives. It is sad. It is sad. We have come into an era where people, no matter race, whatever your limitation is, you should be able to function as the other person, have the same opportunities. Now, how do we react to disability in Africa? Do we have accessibility? Accessibility, are we even wheelchair accessible? And I have a family member here who has a son who is disabled, and he's been dying to go to Africa. And I would I used to, prep him and pump him up like, oh, this Africa is this and that. And one day he asked me, he said, "What am I going to be doing in Africa?" And I said, "What do you mean? That's where your parents are from, you know, and you're going to see great things." And then he reminded me, he's like, "How do I move my wheelchair, my scooter around?" And then I started thinking about all the challenges that he possibly might face just moving around. And we were all looking at each other like we didn't know what answer to give him. But we have come very far. Certain things can be maneuvered around the airports and other things, I get it. But once they come out of the airports in the normal areas, restaurants, right? Attraction places, are these accessible? And the Disability Act, from there, they were talking about how much disabled people have almost billions of money to spend because they really don't go anywhere. And we haven't done a great job even investing in that market. So I bring that back to say, Africa, we have a lot of work to do to make our systems, our processes, our railways, our everything, our driving, our roads, everything much more accessible and friendlier to disabled people. Communication is also very, very key. And thank goodness, I was looking on Google Translate for Nigeria. You have Igbo on there, you have Yoruba on there, you have Hausa on there, and we have to find a better way to communicate. When people come into your country, who are they communicating with? Everybody does not understand the language. I think most people in West Africa, as in Nigeria, Ghana, for instance, English is our official language and a way of conducting business, so it's a little easier. And that is why you have a clear advantage. You have such a huge advantage because of the English, we speak English there, right? The British English. And we are able to communicate more faster than the other countries who have maybe French or other things, and not a lot of people who will be traveling, especially from this side of the world, speak French. We also have to look into the investment of trusted aid. When people are traveling thousands of miles away from home, there is always this fear factor. No matter how brave and strong they are, you're charting a land you do not know, uncertainty. And so we have to be able to provide aid. When we say aid, AIDE, a service, a helper. And that's some of the things that these tourist attractions or hotels and other things have to look into. Sometimes we call it the buddy system. So I do work with a program that's called International Visitors and Learning Program that's run by the State Department here in the USA. So when they have groups of people from different countries, multiple countries that are coming, and they, based on the client I'm working with, the client might be the hotel client I'll be working with, they might be in that contract. And I noticed how the department would actually have an aid, language translator, all kinds of people for that group. It could be a group of 6 or 7 people, but they have all these people with them to help them maneuver the country, maneuver through their travel and everything. And it's beautiful to see. And these are some of the things that we can implement in Africa to make sure that the people that are coming, especially if you have enforcement, the police, how involved are they? Do we involve them in decisions when it comes to travel, it comes to tourists? How are we doing in Nigeria? I would love to know, at some point. But these are conversations to have. I think safety and security is top front for every traveler that is going outside of their home, outside of their country, and outside of their region. So quickly, just a recap on the business side. We have the set defined market, effective marketing and sales strategy, customer services, safety and security. And on the safety and security, we have to look at medical emergencies. We have to look at crime and losses, accessibility, communication, trusted aid, and law enforcement. I would like to go to the other aspects, which I think we have a lot more to do with you, Sheena, as well, which is using technology. Yeah. So there's a trend that came about during COVID. A lot of people, it seemed to be like the only way we could communicate with the world. It was the only way that we could actually feel that we are not completely hidden or lost or stuck up somewhere in our basement. Now, these technological items and devices and experiences and innovations have actually been a blessing, right? If it were not for them, we really would not have gotten back on track as quick as we did. The hotel industry, the travel industry, restaurants, arts, culture, all of them, tourist attractions, hotels, airlines, everyone now is investing into artificial intelligence. You are investing into a lot of tech in tourism marketing because it's an effective way to use existing data to build customer profiles and behaviors. If I can understand the buying pattern of a traveler and I can understand like what they're looking for before they even get to my country, I can customize the experience for them to make sure that they have exactly what they're expecting to accomplish. It doesn't take a lot to make people happy. If you could just let the traveler know, I heard you, I saw your request, I know what you're looking for, and deliver what they're looking for, they will go back and think this is the awesomest vacation they've ever had. AI is key. With AI, we're able to do voice searches, right? Now I can just talk to my phone, especially those of us with bad habits. You're driving and you're still trying to do 20,000 things at the same time. So thank God for Alexa and Siri and Google Voice and hey Google, hey this, hey that. They can do all the work for us. Isn't that amazing? I was sitting here, I have a 6-year-old and he likes a Monster Jam. And yesterday I was like, Alexa, where can I go see the next Monster Jam event? And Alexa was able to tell me location, wherever it's happening, and all that kind of stuff. I said, look at that, look at that, look at that. Yeah. And then also voice control devices. This is the power of technology. Now, I don't know about you, but I used to be very concerned how fast technology was. Every time I woke up in the morning, there was a new device, there was a new thing, and I couldn't keep up. But because we have a little bit of an old school mentality, right? We're still who we are sometimes at the core. But I said, you either keep up or you're gonna be wiped out completely. And with what I do for a living, you have to understand these things. You have to know how it works because this is what we use in our career, in our businesses, and what we do. Now, voice control devices have become very popular, even in hotel rooms, where you pick up the phone. I mean, in your home now, I use my remote to tell the TV what to play, or you can even use your remote to turn off your light, all these other things. And this is where we're headed to. In the industry, we use it to check in people when they get into their rooms. They don't want to be touching. And these were some of the things that helped with COVID. You don't have to touch, devices just to be able to get done what you need to get done. Now we also have some cleaning robots that clean the rooms. And Sheena, I have to tell you, one day I was on the floor at a client's site doing a site tour for another major client of them, and there was a housekeeper that had left the cart in the middle of the row in the hallway. So I was trying to move the cart just so we could walk by. Do you know that stuff weighed over 300 pounds? My goodness. And this lady was just as petite as myself. So after the site, I went back to the floor and I asked her, I said, how do you push these things? They're pretty heavy, very heavy. And I know we could talk about, how AI is going to wipe out certain jobs and everything, but I don't know about you, but pulling that 300-400 pound of pot every day, that's work. Cleaning hotel rooms is not the easiest job. And I told myself, wow, they should be the highest paid people in the industry. You're cleaning up after people's messes, the exposure that they have to chemicals, to infection robots that actually can clean. Some of these robots are even being used as concierge services. Picking up the luggage. When you travel, you already have 500 pounds of luggage, don't you? Uh-huh. Yeah, we see you all when you're traveling at the airports and stuff. And you should see the international international departure area as Africans. Somebody has, like, 10 suitcases, 50 pounds each. Just imagine. Just imagine. So now they check into these hotels, or they get to the belt, and then we have robots that can lift them up without people breaking their backs. And that's technology for you. I think it's awesome. Some of the robots even deliver food to the rooms, like room services. And if you need something, they will send it up, and helping people just really make the job a little easier, right? And then you have contactless payments. These are all part of technology stuff that our hotels are implementing now. Contactless payment, you don't have to pull up your cards and everything. It used to be that you swipe the cards, and then there's, all kinds of stuff that is collected, and people hack into this and that, and they take all your information. Now all you have to do is show your phone. You can hit your phone with your Apple Wallet, I this, I that. There's so many ways to pay now. There's the other part which I really love, the VR technology, right? The virtual reality. It is awesome. It is awesome. And I'm happy to see that Apple actually is coming up with, they've already developed one that will come up soon. Just last month, I went to see an immersive event in DC, and we had to wear the VR. And I was thinking to myself, how cool it would be to have one in your home. I need to get that. I'm definitely going to be one of those who'll be wearing that stuff around my home. But virtual technology reality, virtual reality technology is one of the best things that happen to us in the industry, because we're able to give people the experience before they even get there. We can do a virtual tour. Almost every hotel that I know is investing into that feature. People want to see the rooms. They want to be able to act like little gamers, the way you do the games on the apps, to be able to move into the room, see how it is. I've even bought stuff on, I believe, Amazon that it would say, see how it looks like in your room. So I had to move around with the phone just so that to place the item to see this is marketing, this is technology for you. And this is what we're using that for. And then, for places like, look at the time difference, right? It's you're 5 hours ahead of me. It's almost dawn over here. I call it dawn because I'm not a morning person, but it's like 6 a.m. here. Imagine if I wanted to search on something at a hotel I'm going to be staying at in Nigeria. I could just use the AI chatbot. Just a simple question. I don't have to pick up a phone every time to call people. With all these technology, now you're able to have customer service, 24-hour customer service. And I was talking to a client who worked in the wireless communication industry. And I asked them a very important question. I said, West Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana, we speak very great English. Yes, we speak great English. And I wonder how many phone companies, these major customer service companies, like, why don't you set up your shops? Is it the distance? Is it that they couldn't really give me a good answer? But this is an area that we are lacking. See, these people are traveling all the way to India to set up shops over there, right? You call customer service, the person is telling them, I'm speaking from India. And I'm thinking from here to India, from here to Ghana and the West in Nigeria. Isn't that even shorter? So we have a huge gap. And imagine how, that even if it's $8 an hour, $7 an hour. Imagine how much impact that will make for a million. What I call the Internet of Things, IoT, right? You technology people know that as well. And the internet-based connectivity between everyday devices. So there are times I will go for a walk and I don't need to hold my phone, but I want to be able to communicate or do certain things on my watch that it will send the signal to my phone. And this is the kind of thing we've become now. Why do I have an Apple Watch and still have to carry a phone when I need to jog? I should still be able to respond to my email. When I get back to my MacBook, I should be able to pick up from where I left off on the road. And this is where we have gotten to as people. There is also that facial recognition technology. We call recognition technology, or through the door or order stuff on the TV with facial recognition, just the same features that you have with your face ID and other things on your phone. Very important. And I like to one more that I want to share, actually two more. Big data. Big data. I know data can be very overwhelming. So data, it can be very overwhelming for people. But for us in this industry, it is major, it is key. We use data to analyze business performance. How are we doing as a business? So I noticed that in my dealings with a lot of my people from where we come from, we are very good at giving information and other things, but where we were lacking is gathering the data, keeping the data, as well as using that data to make business decisions, to make other decisions. When I hear people, I want to build a hotel, I'm like, what for? I ask them that question just to throw them off and throw them off balance to see what they are thinking. Oh, this and that. And they still can give me some good data analytics, right? As to why they think that putting that hotel in that location is a good idea, or it's going to be as profitable for them, their investors, and the banks. And this is where big data comes in. Historical rate, we're able to use it to change rate. Now with technology, I don't need to find out what my competitor is doing. It's just pulling stuff from database. I could tell what business is going to them, and I could strategize how to take their business. It's that easy now with big data. And I want to wrap up with the on this section of technology insight with cybersecurity. So I have to say that we have garnered a pretty bad name, both Ghana and Nigeria, with all these cyber crimes that's going on. We haven't done a great job in securing that area. And so we have a lot of work to do. For any business out there, I would say any viable business out there, you have to have security measures. Listen, my website is just really for information only. And my IT guy cannot tell you how many times people try to hack it. So I'm like, okay, It's really just informational website. It's not something that I collect people's data or anything. No. But even that, how many people are trying to put all these ransomware stuff, and I've actually been a victim. I've had my accounts hacked, my social media accounts taken over, and all kinds of stuff. So now more than ever, I'm very conscious of that. But as a business, you cannot take those kind of risk. You have to. So just a quick wrap up, Sheena, before we get back to you. On the technology side, investing in AI, very good. Through AI, you're going to have your voice searches, voice control devices. We now have some robots that are cleaning contactless payment, virtual reality, Zaria is, or Port Harcourt and all that kind of stuff. But if they can actually put on the VR and be able to get there, they can have like a virtual tour of the place. It excites them. It excites them to get there. And then you have to look at the AI chatbots as well, the Internet of Things, just making sure everything is interconnected in their rooms for them, even at the airports, wherever they are. And then facial recognition technology, very, very powerful. And then the big one, the big data analytics, we call it analytics. Some people actually buy these things, right? We have all these telemarketers that they might be annoying, but they're doing a great, I think they are very effective and efficient at their job. When people get angry with telemarketers, I said, no, you guys are very, very efficient at your job, at what you do. And then cybersecurity, very, very important for us to invest into. Sheena, got to call your time. Thank you. And I think, I guess everybody's up here now in the USA now. So it is close. So it looks like our systems is getting jammed. And just an FYI, since COVID, even the internet companies are having a hard time with the load that they have to take on. So bear with us if the line keeps going in and out here. So to your question, one of the things that we have here in the US, there are very, very tough laws and regulations. So it's not like an airline can just get up and do whatever they want to do, change prices, do everything. The issue we have in Africa is lack of control. We don't have a lot of control in terms of how we do our things, right? Sometimes the government controls what they can control. But when it comes to certain areas like travel and tourism, we don't have of this, but these are the policy people that actually have to come up with certain policies and break down tourism into your airlines, your hotels, and then your destination or your attraction places. What are the policies that we can use to govern these things in terms of infrastructure, making sure it's up to par? You can't just put up any building and call it a guest house, right? You can't create anything, but there has to be rules and licensure. It's very good we don't go through the Africa. You could pay your way through things. You could pay your way through things, not have the right thing that can really impact people. It's not like that, Ron, and it's not up to par. That you are not opening. They don't care. They don't care how much you've invested, 10, 100 million. It's none of their business. You have to pass all these regulations, all these safety measures, everything before you even get the license to operate. And that's some of the things that the policymakers have to really look into that. The other thing we also have to look at is in terms of employment and job creation, how can we regulate? Because I'll tell you, here in Washington, D.C., you have certain laws that guide, hotel housekeepers, you have hotel staff, hotel this, tourist attraction, you can pay them a certain amount, minimum wage and all these kinds of things. We have to start implementing those. It will help us to be very standardized. We also have to look into our trade-off and partnerships. And when I mean by partnerships, let's say you have hotel chains, for instance, right? I work mostly in the hotel industry, so I have some great knowledge there. If they're coming into Africa, are they compromising on the same services and things that they're providing here? Or just because it's Africa, people can come in and just do whatever they want to do, right? It starts with a lot of integrity. I remember restaurant association, right? Hotel association, car rental association. These are very helpful. The government cannot do everything for us. But if we as a community, as a travel community or tourism community come in, then everybody can bring their advice, their intel, their knowledge to say, let's establish these guidelines to help us. So it really takes the government, it also takes the private sector, and then the person, individuals actually operating businesses as well. Could you please? Actually, I can see them here now. Okay. Because how then do you think technology can help in promoting or helping? Okay, I think I answered that question because he asked it very early. And then disability inclusion, many people go on TripAdvisor, want to check times. Most of them, he was commenting on my stuff. And the other question that he asked, how they can use technology, which I've sort of went through that. I think that was before I talked about the technology questions. Unless you have other ones that I haven't seen.
This call on Tumba Michael, and I would, when we're talking about the technology recommendations, there were quite a huge amount of them. It's like you also admitted, it's quite big and overwhelming. So for players in the Nigerian travel and tourism space, if they need to start addressing the technology imperatives for unlocking the potentials of travel and tourism in Nigeria, what would you recommend as some of the key priority areas? Technology is huge, it's big, it happens every day, it's difficult to catch up. But how do operators in the Nigerian travel and tourism space start and begin to accord priority to some of the key technology enablers that will quickly assist them in playing catch up?
And I think there are two key things that would be very, very effective for them now. I know that they are not just marketing to the local people to visit. The technology that they can apply is really web development. They have to invest in their marketing on the web of all things, web, social media, and virtual reality. It's hard to do all the others, but before you can even get the get to do all the others, you have to have a way to get the people to see what you have to offer. So I will first invest in that. Um, how do people see you? How do they find you? Can they even find you? If I go online right now to search for things to do in Nigeria, would you come up? These are the things that you have to think of first. And how do I get people to come to use me? So they should invest one in the web of all things, in searches, meta, we call them SC, search engine optimizations, geotagging, all these meta searches and other stuff. Very, very key. People have to find you to be able to even buy your business or buy the things and the services you're selling. Without that, you really cannot function. And then also part of that would be a huge investment into the VR technology, giving people the experiences. I was briefly on a project for a museum that was going to open in Ghana, and I like where one of the things that they were curating first to even before they even opened the museum was VR technology, having that virtual experience. And that is key because that was a way to really ignite excitement in people. So if I don't have a plane ticket of before I invest into that $7,000, $10,000 trip to Nigeria, can I have an experience of what it would really look like? So I'll start from those two areas.
Thank you very much for setting the priority local transport industry. Are there some final thoughts that you may want to share with us?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to say that we have the best to offer the world as Africans, especially Nigeria, especially Ghana, West Africa as a whole. There is a lot to offer the world. And it really starts with us. We have to do a very great job in terms of marketing ourselves to the world. When I did a paper in a graduate program that I was doing at University of Maryland years ago, and my first paper I was supposed to write was a brand called me. And I'm like, this professor, what's wrong with them? Right? I said, a brand called me. It was supposed to be a paper, an actual paper I was supposed to write about. So in this paper, you're supposed to make yourself a brand. And then I went to the professor and I said, that's kind of hard to do. And then he said, well, that's the problem. You are a brand. Everybody is a brand. And how do you market yourself and package yourself for the world to see you? So there's a brand called Africa, there's a brand called Nigeria, right? Now, how do we make that brand accessible to everybody? How do we make that brand marketable to attract the right people? It's all great that, we have oil, we have this, we have all this stuff, but not everybody can get into the oil business. And travel and tourism is that area where the ordinary person can become somebody, right? It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot. It can literally create substantial workforce for any country if we develop it right. So I would ask that we do a better job. We do a much better job promoting Africa, promoting Nigeria, promoting the richness of our culture, our heritage, wherever we are. And I'm so excited for this opportunity, Sheena. And I look forward to some more conversations. And this is us coming back home. This is us coming back home. I don't want Africa to lose its best talents to the world, but we have to create that environment and the space where the people that left home to seek extra knowledge can bring that knowledge back home. So thank you. Are you there?
Thank you for
Thank
those
you.
very touching rapport about the need for African talent in diaspora to begin to bring back the knowledge, the skill, and competencies that they acquire tobacco for us to collect, join forces in unlocking potentials of Africa and the huge, markets, whether the market for tech. I like the fact that you brought to bear the fact that Nigeria, Ghana offers a great destination for call center services. Some of those things that we there is still opportunity for them to them. I also like the rich depth of business and technology sites that you brought in. We would in the not too distant future be playing Oliver Twist. We will be inviting, and we might possibly invite you physically to Lagos to join us in for that knowledge share and all of that. We want to thank you very much, Abina, for enriching the audience across Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. We also want to thank the attendees for showing up today. The recorded link to, the recording of this live session will also be available immediately after this session. And I have no doubts that we will all continuously and continually be enriched by the times that have been shared with us today. Thank you very much, and have a great day as we bring the live session with Abina to a final point. Abina, thank you very much. Have a great day today, and God bless.
Thank you, Shina. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Yeah, you know, when you say I've been CEO, you sound like I was CEO yesterday. I've, I've not been CEO of any MTN company for the last 7 years at least. So I think that, you know, especially given my experience after leaving MTN, I've been involved in a lot of other sectors and sitting on several boards. And I look at what the role of the private sector should be in terms of economic growth. I think that just if we step back a bit and look at, if you look at the GDP equation today, consumption plus investment plus government expenditure plus minus net exports, imports, whatever. I think that what has become very clear is that the private sector is responsible in terms of investments, direct investments, and also for stimulating consumption, because that's where innovation comes in. So you can easily say that out of that whole GDP equation, the private sector is probably responsible for at least 75% of that, at least. Depends on the economy. I don't know the exact numbers in Nigeria. I need to check, but at least 75% of that. So it's absolutely critical. The engine of growth for any economy is the private sector. The amount of investments it makes into different sectors, not just foreign, because I know we talk a lot about FDI, but also local investments as well. You know, local and foreign investment is the investments that are created that enable you to create the right kind of industries, companies that stimulate economic activity, that stimulate employment, that stimulate growth and wealth. So the private sector is indeed the engine of growth in any economy. And I think that if you look across Africa, you're beginning to see more and more. Most governments are now beginning to recognize that more and more. So, I mean, for example, in Ethiopia has been a closed economy for a long time, but they brought in a second operator last year, I think Safaricom, and they're now trying to license a third operator. And if you look at across other sectors of the economy, more and more governments are realizing that the heart of any economy is the private sector. If the private sector is not working, you're not going to generate the tax revenues that the government used to run itself. So I think that in terms of engagement, I would look at it from a broader private sector engagement point of view. I think you already have a lot of industry groups. The Telecoms have theirs, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and the like. But I think that generally speaking, there probably needs to be a lot more robust engagement with governments in terms of expectations. What do we in private sector expect governments to do? How do we expect them to make things easier to enable people to continue to invest in the economy? I think we read not too long ago, one of the companies, GSK, has been here for 51 years, has left the country. I mean, there's no guarantee. You can't stop people from leaving the economy if they don't feel like there's the right enabling environment for that. So I think it's more of engagement. And that engagement needs to be consistent, and it needs to be structured, and it needs to be result oriented, and it needs to be across the economy. It's not about just telecom. Telecom is just a part of the larger economy. If the economy is not growing, then telecom growth will be stunted to some extent. So it's really about how well or how more does the private sector engage in terms of clarity, engaging governments, especially new governments when they come into power, on what the expectations are and how they can work together to achieve those expectations in terms of growth in the overall economy. In the early days, there were very, very, very high expectations of this industry. Very high, because we were in a situation where pent-up demand. People needed to communicate. People were hungry for communication. So there was a very high pent-up demand. You remember all the glitz around the mobile auction, the $285 million paid, and all that. And you saw that in those early years, there was a lot of focus around, first of all, there was a lot of hoopla about pricing. I'm sure you remember, the tariffs are too high, the SIMs were too expensive, airtime was too expensive. And I think it also talked about the resilience of the industry, because I think at that time, there was a lot of engagement, even with people like you in the media, with the National Assembly, to explain that this is a new industry. It will take time to evolve. And as it evolves and as competition becomes more intense, you now begin to see barriers becoming lower, and those things get translated in terms of value to the consumer. And then there was a time when there was a lot of focus around quality of service, expectedly so, because you had a lot more people coming onto the network than the network could build. I think over the years, it was tough in those early years, but I think, again, it was important that in a lot of the operating companies, I think it was clear to, at least to me then, that we had a national assignment to deliver. It was as simple as that. It was high expectations on the industry. The regulators were under pressure. The operators were under pressure. You had to build the ecosystems. You had to build the right kind of partners, suppliers, vendors, and get everybody to learn at the same time. So I think that there was a lot of expectations on the industry. And over the years, there are other issues. I'm sure the operators can speak a lot more about all the normal issues of right of way and all of that. But I think that at the high level, there was a lot of expectation. And I think that over the years, I believe that the industry has earned a lot more trust, from
the consumers, and from the economy at large. Because I think more and more people could understand a lot more what it entailed to build a network, and the pressures that the operators were under. And I think over the years, the industry has endured a lot more trust. Maybe because other things in the economy haven't worked as well. So you look at it and say, well, maybe in the larger scheme of things, telecom has done much better than other sectors. But I think that there was a lot of expectation. And I think so far, it appears to me that the industry has earned a lot more trust. And it still has to work harder to earn even more trust, because like we said, in the digital economy where everybody's reliant on the platforms, then the expectations are going to be a lot higher. I think that one of the things that I probably have not read a lot about, I know we talk about, the telecom revolution a lot and, what has happened. But I think one area we probably may not, we probably, I think is important, is in the area of human capacity development. So if you think about it this way, I mean, in 2001, the biggest industries were the FMCGs, the banks, and the oil companies, right? Especially the oil companies, they were the biggest, those were the largest industries. What has happened in the last 22 years is, with the kind of growth that we've seen in the telecom industry, has been a lot of investment in human capital. So a whole new crop of young people, some of us not so young anymore, who joined the industry then, a whole new set of people in the telecom sector. You have more telecom engineers, electronic engineers. You have more people who are adept at power solutions. So for example, today South Africa is all crying about power outage and all that. We've been dealing with that for 20 years. This industry has been run like that way for 20 years. Think about it. 22 years. We've never had power. So you've had a lot of professionals in the power space. You've had a lot of marketing professionals. If you think about what has happened in the whole marketing communications industry on account of what has happened in telecom, and the innovation space. So when you think about it and you think about the crop of talent that has been developed in this industry, be they in the operating companies, a lot of them have now spun into the other subsectors like the tower industries, the infrastructure industries, the over-the-top industries. So today you find out that apart from the core telco people who work with the operators, those you are developing a new crop of those kind of people. They are working in other entities across telco entities, not just within the parent companies, but also across the world. You are seeing a lot of new talent. I see a lot of our talent, people I know who are my colleagues or some juniors, who are now working in new industries. So can you imagine what's happening in electricity? A lot of this talent that you have in telecom is now funneling into electricity. We're seeing people going into fintech. Oluwakomu just left OPay. He was part of MTN at the early days, worked in banking for so many years. Now with fintech, people like Wale Goodluck, who at some point was in telecom, headed GSMA in Africa, and a lot of other younger colleagues that are littering the whole economic landscape, other industries. I think we forget about that. And that's very significant. That's very significant. Even on a personal level, I'm a lawyer by training, got into the telco industry, worked in MTN, had an opportunity to go into commercial sales and distribution, and had an opportunity to go into executive management. That has completely changed my own career trajectory many years after I've left the company. So if you think about those kind of stories, this industry has built a lot of human capacity. And I run into them a lot these days. I mean, they're in the pensions industries, they're in the fintech industries. Everywhere you go to, you meet one of your former staff. Hey, Oga, we're here, you know. So I think it's something we don't talk enough about, but I think it's something that is very, 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 very interesting. And also how the telecom industry has inspired other newer industries. So if you look at what has happened in fintech, if you look at what has happened in renewable, I think a lot of what has been done in telecom has provided a kind of blueprint for newer industries to copy. And those are the kind of, for me, personal milestones and memories that I run across and I see is the quality of the people and the value that they are adding, and all of this talent all comes back into this economy one way or the other. So I think that for me is those are kind of key milestones, personal milestones that I always relish on, as far as what this industry has produced over this last 22 years. I think that if we go back to our earlier discussion about how this is not a linear industry that focuses on providing basic communication services, it is now providing the platform to support a digital economy. I think if you think about it from that perspective, then you begin to understand how critical this industry has become. So, like I argued earlier on, that if you try to quantify the value of this industry in terms of telecom as a percentage of GDP, it may not give you a full and a fair picture of how important it is, because you are providing the platform to support other sectors of the economy. So I think that if you think about it that way, it becomes absolutely critical that the sector needs to be given a lot more priority. And I think that over the years, in most African markets, you find out that there are some ministries in quote that are given a lot more priority. You have Ministry of Economy, the Finance, and there's some prized ministries. And generally speaking, you find out that the communication and digital economy tend not to be in the tier A ministries, if I want to put it that way. I think that needs to change. I think that needs to change, because a lot of what is going to be happening in terms of economic development is going to be happening in the digital economy. And this is what is being driven. And I'm happy that the Ministry of Communication is now called Ministry of Digital Economy, I believe, digital economy. And I'm also quite excited at the list of ministers. I think we're seeing Dr. Tijani is being nominated. I don't know. I hope he goes to the Communications Ministry or the Digital Economy Ministry, because that will be putting, I think, the square peg in a square hole. But so I think that perspective just needs to change. It needs to be seen not as a linear industry. It needs to be seen as an industry that powers the economy. So with that in mind, you would find out that a lot of things that pertain to the industry will now start having cross-industry implications. So regulatory, for example, today telcos are now having fintech arms of businesses. So they have new kinds of regulators. They have to deal with different arms of agencies, state bodies, state organizations, and other NDAs across the space. So you now have a multi-regulator type environment from what we had 22 years ago. So I think that it's going to be really critical around understanding the ramifications of what this digital economy entails and how to support this industry that provides the underlying backbone, and of course the new ecosystems that are emerging in the innovation space, and all of that, how you bring all that together. And it's still just going to depend on the right kind of policy and regulatory support. And it's going to have to be more bespoke. It can't be just talking about digital economy at a high level. Yes, we want to promote digital economy. What does that really mean? And what does that entail? And what do the stakeholders in the industry need to make that happen? And then you hold the stakeholders accountable in terms of course, their regulatory requirements and all that. That doesn't change. But I think the dialogue just needs to be a lot tighter, and it needs to be a lot more clinical. I'll kind of put them in four quick buckets, the way I see it, in terms of what are the key lessons learned, in terms of building successful organizations that have played in this space. I think the first thing is obviously the policy and regulatory support. So if you look at this industry, and I must give kudos to the frameworks that were set at the beginning of this industry. The industry started much earlier, but I think the digital mobile auction actually provided a good platform for what we have seen today. And I think if you recall at that time, Shino, there was a lot of very, very strong political and policy support. So the government was very clear about what they intended to achieve. The NCC was very empowered. We had, great Nigerians like late Ahmed Joda, who chaired the NCC at the time. Engineer Ernest Ndukwe, who I think today is chairman of MTN board, was EVC at the time. And I was fortunate because I was working in NCC at the time and I was acting company secretary. So I kind of saw a lot of what evolved, and I saw a lot of what happened, and a lot of work that was put behind the scene by some of these gentlemen and a lot of the staff that were behind them at the time to make these things happen. So it's critical, once you have the right kind of policy and regulatory environment that creates certainty. You remember at the time, I think MTN Group probably took its biggest bet at that time by betting on Nigeria, and the bet that I think has paid off extremely handsomely for them. So I think that's obviously the first starting point. I think the second key thing is having committed investors who believe in the market. And committed investors mean investors that are looking at the market, they believe in the market, they believe in the potentials, and they continuously invest in the opportunities. And I think you've seen that if you look at the telecom landscape, even across Africa and even in Nigeria, you find out that there are fewer and fewer players. The players who have outlasted others are those that remain committed to the markets and have continuously invested through the life cycle of the growth of the industry. And I think the third thing is those investors have built strong companies, solid companies, good governance, get the right kind of leaders, great cultures. And those are the companies that are enduring today and are playing a key role in terms of providing the kind of infrastructure and support that we're seeing. And then lastly is the issue about, for every successful telco or indeed any other business, being very close to the market, understanding what the market needs, and being able to provide that. I think you can see that across Africa. So for example, I was CEO in MTN Ghana at the time, about 10 years ago, when we decided to go into mobile money fully, because it was a virgin area at that time. There was a clear need for it. It was a clear opportunity to differentiate the business at that time. And we focused heavily on it, of course, learning from what Safaricom had done with M-Pesa. And today that business is a very significant part of the portfolio of that company today. So I think these are really the key lessons. Just once there's the right environment, there's the right regulatory policy support, getting the right kind of investors who believe in the market and commit to building great organizations, and being sensitive to the opportunities in the market and continue to invest behind them. Okay, thank you, Shino. I think that I listened to the speech also, and we've had stuff like that before. I mean, come on, we've had those are, in my view, political statements. Because when you say you promise 1 billion jobs, or yeah, that's fine at a manifesto level. I think what now needs to be done is how do you translate that into reality? How do you translate that into reality? And that's why I talked about being a lot more clinical. And that's where I think also as private sector, we need to hold the government to account. So what does it mean to create 1 million jobs in this sector? What does that exactly mean? How is it going to happen? What are the key drivers? What are the enablers that need to happen? What needs to be put in place? And I think that's where, in a lot of ways, just to reemphasize the point about, how we from a private sector point of view, and this is across the economy, this is not just telcos, how we need to engage, with government. I think that if we're looking at every sector, there are kind of three broad things you can look at in terms of clear output. Number one is investment. So if there's a clear objective to say you want to create, you want to do whatever, how much investment is required? So I gave you a number of what I read with McKinsey and Company. That needs to be fact-checked, that needs to be interrogated. It needs to be clear how much investment is going to be attracted. If you do not attract the investments, you are not going to create the jobs. It's as simple as that. So we need to ensure how much investments are going to be, how much needs to be attracted, into what sector, into what subsector, what needs to be done to make it happen. Okay. Secondly is the issue about output. So what is the outcome we are looking at? How do we measure deliverables? I think we need to start holding the public sector a lot more to account on deliverables. If you're in the private sector and you run a business, I sit on a lot of boards, and we hold our CEOs and our management accountable. If you don't deliver on the job, then we have a question to answer. So if we're saying we're going to develop sectors, what output are we expecting? If it's power sector, how many megawatts of power do we expect over so much period of time, given the amount of investment we talked about? Then also related to output is how much export opportunities do we see? We should start looking, obviously, export-led growth is going to be a key part of how we begin to change the trajectory of our economy. So that comes in output. And then the third area, which is where the president talked about, is jobs. What is the resultant effect of that? So it's a bit too simplistic to say you're going to create 1 million jobs. You have to focus on how much investment, what will that enable, what will that create, and then how many jobs are you going to create? And I think that's the kind of engagement that I think needs to happen across every sector in our economy, because our economy is underperforming. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, the last couple of years, probably last 8 years, our economy has been underperforming. And there's no one sector that will grow faster. I mean, the telecom or the digital sector can grow, it's healthy enough, but the point is that you will always be restricted by the overall growth of the overall economy. So I think there is something about how do we hold the president and this administration to account. And he has actually come out to say, yes, he wants to be held to account. So we just need to do that. We need to do the groundwork around translating the big, broad political promises and platitudes into clear actions. And with responsibilities for everybody, I'm sure, both on the private and the public sector. And I think that's how we can make things happen. I think that one of the things I sit on a few boards of two fintech companies, both in Nigeria and with an Africa footprint. And I think one of the things that really fascinates me or excites me about what you see in the innovation space it's just the sheer creativity of our people, of our young people. It's just amazing. A lot of creativity, um, a lot of grit, getting, just plodding along and getting things done. So I think that fearlessness in terms of creativity, in terms of innovation, is something that is very exciting to see. And I think you've seen a lot of the young companies, fintech companies like, well, InterSwitch is it's not a young company anymore. They're 20 years or so. Flutterwave, the Flutterwaves of this world, some of the newer companies that have been in carbon, the guys into fintech, the guys into logistics. A lot of companies that are doing exciting digital things, doing exciting things in the digital space. I remember attending one of the seminars and the whole a conference, and all we were focusing on, all that was being discussed was about how to solve problems. How do we solve problems across the economy? How do we make people get things done quicker, more efficiently, based on the realities of what is happening on ground? So I think that the whole area around solutions and services and innovation is just exciting. And for my advice for them is, just keep challenging and extending, doing the impossible. And I think we're already seeing great examples coming out from Nigeria. A lot of our entrepreneurs are doing exciting, great things across the continent. So just keep doing great things, And I think the challenge is, how do we create an environment where we keep most of them? Because I think, as you know, Japa is now the new reality where a lot of people are living, and to some extent, understandably so. So how do we create an atmosphere and environment where we can continue to keep the best and brightest minds, to keep doing exciting, innovative things, creating new products, creating new services, creating things that can help to just make digital a way of life, and that can make this country a lot more productive, make people's lives easier, make people's lives happier. So it's just really exciting, especially on the services space. I used to be a lot more in the platform and network side of things, but the services space is just really exciting.
I think that the world we are going into, it would be too dangerous to allow anybody not to be included in this new world. It would be too dangerous to allow people to remain offline in every sense of the word danger. We have to bring everybody into this new world, into this space. Anybody who is not in this space is a potential danger to themselves and to the rest of us. From a security perspective, from an economic perspective, from a social perspective, from a professional or work perspective, we need to bring people into this space. In fact, I think that in a couple of years' time, governments and stakeholders will pay people to come online. So it's today, people are paying to come online. In a couple of years' time, we'll have to pay people to come online. It would be a part of our society, of our ability to thrive, only if everybody is in this space. If you look at Africa today, and particularly sub-Saharan Africa, what are the things that are keeping people from becoming part of this new world order? It's cost, is computer literacy, and is access to services, is availability of services, is taking services, or is taking access to parts of Nigeria where it is not economic to. But beyond all that, even today, with all the infrastructure in place, with everybody, having a device, everybody with a phone, an iPad, with the cost of smart devices coming down, we still have a significant problem with uptake. And this is centered around the content issue. Today in Nigeria, and I keep saying in sub-Saharan Africa, there's a lot of content, but there isn't a lot of relevant content. And for us to begin to scratch the surface, people must align with the content that is available. Our content the content and applications that will ride on this big internet pipe that everybody's building and talking about, it has to resonate with everybody across all demographics. It's not only for the ladies and gentlemen in this room. We form a very small and insignificant part of the total ecosystem. And without bringing people in, then Nigeria is not going to grow. And if we're not able to capture everybody, then we're going to wake up with a huge army of unconnected, very unhappy, very unaligned, and dangerous population. Content must cross language barriers. About 2-3 years ago, when we spoke about WhatsApp, or 2 years ago about WhatsApp, everybody said WhatsApp will never become a disruptor because WhatsApp had a literacy barrier. So you first needed to be able to read and write to use WhatsApp. Today, WhatsApp has voice. Today, WhatsApp has video. It has no literacy barrier anymore. So everybody can use WhatsApp, for talking, for video, and it has become very, very pervasive. And it will continue to grow and become more and more pervasive. And the lesson is that if we cannot bring internet content to our people here in our different languages, we're not going to go anywhere. If we cannot bring internet content that relates to everybody, so internet content, yes, everybody is on the internet all the time, but majority of the content is perhaps too sophisticated for the elementary requirements of a lot of our people. We need to let people understand how the internet relates to their day-to-day activities. We need to let people understand that when you are driving out of your house in the morning, or you are going to get into a bus in the morning, today you can check on Google Maps and see where there's traffic and where there's no traffic. It can tell you how long, within a small margin of error, it's going to take you to get to where you are going. These are the simple things that are going to make a difference in the life of everybody who is trying to get online. The content must add value. I cannot tell somebody who, let's give an example, a vulcanizer, to tell him about the internet if he cannot understand or rationale how the internet will make his business better. That is a task that the people in this room, our regulators, our legislators, our executive arm of government, that is a task that must be done. It's a task that needs a lot of funding. It's a task that requires a lot of hard work. But at the end of the day, if we're able to bring this message home so that every Nigerian, in whatever sphere of life, whatever you're doing, you're a student, you're a mason, you're a painter, there is some value add on the internet for you. You can see the linkage between the internet and your bottom line. Then I think the problems around adoption will be a lot easier. It will be a much easier agenda to sell, and you know, all this talk about local content. If we don't have local content, we're not going to go anywhere. The internet will continue to be the exclusive preserve of the fat cats, the nice men and women in this room, and in the hallowed chambers in Abuja. So until that time, you know, we just have to, and there's work for everybody here. We have to bring it home. You have to tell people, this is how the internet will revolutionize what you do. We have seen how the internet has disrupted major businesses. Today, we see how the internet is actually beginning to disrupt the MNOs, and they also must now change their business model. They must change how they think. They must change how they approach their businesses. If you look at voice, for instance, today, 5-6 years ago, you needed to sell voice to get data. Now, you need to sell data and then you will get voice. Ultimately, voice will be free in a few years' time in Nigeria. So, for all of us, I think the lesson now is, how do we get people to adopt and come online? What message are we taking to them? How are we making this online world friendly? How are we removing the barriers to entry? How are we speaking in English? How are we moving away from talking about LTE, EVDO, and all those big things, 5G, 4G, and simplifying it and telling people it's all about faster internet? We need to bring the message home. We need to make it relevant, and that's the only way that we're going to cross the content barrier. A lot of businesses in Nigeria today have recognized this, and they are going to move, their business model is going to become, rather than become content distributors, they will become content owners. Ultimately, the owner of content will be king in this market. The people who historically have distributed content are going to have to work a lot harder, because in Telecoms language, the loop is about to be unbundled big time in the content transmission space. Everybody, I will no longer need a decoder to get content in my house. I will no longer need a lot of infrastructure to get the content that I want. And we've seen the first movers. Unfortunately, they are all again coming from offshore, but there's opportunity for us here now locally. Develop content. Your content is now more available, more relevant locally. It's the content that our people want. And to host your content and transmit your content is no longer a problem. I will stop here.
Nice having you on our Thought Leadership series that's focusing on the data privacy and protection ecosystem in Nigeria. My name is Shino Badar. Kindly introduce yourself to our viewers.
Thank you, Shina. Thanks for having me on. My name is Olu Femi Ogundere. I am the MD CEO of Mari Nigeria Limited, and I am an IT practitioner of about 30 years experience, which has taken me globally. I've worked in Europe, in America, and in Africa. We got our license in 2019 from NICTA, which is the National Information Technology Development Agency, and this is the license to do compliance for all public and private companies in Nigeria on data protection in the country, which is like a mirror of the GDPR, which is already in existence in Europe. So now we have the one called the NDPR, which is the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, and that's about it about me for now.
Okay, thank you very much. What has been the experience of the private and public sector organizations in complying with the NDPR that you just talked about, considering the fact that this regulation came into effect in 2019, and also the government institution responsible for this mandate thought that it should co-opt the private sector as data compliance organization to advance the enforcement of this regulation. So take us from 2019 that you've been part of this. What has been the experience?
Okay, thank you for that. It's been quite a funny or enjoyable ride, so to speak, because it's got its downs and its ups, advantages and disadvantages. Like data protection regulation is still in its infancy stage, so it's expected that things not to kick off or pick up right away. Private companies have been very, very encouraging. They've taken more to it than the public sector, which is lagging, but it's understandable. Like I said, it's still in its infancy stage. We've had so much of romance with the private companies who appreciate and who are enlightened and exposed. So the kind of people that we've come into contact with are people who've been around, who have relationships with companies outside the country, who understand the system already, understand GDPR already. So they warmed up to us and it was okay. The public sector have been like one reason or the other, maybe they think, do we really need this? The awareness is not really there. But with the encouragement from we DPCUs, which are Data Protection Compliance Officers, we've trained so many people on awareness with the help of the government, done so many programs to make people aware of what's going on through jingles in the paper and the news, radios and everywhere, through adverts in the papers. We've done so many things to encourage people and to make them aware of what's going on. And response has been slow and steady, but it's encouraging. And the public sector too, they've picked up. And recently, the minister and the SGF, as the Secretary of Government, gave a directives on all ministries, departments, and agencies, the MDAs, to all make sure they comply with the data protection regulations. So this directive has really helped to push more the awareness. And with this, we know enforcement is going to come into place. And Nigerians, once there's no rule or there's no law, there's no offense. Now that it's going to come into law and everything, a lot of people have started getting a lot of information, some responses from people who now want to make sure they are compliant with the data protection regulation. So I can say initially it was been slow, the reaction and everything, but now everybody knows about it. Before, you need to spend an hour explaining to people what this is all about. But now it's before you even say, oh, I know about it, I've heard about it. So it's now a case of if you want to get involved or not, or how important it is to them. But now with the government playing its role in making sure the bill will soon be passed now. This is going into the, it's going to become law. So there won't be a case of like, if you go to court, what you have against me, what can you hold me for? So now, thank God, things are moving very well in the right direction. And so to speak, it's actually encouraging now. It's not so much sour news like it was when we started. So for now, we're moving on. We're moving.
Okay, talking about moving in the right direction, let's return to the foundation. You said that the Nigerian version of the data protection regulation took its inspiration from the European Union version, the GDPR. Why does any society, whether Nigeria or any for that matter, need or require data protection for its citizens?
Data, as we know, is a general word. Data has been in existence since before Jesus Christ. There's been the word data, because anything data is just information. So a lot of people confuse data, or what you mean by data. I've always known about data. But what we're talking about here is for data subjects, data about you and I, data about personal data, personal information, basically. So this impact and on data protection now, the awareness, people now understand about their rights, about their privacy rights. It's like nobody can do anything without getting my consent. Like before marketing is done, third party, your information is everywhere, everybody knows about you, they can sell your information here and there. But with the GDPR, which came into law a couple of years before we decided to do the same thing, and like I said, it's a mirror of GDPR. We're doing exactly the same thing because now it's a standardized thing. What happens in Europe happens there, what happens in America, it's all over. So you know your rights, your data is protected all over wherever you go. So it's quite encouraging.
You also said in passing that there, and it's also been in the news, that there is going to be, there's already a proposed law in the pipeline, the Data Protection Act of, bill of 2022, and which we also understand has been transmitted to the National Assembly. From the perspective of an ecosystem player in the Nigerian data protection ecosystem, what do you think this regulation, when it becomes, what do you think this incoming act will provide that is not currently provided for in the NDPR? Or what are those superior value propositions that we should expect?
Right, it's basically everything that's in the NDPR is what will be implemented. The only difference now is like the enforcement. Because awareness, there's always been awareness, useful information, people knowing their rights and everything. But the enforcement bit where you get fined for a percentage of your annual income or a fixed amount, when people know, it's like you not getting, like having your tax done. It's going to prevent you from so many things. You're looking for contracts, you're trying to implement stuff, they tell you have to provide your tax clearance and get your tax or your company audited. So now with this coming to law, all those things will apply because people are already panicking anyway, because like the Federal Consumer Board, they've told some startup companies now that for you to even get on board, you need to get the approval of NDPR. You need to have your audit done and get the approval from them. So we get so many calls and messages from them saying, please, we want this, we want that. So what this is going to create, apart from what's already there, is the enforcement bit, which will help propagate this trajectory of the data protection regulation.
We've also seen that Nigeria is licensing some 5G, has issued some 5G licensing, which means that more and more there's going to be faster internet and a whole lot around that connected ecosystem. So how do you think data protection fits into this major transition that we're expecting as 5G comes on stream in the Nigerian telecoms industry, and also taking more and more Nigerian consumers online and connected?
Like you said, the 5G is the newest generation of technology, and with this comes with the transformation of smart city, smart transformation, efficiency in medicine, automation, and so many things. So this creation of so many IT roles, IT jobs, basically Internet of Things, the awareness and transformation of all these things. And one thing that comes up with this that is connected with data protection is the word consent. So many things out there now, marketing, online marketing, digital marketing that comes from all this. And none of this can occur if you don't get the consent of the subject, the data subject. So consent comes in, not just you get the consent, they'll also have the right to withdraw consent. Before people consent, oh, I agree to this, that's fine. But now, with data protection regulation, you can actually withdraw your consent. You have the right to do that and say, I do not want this anymore. So this is going to have impact in so many ways, because like it's going to bring so much business, and there's no country, if you're doing businesses globally, even within the country or cross-border, like I said, that would not ensure if we have data protection laws. Nobody wants to deal with you. And the advantage is brand, increases the brand value. Because once you know they have a data protection law, I can open up, I can do anything. My competitors don't have to have that information about me except I give them. It's government also. You have what you call spies all over the world that they can hack into your system and everything. So with 5G comes with so much technology, so much advantages, where we can bring in cybersecurity, information security, definitely data security, where we have confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So with this comes so many advantages. So it's a step in the right direction.
If it's a step in the right direction, it naturally takes us to the next question, and that will be, we talked about consent. Right. So if you're to provide information to Nigerians, what would you tell Nigerian consumers what they need to know about their data privacy rights?
That's one of my favorite areas. You have data privacy rights, you have subject access request, the SARS. They need to know about their data privacy rights. Very, very important. Consumers need to know that nobody can have rights to your information except you give them the right, which is the consent. Like me picking up something about you, like I said earlier on, picking up information about you maybe from a friend or from a newspaper or somewhere and just using it. It doesn't work like that anymore. And like data controllers now, their business partners are data processors. So they work hand in hand. They know that, look, this is the standard. This has to fall within the rights of the subject, as in the data protection regulation. And so whatever the business partners, which are the processors, do must impact or be the same as what the data controller who have the control of the use of your data. So with this, the consumers have to know their data protection, they have to know their rights. That's the rights to erasure, which I mentioned earlier on. Rights to rectify, you can correct information people have about you. Rights to portability, when you can move, like my information is with Zenith back out to move it to Access Bank. You have the rights to do all that now. So these are some of the rights that they have now. They know, once they know what their rights are, it helps. And this promotes businesses, it saves cost, and increases ROI, and so many other benefits that comes with it.
The Nigerian NDPR also created room for data protection compliance organizations, right, like yours. Right. Okay, can you tell us, basically from the point of view of a layman, what do these DPCOs do, And as such, what is an organization like yours that you lead, Meria Consulting, how have they helped Nigerian organization to assist in meeting their data privacy compliance obligations and responsibilities?
Okay, you mentioned DPCO. I'll tell you the full meaning of that. DPCO means Data Protection Compliance Organization, which my company, Mary Nigerian, is one of. We are one of the first sets of people that got the license to implement this. And what we've been doing is it's split into various roles. First and foremost is the awareness, creation of awareness. We've been training so many companies because a lot of people are intelligent, but people are only intelligent on what they deal with or what they work with. There are a lot of people out of ignorance that do not know some certain things because they don't work with it, they've never heard about it. It's in English language and everybody understands. Well, people, that's our lingua franca, so we understand English and whatever is said is exactly what it means. If I say protection, we mean protection cover. So people are just getting aware. So what we do as DPCs, first and foremost, is we train people, organizations, people that actually handle data. We train them on exactly what they have to do, how they have to get consent from people, have to tell people about subject access rights and co. Secondly, we audit. We take all your documentation, all your policies. We work with various departments, the IT, the procurement, the finance, the HR, so many important departments in every organization that deal with data. So we train them all and make them know exactly what they need to do. Because when we talk about data subjects, we're talking about even internal people, employees. Data have to be protected. They too have their rights. You cannot expose my information to another company without my rights. And there's a certain level of time retention period where you can keep my information. So this is not just external. Internal people are protected also. So with this awareness, training and everything, that's, like I said, the first and foremost thing we do for people, everyone now to understand, I cannot write information on a piece of paper and just dump it in the bin. Because if I put it in the bin and somebody picks up that information, sees information about Mr. Badiru, and which is, well, how did they get it? Well, because it was carelessly put in the bin. So part of our training is like, you have to shred it. You have to go into shredding machine, and everything has to be inputted, not putting the register outside publicly and be writing information about people, about their names, their addresses, where somebody else who is putting his own can see and say, okay, now I have this guy's phone number and details now, I can contact him. So everything has to be done the right way. So we do that, we audit, like I said earlier on, we audit all the policies to make sure it's compliant with the data protection regulation. We also file to NICTA, who's our regulator. Now this is being changed now to NDPB, we'll talk about that later. So we audit and file it to the regulators. And so, because they have a list of everybody that's compliant. So for you not to get into their black book, or for people that deal with your company, not to have a record that you do not comply with data protection regulation. So we do that yearly, we file. And also we actually recommend, that's what we call the remediation plan that we do at DPCOs. We tell you some DPCOs do not implement. They just tell you, it's like you bring in a consultant, an architect to your house, and he tells you things you need to do. They do not necessarily have to do some things. Then, when they've told you what to do, you now employ people. So some of us DPCOs are actually implementers. So after we recommend to you a plan that you need to put all these tools in place to stop you from breaching, to make you aware when you breach, you can quickly arrest the situation. All those tools, business processes and things, risk-based policies that you need to implement to secure you and prevent you from breaching and making sure you're compliant with the regulation. So we do all that. We're not just auditors or people who just do compliance for regulation. We actually go the full 9 yards, recommending and also implementing. So some people go. Basically, what's most important is you getting the audits done and making sure you're compliant with the regulation. The rest is the next level where I say we do the implementation. So that's what one of the things we do as DPCO. Mary does everything, like I said earlier on.
Okay. So based on experience, what insight do you think you can offer on in-country and cross-border enforcement of the NDPI rules, which require that all data controllers must obtain valid consent from data subjects before collecting, processing, and transferring their personal data. I say this because of the emphasis of cross-border. There's so many social media platforms that Nigeria freely log into and join, and they have absolutely no clue about what's being done with their information.
Right.
What can we learn from regarding this?
I'm happy you brought that up, because we've spoken mainly about in-country, so let's go a bit cross-border, like what you mentioned, different countries or different platforms. Yes, first and foremost, when we're training and educating companies and organizations, we need to let them know how to first collect and capture data. That's very, very important. And the laws of every country varies. Maybe in Switzerland, it might be okay for you to put on any picture about me in Instagram. In Nigeria, it might not be okay for you to do that. So it's first and foremost, if you're dealing cross-border or dealing with any organization or company or country, you need to know what occurs there, what the laws are before you do anything. We all know pornography, child pornography, putting kids under 10 years old openly is not allowed in most countries. In fact, almost every country. So if you're going to put anything on Instagram, you know you shouldn't do that. There's some things we know. And data is split into two. We have structured data, which is the general data that we all understand that we do in the office, sending my information here and there. And we have what we call the unstructured data, which is exactly what you talked about. Emails, Instagrams, blogs, all this stuff, or writing your feedback or this and that, those are called unstructured data. And everything has to be audited. You have to be compliant. Everything. So the training we do gives you that education on all those things we're talking about. So that's why training is very, very key. First and foremost, some people train 3-4 times over in a year, and they call them refresher, you call them whatever you want to call them. While some people think, oh, we know it all. Nobody knows it all. Even we training you, we're learning. As we're training you every day, we're learning too. There's so many areas to cover in this space. So that training, like I said, will cover everything to do with the cross-border. You know the arrangement between the countries. You know what you're meant to do and what you're not meant to do. Because the advantages to this, like I said earlier on, is brand value and business value. And this creates trust and obviously gives you commercial advantage. So for you to get involved with anything to do with personal information anywhere, you need to be aware of what you're doing and know what you're doing. So I would say awareness training is very, very key in this area. And once you're trained and you're aware, then you don't have any reason to.
Let's come back in country. What has been the experience of DPCOs with regard to the requirements of private sector institutions and public sector institutions to be compliant? We know that these two separate blocks usually provide different sorts of experience to DPCOs. Give us some insight. Does one size fit all for the private sector and public sector?
It is exactly the same thing. Data subjects, even people working in private sector or public sector, it's not about the office itself. It's basically about the people. It's a personal information issue. And you have people who work in all these places we talked about. So the only difference, like some organizations like security-based, like the military organization, the high office, like sensitive places where you have sensitive data, where you just have to be more careful. And that's going back to the training that Wayne's talking about. From this training, you understand which is highly sensitive and how to deal with it, which is the police, where it doesn't matter how you cover your data, they have the right to break into that, to come up with whatever information they get, because they're covered. There's some certain institutions that are covered, like the police, like I talked about, the NSA. The NSA now can get any data it wants to get if it's in the interest of the government or the public. So aside that, it doesn't matter if it's public or private, everything works, one size fits. Because like I said, it's not just data as a data, we're talking about personal data here. So we shouldn't confuse those two. It's personal data, so it's one size fits all for both, for all.
So to go to the next question, what steps can be taken to unlock the projected several millions of dollar revenue for the Nigerian economy in 2023 from data protection services market, as the Nigerian government has said it's creating a data privacy business ecosystem that will create jobs, promote innovation in the economy, and several other benefits that have been highlighted. Are these things up?
Oh yeah, well, it's the truth about you mentioned something to do with $1 million now. It's where we're dealing in it's a growing economy, and things because of digital economy, digital transformation, a lot of things have come into place that's opened up so many things, like employment for so many people, jobs, job creations, and with this obviously comes commercial advantage. And you cannot have so much internet around spread here without you having attacks and people hacking. So like I said, people are going to hack, so many things are going to come up, and so many experts will come on board also, where you have cybersecurity people to handle all that. So all this obviously leads to commercial advantage that I say is going to bring in jobs and money, cost of saving, this and that, revenue, increase in revenue. It's going to bring all that. But what matters most is like where data protection sits on all this is like nothing, no deal, no business, no development can be done without you protecting your data. Data, there has to be data security, there has to be confidentiality of data, integrity, and like I said, data has to be available outside. And when you have things like where you anonymize data, pseudonymize data, things are encrypted, people just do not get your data anyhow, things are done the right way, and it leads to confidence, trust with people who are dealing with you. They're happy, you have data pretty good. It's a lovely journey so far, so good. And it's just starting. There's so much room for improvement, room for enlargement, room for development, and definitely the benefits are there to be achieved, to be taken.
So talking about room for improvement for the Nigerian consumers out there, what do you recommend as the steps that they can begin to take to protect their data privacy rights and obligations as provided for in the NDPR?
Right. Yes, like I said, well, once the awareness, I'll keep going back to awareness. Once the awareness, everybody knows. Like if I go to a place now, I know what my rights are. As long as I know what my rights are, you can't take advantage of me. If I come into a market where I don't know my rights, anything can be thrown at me, and it will be difficult for me to defend myself or argue it out. So this is going to like be a big boost for consumers, because once I know my data protection rights are protected, and you cannot do anything without consent. I know all my data privacy rights. It's like I said earlier, we've gone through this earlier, and I said it's a major boost for consumers, and it's going to lead into increase in revenue, participation, and the trust. Like I said, the trust will be there. And once you know we have a process where all the data processes are being streamlined, everything's been done, the data governance is there, the people working, everybody's aware, everybody's doing things the right way, and the laws are there to protect everyone, then it's nothing but a smooth ride, smooth sailing.
Okay, so the world of data protection is a slightly specialized world. Give us some overview of the history of Maria, Nigeria, and why Maria choose to delve into this specialized world of data protection consultants as part of the several things that you do.
Thank you. Maria is 90, well, no more 90. We were 90% comprises of consultants from outside the country. Most of us are based or were based outside the country, all over Europe. We have consultants from Europe, we have consultants from America, we have consultants from Asia also, we have, yes, from Asia also. And some of us, if I say some of us, a couple of us decided to come to Nigeria when the GDPR started. I personally, as the MD CEO, I was working on so many projects on GDPR. I was one of the first set of people that worked in various areas, in the health service, in the commercial area, in different industries. Diverse industries, I actually got involved with that, and I felt, what's my country doing? So I came down to Nigeria and spoke to a couple of my colleagues. One of them too also came down from England, and we went to Abuja. We had a session with the DG of NICTA, who happens to be the Minister for Digital Economy now. And he saw our idea and told him what we're planning to do. Yes, one or two people also have mentioned it. He too has one or two things in mind. And before we knew it, we kicked the ball rolling, and it just happened. It happened. Yes, like I said, it would take a while for people to still, it was in its infancy then. Now it's spreading every second, every minute of the day. And it was quite okay. Now we have, I would say 50% of us now are consultants outside the country, and 50% are people here, because a lot of people here have been trained. So we've got people that started working with us since 2019. Some people are still joining. So some of our consultants in Mali now are here, while some are outside the country. And like I said, we are IT practitioners, we're implementers. We're not, so the data protection bit came into play for almost everybody 3-4 years ago. Nobody can tell you he's been doing data protection law 5, 6, 7 years ago. That's not possible. But they've been doing IT forever. Yes, we agree, but not data protection law. So, but we caught on right when it started, and from our wealth of experience, we're able to share that with the organizations and companies we deal with in Nigeria, and due to our exposure and experience from outside the country. So things have been working well. The companies we've been dealing with have been satisfied, and they are repeat. We got what they call repeat customer relationship, where every year we do the same companies and other new companies too. So obviously that shows satisfaction from our clients. So we also implement, like I say, when we recommend things for you. We've been lucky. Some, I use the word some, have come back to us, okay, come and implement this, come and do penetration testing for us, come and handle our information security, come and do a risk-based analysis, whatever for us. So it's been exciting, and I know, like I said, there's room for improvement, room for development, because it's a big industry, it's a massive industry, where so much revenue can be generated for both parties, people looking for it and people giving it. So it's just an amazing industry. So for Mari, we thank God there's room for improvement also. Every day we learn also. Any new technology in play, we go for training, we send people out for training to make sure they master it and see ways in which we can implement it in the system or in the country. So it's been encouraging, and we're still at it. I'll keep at it.
Forecast, what do you see as the outlook, considering the social, economic factors and trends that you think will shape and define data privacy in Nigeria in 2023, particularly as well as beyond?
Thanks for that. First and foremost, we pray for a smooth transition into the next government, which we know by this time next month we might be going into a new government, and every government has known the importance of technology, and it's been improving. The previous government were not big on digital transformation. This government has been very big on digital transformation, and we pray and hope the next government will continue this and take it to a higher level. So things to look at, to watch out for, that is going to spread and be a big blast in 2023. First and foremost, we know Nigeria or Africa is playing catch up when it comes to digital transformation and IT generally. But we're there because most of us who are exposed, who have been around, have come down, and we have a good university system where a lot of people that study computer, ICT, and everything are quite intelligent enough. They understand. I can say even more than most of the people that are just doing the job in England. But what they just need is, like I said, the training, the awareness, the encouragement, most especially from the government. And thank God, like the recent directive by the SGF, which encourages data protection and companies to get involved with compliance and everything to do with data protection regulation. So more, it's going to drive the economy, it's going to drive so many positive things in the digital world. And like I said, going back to awareness, which is a very important thing, the awareness also now has made everybody, before, I don't think people work from home, only maybe the MDs and MD CEOs or top people that say, okay, I'm working from home. But now, apart from, well, COVID got that, the coming of COVID, like I always say, brought that up, where remote technology, telecomputing, teleconferencing came into play, where a lot of people can do exactly what they do in the office. They can do it from home, just log on and get the job done, connect. So and that's it. So this advent of technology in the system, it's going to continue, and in 2023, like the 5G we talked about earlier on now, it will get more people. It's going to bring more people. The more people will be involved, more people will be connected. It's going to connect so many people. There'll be that awareness. Everybody's, my internet is not working, it's slow. Next, I can do everything. Even whilst I'm in the car, I can connect with my phone and get my job done. What we're doing now, I can do it in the car. I can do it in the car. I don't have to be in an organized place to talk to anybody or to do any meeting. So this advent of 5G and everything is going to like drive so many people and improve the economy and increase revenue. Like I said earlier on, a lot of people will be connected, and also it's going to create more jobs. Like I said, IT people who are not even IT compliant that need to be around IT people, and the training, a lot of people will be trained. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be commercially viable. There's so much commercial advantage with this, and thank God this is going to be passed. The bill is going to be passed hopefully this year, and like I said, enforcement will come into place. People will know we have to do it. So now people know they'll be punished for doing something they're meant to do. It's obviously going to increase the rights. As like I said, apart from revenue alone, reputation, there's what you call reputational damage. You don't want to have a reputation of like, oh, that company where your data is everywhere, that company where your data is not protected. So it's not just monetary damage. You have what they call the reputational damage, which that will be taken care of. Once people know, they will get punished for something they're meant to be doing and that they're not doing. So it's apart from revenue, principle wise, like I said, reputation, which will improve the brand value, it's going to increase the business value, and generally make the country a country safe enough for people to come into, to invest into our country. Because once you know things, there are laws, there are rules, and they're being guided and respected, people are happy to come into to your country, to invest in your country and do things with you, and which makes the place a better place to live and work. So that's basically what we're expecting this year, and special care of God that will be achieved.
Is there anything we may have left out that you need to add before we shut down?
I think we've covered by not saying too much, we've covered they cover most of the things I would like to say, but I'll just want, like I said, the public, the private, yes, the government, our greatest problem before was government intervention, because they're the ones that can drive this seriously. Apart from we getting in touch and talk, we've done so much. DPCO is another organization, we've done so much. Even your organization has done a lot, because I read a lot about what you're promoting, what you guys are doing to make sure this thing works. So there's been awareness by various people, but the government is the key people to drive this, because they will enforce things. If I know nobody's going to arrest, nobody's going to do anything to me, I may not give a care or a damn. But now that the government is getting involved, gradually and more important, more seriously, the sky is the limit. The sky is definitely the limit. So it's a step in the right direction, and we're looking for a very good 2023 within the digital economy.
Very happy to be here. It's been all good stuff that has been presented by the two previous industry players. And of course, congrats to Ethiopia, you've been long waited. In a short Airtel, what's our vision with mobile money and data? Before even starting, let me say this. When we saw velocity as being the key theme in our Told It to brand, we're actually very happy. Because isn't it what we're all here for? What do we want? More transactions, more customers, higher value of transactions, yield, not to play around with too much, and then successful story. Now, Airtel, what we try to do is to build around the 14 countries a very clear strategy, simple, that would speak to the customers and also easy to execute within our teams. But before going into what might sound complex, because when we hear about fintech, mobile money, she said it right. It all starts with the obvious, the mobile phone, which is the most common, easy access to digital, to financial transactions. And we might disagree on a lot of things, but agents and customers agree to say that use a mobile phone to make transactions. So that's why, let me start with mobile money. What is it for us? Simple payment service around which we build a full suite of payment ecosystem. Basically allow customers to do all the things that have been said previously by the other industry leaders. We leverage onto the penetration. What are we talking about? We're talking basically a continent of 1.4 billion, right? Projected to have about 1 billion worthy customers, at least, in the next 15 to 20 years. Though, we only have about 2, if you take it over 10, you've got 2 people who are using your mobile money. So it's still extremely, extremely low. And that's why, across our footprint, what we've been doing, we've been, first of all, going to the basics. Because to build up every strategic, we need to have a baseline. So that's our baseline we'll be building from. And again, coming back to the numbers, and why do we justify our actions like that? You have roughly year-on-year about 18 to 20% growth, either in terms of mobile money users, launch services. Something that we do not necessarily focus on is actually the number of mobile money initiatives that fail. And that's also part of the story in building that velocity, building a strong fintech platform that also will get us legacy from the mobile money platform. So that shows what the reasons why we're still having some financial gaps, massive financial gaps. And that's why also we, as mobile telecom operators and other fintech leaders of course, but we all share that responsibility, is to make sure that while we spearhead into that industry, we bring simplicity, convenience, scope, and default. We don't talk too much about that in commercial, but very key, very important. Because as soon as there's an issue, what do the customers do? They go back. They go back to cash, which is of course what we all fight against. So one of the best ways for us when it comes to developing fintech, establishing a legacy, making sure that we go wild into the mass market, launching services efficiently, making sure that everybody gets his fair share of the part of the story, is the very first point is distribution. Without distribution, there's no vehicle. But I'll come back to that later on. Basics products need to be adapted, and of course, technology. So I was very happy to see very packed presentation. Very clearly, there needs to be much more initiatives when it comes to building up those layers and going forward. When I have these usually strategic meetings with the teams, I like to display this simple image. So I thought I'll also share with you. Mobile money is the single, mobile money slash fintech, is the single line of business that is from today bearing endless opportunities. But to build that vehicle up, we need to be starting, like I was saying, with the basics. So say that mobile phone, that mobile device, and linking it with endless opportunities might create some confusion, disconnect, and everything. But let me just break it down. What do I consider as my products? These are my products. This is my distribution. This is the quality of my IT partners. Before I even get out to the market, I need to have this trained. I need to have this fixed. I need to have a smoothness interaction between the teams that drive it. Because as fintech, of course, we have this separate entity between the fintech and GSM. And Selling said it before, it can bring up some friction. And those friction, unfortunately, if they're not processed properly internally, they'll create discomfort into the market. So that's my rock. My people. That's everything, what I call the soft science. I have so many brains usually into a room. The pricing has to be A, has to be B, has to be C. Completely forgetting about what the market actually is driving as price acceptance, as price distortion. So we need to get this right. Otherwise, your rock just goes out the window. And the seventh, and that's where the endless opportunities comes in. We need to be able to scale up the service to any partner to make sure that when it comes to IoT, when it comes to insurance, when it comes to merchant ecosystem, when it comes to loans, people can seamlessly integrate, and we remain consistent with our drive, with our baseline that is again accessibility, pricing, distribution, simplicity through the offer, and availability to other people who get through that. Now, that simple image actually takes you a year, minimum, because you need to keep going through it over and over and over again. And why is it important for us? Because for us, building this will deliver velocity that is a shared prosperity to all the actors. Because what we're talking about billions of transactions. And in our 14 countries, we have one very interesting case, for example, there's DRC. And I always hesitate to call DRC a country because for me it's a continent. You almost have 10 countries, literally, into one. Though 50% penetration. And when you look at the yield, the growth rate that the country's been having over the last 18 months is just unbelievable. I mean, any actor over there that can share his data with you would talk about billions of transaction value. Still have many to do, much to do. We need to speed up that velocity. So that means that we need to grow customers from all standpoints. B2B, B2C, B2G, B2B2C. Transaction value, like we said, we need to be growing opportunities. At some point in time, once you reach the tipping point, what we need to be able to do is that people actually self-develop their own value proposal through your system. From that moment, we could call it a win, not for now, not happening now, not at least everywhere. Diversified economies. We're very proud of something. If we take some of our very good countries, like in Zambia, for example, Malawi, Tanzania, DRC, like I was mentioning, we reach a level where we actually managed to build a sort of framework for people who were previously into the very informal economy and now have joined the Airtel ecosystem. What do? They have formal employment, self-employment, still theirs. They managed to build aggregators model. So that means that they're actually employing people to move around, make sure that the money flows in well, make sure that the accounting is done properly, pay their taxes. They become independent and they train other people. So now we're getting into that very virtuous cycle where people get to get a job into the financial inclusion and make sure it happens, and then they develop their own opportunities. We wish we could be standardizing across all our markets, but we're working to make it happen. Stronger digital dividends. I mean, in many of our countries, what we see now is we're having talks with the governments. Why? Because they're like, you guys are now collecting enough money for us to build up a trend into digitizing our economies. So let's sit and see the opportunities we can have to collect taxes, to collect excises, to make sure that when people want to declare, pay their VAT, it makes it through the system. So it is a stronger, definite stronger digital economy, dividend that we all share all together. Reliable, transparent, and flexible macroeconomic framework. We see now some reports where governments are able to say, before this period, there were just a couple of lines with a couple of prudential ratio that were available and reliable. But ever since we've managed to build up those elements and build traction around those, then we are in a position to have a much improved discussion with the various macroeconomic leaders and make sure that whatever initiative we build on, we also have some support into it. So velocity is absolutely key to our work. Now, how do we translate that to Latin Africa? Like I said, we've got 14 countries, actually 7 in each part of the language, I would say language continent. The first part across all of it, I mentioned it before, is distribution. So what we did, we actually provided to all our 14 markets a standardized distribution model, just to make sure that we get it right, and then people can also fast track into adapting it. So one of the elements that you see here is the AMBs, what we call AMBs. So that's our Airtel Money branch. It's basically small banking branch, handled by independents. They run their business through it, and it sets up a clear reference for any of these local markets, local shops where people can do their transactions and live with the standards of what Airtel provides. Now, not every place can accommodate an AMB because of council taxes, even location. So what we do, we deploy smaller units that we call the kiosk. There are also some other industry leaders have been deploying all over the countries and all over the markets, but building very good traction around it. And of course, these two being exclusive, we can't be driving a mass market product expecting velocity if we're just being exclusive. So on top of this, because the reason why we also want exclusivity, we want to make sure that the standards are applied. So that's why we create the reference when we're talking about money, so very sensitive. So if not possible, then we deploy the multi-brand outlet. And that's where we also drive penetration through our different markets. The second layer, once we get that, is of course the partnerships. And yes, that word has been coming across through all the three presentations. Very key, very important. It has to be 360-degree partnership, let's call, and that is something that we committed to. So if you look at all the, and we do share some of the partners across all the industries, which is very good, because it brings us some best case scenarios, best practices that we can share across. And I do believe that that's part of the job also that we have into building that velocity throughout. Updated technology. We spend a lot of time to make sure that whatever promise we bring on board or out to the market, that is backed up by very strong, very secure technology. And technology is not only the platform, but we're also talking about connectivity, quality of connectivity, the APIs, and even the quality also of the platform. So these three layers put together is actually what drives us day and night to make sure that we are in a position to sustain whatever promise we bring into the market. So after saying all that, this becomes an obvious. What's our vision? Where do we see ourselves in 5 years? Well, we have a word that we hold on to within Airtel. Our objective is to be the most valuable operator across all our 14 markets. In some we are dominant, in some we do challenge, in some our growth rate is extremely fast. Across the board, we want to be the most valuable. Because what we want is to be the device when it comes to using our device of choice, and the service when it comes to mobile money and GSM of choice. When it comes to mobile money particularly, our value proposal that I've already mentioned around simplicity, accessibility, security, also need to be coming with availability throughout. And I said across the board, government, partners, in different markets. So that's why we go from 1 to 5. We build agents, grow our customers. GSM knows exactly how to recruit them, and recruit them massively. So we need to make sure that we just let there. Enterprise and digital portal, and the merchants develop. So very happy again to have seen that. And the fintech expansion. So everything that comes with insurance, loans, international remittances. And we've got some very good cases, for example, in Uganda, and again Zambia, and again in DRC, where it's just extraordinary to see how people at some point in time just decide to revolve the center of their financial transactions around the mobile. It gets very key to be able to go that way. So a glimpse in the future. So we heard a lot about 5 years, 3 years. Actually, I'll start now. This planning strategy, you ask anybody at Airtel, the person will wake up. We have a couple of colleagues in the room, so please do let me know if they're not in a position to answer that. Strategic enablers, very key. So we talked about them earlier, so I'm not going to come back onto it. Progress tracking, because recruiting customers is hard. I mean, we talk about it, we talk about having in fintech, mobile money. I mean, quite seriously, I think most of my time that I spend talking to the various teams on the ground is how to keep customers. It's extremely, extremely hard. So we need to make sure that we do progress that, and we do also put ourselves in questions. Are we doing it right? Are we having the proper traction with our colleagues internally and externally? Are we having the right key elements to talk to them? Because ultimately what we want is the customers to stay with us. And consistency. Consistency across our geographies, consistency across time. But once you build all that, we're not alone in that ecosystem. We talked about other operators, we talked about partners, but we've seen in some of our countries where some risk elements, strong risk element actually, might be popping up because there could be some misunderstanding of how that velocity that once created should be benefiting all parts of the ecosystem, or how it should be triggered, or how it should be maintained or sustained. So that's why it's very key to work with the government and the central banks and to explain to them velocity. Yes, it is proportional with that revenue growth, but it's not the revenue. Velocity is just the level of acceptance of mobile money, fintech, within a particular geography or across the geographies. It's just that margin that it gives you. Now, how you use that margin to make revenue is up to each player. So it has to be important. And I think that us as industry leaders need to be spearheading that communication, that move towards the organization that regulates us. We also need to keep developing opportunities. We need to keep developing opportunities. We talked about collection, we talked about disbursement. I mean, at some point in time, the only link between a city and a rural area is actually mobile money. It's just that. There's no bank, there's no facility, there's nothing. There's not even internet sometimes. So the only way you can be making your transaction through rail will be the mobile. So that means that we need to be developing value proposals. Building bridges. By doing that, what we do, we build bridges. And once you build bridge from point A to point B, and people do acknowledge and assert that, you free home. But it takes a lot of work. And coming back again to the taxation, because I think one of the biggest threats that we have today on triggering that velocity is a not so well thought taxation scheme implemented at the wrong time. You do that, you kill the business. We've seen some of the countries where unfortunate initiatives were taken, and I think 5 years after, and of course discussion has been happening to try to remove it, but it's never completely removed. It's reduced, but 5 years after the implementation, we're still not back to the 100% velocity before it was implemented. So it is extremely important, particularly in this area of inflation, and economic crisis. Mobile money might be one way people could be thinking that that should be the solution of the problems. It is not. And I think that from the people from within, it has to be very clear. It has to be very clear that velocity, like we said, shared prosperity, the only condition to that is to make sure that we widen up all the channels, and we are in a position to put the tax at the right levels and at the right time. And of course, this is a lobby that we at Airtel are committed to with the various international organizations and also regional one, as we keep exchanging with them. And compliance, customer protection, clearly. The customer feels threatened, no way the velocity will be triggered. So that means that we have an absolute responsibility as industry leaders to do that, and Airtel is 100% committed to it. So in a nutshell, this is where we stand. And the reason why we're saying it today, well, we see our motors, they're higher, faster, and stronger. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
Which is a leading telco in Africa. We are in 20 countries. We have close to 300 million users on our GSM. And so we've created the fintech business out of the GSM business. We started our first country in Uganda back in 2009. And since that, we're in 16 countries. As you've seen, we have around close to 70 million active users, and we've generated close to $1 billion revenue last year. And as you know, also, we are in a process of onboarding some strategic investors, and MasterCard is one of them that we've announced a few months ago. So that we feel that what we did from 2009 to now is very little compared to where we want to be. And our vision is to build the leading fintech platform in Africa by Africans. And to get to that, we believe that we have identified 5 strategic verticals that we are implementing, and we think that will be feeding to customer needs. One of them is the wallet. We started with the wallet. The second one is payment in e-commerce, lending, insurtech, and international remittance. But I will come to all of that in my presentation. So in this slide, we are showing to you the fintech ecosystems that we believe that, and also a couple of years ago, we decided to really move from a mobile money service provider to a fintech platform. And that is very important for us because, as you know, as telcos, coming from parent telco, we want to do everything by ourselves. And if you want to work with us, even if we decide to work with you, we make it so hard for you. And in the relationship, you always feel that the telco is the one who has the power. We show it to you. So, being a service provider, mobile money service provider, is that we said we wanted to do everything, but when we embark in the journey to say we want to become a platform business, that means that we don't focus only on customers, but we focus on an ecosystem of partners, and customers are one of them. But most importantly, fintech, SMEs, we open our platform to them. And I think the key milestone was when we launched our open API, which allow everyone to be integrated to us and to be able to launch the product and services without manual intervention. And I think that is a disruption compared to where we were before. Some of them in the room are still struggling to integrate with us. But I think our goal is really to make it easier for everyone and to build that ecosystem of partners. And we do feel that to build the leading fintech platform, we want to become also the transactional place of choice for customers. So that means that whatever a customer needs, we'll be able to find it with us. And we can work with some other people to provide it to the customer. There are some that we do ourselves, but we provide whatever they want. And this is a journey we've embarked on. And this slide is showing to you really our ecosystem and the portfolio of products and services that we are providing to our customers, or we are working on providing to our customers. And I think I talked about it. We've really started with the wallet business, and as you know, the wallet business is quite a sizable business, but what we are doing is that we are building on top of the wallet business some key verticals. The first one is payment and e-commerce. So for us, payment is very important because we want to make sure that we build a very strong merchant ecosystem. So today, we have close to 2 million merchants, and we think that by 2025, we'll get to 5 million. And the idea is to provide to those merchants a payment framework, mechanism that they're able to accept a payment from us, but from others as well. And on top of the payment, we build some more value-added services like e-commerce, like ERP or whatever, so that we can provide to them whatever they want. So that is ongoing and has been deployed in a couple of operations. And the second one that we're building is bank tech. We think that lending is really underpenetrated in Africa. And we have the assets and the capability to drive lending. And we have started doing it. Last year, we've disbursed around more than $2 billion USD to our customers, but we think that there is much more to be done, and we can really help everyone who needs it to get access to credit by offering lending to our customers. InsurTech, as you know, we've partnered with Sanlam, and we've launched a JV called IO, and to drive micro insurance across Africa, and we think that we can build the largest fintech, InsurTech business in Africa over the coming years. And international remittance is the last one. And as you know, sending money within Africa or sending money to Africa or outside of Africa is, first of all, very expensive, and sometimes you get lost to who should we use to do that. And we think that with the assets that we have, we're able really to disrupt that, and we have started that. And today, most of the MTOs can send money directly to our wallet, and also from our countries, we can send money to most of African countries now. And by doing that, we've processed more than 2 billion USD transaction values in remittance last year, and we think that we can get to 10 billion in 3 years' time. So this is really our strategy. and the product and services that we are working on, that we are offering to our customers. And I will skip this slide because I talked about it earlier. And our portfolio today, as I said, we are in 16 countries. And what is important, I think, to notice here is that the level of maturity is different from one country to another one. But what we want really is in the next 2 years to bring everyone at the same level of maturity and taking benefit of what we've done in some countries and also the experience that and learnings that we had from some of the countries, so that whatever product and service that we launch, we can launch it faster and get also scale faster in other countries. And as I said, I think we developed a strategy called Bold 3 years ago, and this is also summarizing our vision and strategy. That we say the V is that we want to build the biggest fintech platform in Africa. The second one is that we said we wanted to operate like an OTT, but also as a fintech. That is very important. Actually, it is when we started to separate our fintech businesses from GSM business. And the reason, we had several reasons, but the most important ones were, first of all, we wanted to be agile, to be fast, and to increase the speed of time to putting product and services. And also we realized that to attract talents that we needed for fintech, we needed to have a separated vehicle and different culture. And currently we have created a fintech group since a couple of years that I'm a CEO, but most importantly in each of our countries, we've also separated this fintech business from the GSM business. We have a CEO appointed, it has his team, own company separated from the GSM, and it's not done everywhere. We are not where we want to be, but this is a journey that we'll be closing in the next 3-5 years. And by doing that, along the way, some people were interested and come. That is also why we are also onboarding MasterCard as, for example, a strategic investor. The L is leveraging MTN's core business and assets. That is very important because, the GSM business is very important and has assets that we can leverage and unique that others don't have. And it is what we are doing, leveraging the distribution, leveraging the customer base to scale faster. And also delivering 5 unicorns in one business. I talked about it. These are the 5 verticals that we're working on. Wallet, payment and e-commerce, bank tech, which is lending, insurtech, and international remittance. So I think that was the last slide. Oh no, okay, we still have. And I think this slide, the message that I wanted to give is that as MTN, we are different from other fintechs. I think sometimes it is easier when you start from nothing and you build something. Then you can be able to scale and to do it how you like it. But as I explained when I gave to you our metrics, we have a sizable business and we have some histories. And we want to build a really world first-class fintech business. And to do that, and also you have some other fintechs that are coming and disrupting the market. And for us, it is very important that we continue performing because expectations are there on our financials and everything. But also at the same time, we need to really make sure that we transform the business while we are performing, because if you don't do that, you get disrupted and then you don't exist in 2-3 years time. That we don't want to be in that position. It is why really, half of our time we spend it by transforming the business and to be in a better position in 2-3 years time, where we offer to our customers really the needs they have so that they won't. And also most important is that we are trying to disrupt ourselves as well. so that before anyone comes to disrupt us, we disrupt ourselves. And I think that is very important, and it is something I'm repeating to the teams every day. So I think I talked about the 5 verticals. This slide is giving to you just some achievements, what we have achieved for each of them, because we've put together some metrics, some KPIs, and how we measure really the progress of, and we put together some milestones by 2025 to make sure that we get to a position to where we want to be. I think 2025 is a very important date for us because we want to have 100 million active customers by that, and we want to have 5 million merchants, and we want also to be leading remittance partner for remittance OTTs, and facilitate the remittance business across Africa. And we also want to have a transaction value of 750 billion USD, and so we have some internal metrics that we've developed across around our stool to really also try to measure the progress of our strategy. And 2025, by 2025, we think that we'll have a business that will be really leading the African fintech business, which will be open to work with everyone. And not only open, but very easy or easier to work with everyone. And also, we want to offer to our customers unique experience that they want, which will be the best in the world as well, so that whoever comes to Africa, the choice is to partner with us rather than competing against us. And we are really making a lot of investment to get there. In terms of people that we have, in terms of transforming our technology stack, in terms of also making sure that we get the right partners. And we think that also we cannot do it alone. And it is why we've onboarded MasterCard, because they can help us to scale faster the verticals, payment and e-commerce I talked about. And also we don't look after investment only. When we feel that someone can help us to go faster, we'll partner with that someone, because we believe in partnership. So thank you very much, everyone. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. And I think later we will be open to questions.
And our final presenter for the symposium for today, we're talking about AI and the media. AI and the media, mis and disinformation and deep fakes. That's the final symposium for today. AI and the media, mis and disinformation and deep fakes. And I would like to be introduced as simply as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Publisher Technology Times, Shino Badaru. A round of applause for him, please. Doing amazing things with Technology Times. Absolutely honored to have your presence today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was told that I've just 7 minutes, so I will take the lessons and the learning from what we were taught back in journalism school. They say you should always keep it short and simple. My name is Shino Badaru. So why am I here? I don't know AI, I don't know anything about technology, but every single day I use technology and I apply it in the course of my journalism work. And I stand before you today to simply just tell you that when you get technology into the wrong hand and it is used for disinformation, we need to set those clear boundary lines between misinformation and disinformation. In the case of misinformation, I think the clear identifier will be that MIS, which is false information that was mistakenly shared without any intention to mislead. However, it's causing disinformation, is still misleading information shared with the deliberate intention to mislead. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me sober you up today by letting you know that when technology gets into the wrong hand and is used with the intention of disinformation, people die. It may be difficult for you to understand how you'll think I wanted to be sensational. It's not my intention to be sensational. I grew from good old traditional journalism. I don't know how many of you remember those good old days of NTA News when they tell you NTA network news. When it's time for network news, the entire family gathers because that's one of the very few media outlets in Nigeria that you get broadcast into millions of homes across the country back then. I don't know how many of you remember the numbers that NTA used to tout those days. NTA will tell you it gets into 30 million Nigerian homes. Have you ever bothered to sit back today and look at the number of mobile phone lines that we have in the hands of Nigerians? Over 200 million mobile phone lines, over 190 million internet subscribers across the country. So we live in a world, a borderless world, where the channel and capability and capacity to share information to millions is no longer regulated the way we had it. Let me give you a clear world example of a typical day of a Nigerian journalist back in the 90s when I started with one of the biggest newspapers in Nigeria, This Day newspaper. I was a pioneer infotech editor for This Day newspaper. And on a typical day, you go out to cover your stories. I'm watching the countdown, less than 3 minutes to go. But on a typical day, when you get back into the newsroom, there will be a panel of editors that would go through your news as a reporter. They will scan through it for grammar, but more importantly, for libel. Because once that gets out into the public domain, the responsibility is now on the publishing house to be dragged to the Federal High Court to say that you slandered or you libeled my name. But on this particular evening, we call them anywhere out of Lagos, we call them outstation. One of the outstation reporters filed a report. It was at about an uprising in one of the I won't name the state, but one of the states in Nigeria, specifically a northern state. So on that evening, of course, it was great news because there were lots of killings. There was so much that went down on that day. Now, think about it. I want you to all let this sink in. In those days, there was no internet. There was no email. So one of the very few ways that you got to know about what happened yesterday was going to be the newspapers of tomorrow or the NTA news of network news at 9. I'm sure you all agree with me. That was how regulated information exchange and dissemination was back then. I have less than a minute. I'll quickly go through that story. So the story went that the editors looked at that particular scenario and realized that this attack that was somewhat religious in nature had happened in that part of Nigeria. And an editors' meeting was held over that story. And a decision was to be taken whether to run that story for the next day or not to run that story. And a particular section of the editors rose with the voice of reason that we know what Nigeria is. May I appeal to the conveners to please grant me 3 more minutes so that I can finish this very interesting story. So, a decision was taken and the voice of reason arose that if this story goes out tomorrow, it will sell our newspapers. We will record an upsurge in sales tomorrow. However, something will happen. There will be a reprisal attack in the Southwest once they read that their fellow brothers and sisters have been killed in in another part of the country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the editors of this day may not be here today, but I think they deserve a resounding round of applause because they took over the decision never to publish that story because realizing that there will be a reprisal attack. They put money over and above, they put aside consideration of economic gain and thought about the continued corporate existence of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's what we don't have today. In the comfort of our homes, in the comfort of our offices or anywhere where you have this device, you can create just exactly what you saw that Roger showed us this morning. With the appropriate prompt, you can create a picture or generate an image of New York police tying down the former president of the United States of America. And if you get more creative or more imaginative, you can wear him an orange suit and put him in New York prison. Ladies and gentlemen, because I don't have time, I will say today that technology in the wrong hand can be very, very lethal. AI, like we have seen today, in its gradual evolution, can even be more lethal in the wrong hands. However, as a journalist, I've come to enjoy and adore technology because technology today has changed the state of play. If you go back the era I was talking about, if we're having like this event, you will see a large thing out there that they call NTA OP van. It's about the quarter size of that all over there. And that's all you needed to live stream an event. Today it's being done seamlessly with a few devices and mixers out there thanks to miniaturization of technology.
So AI has changed everything. So what will be my prescription? My prescription will be very simple. And I'm glad that I listened to Roger speak a few moments ago as to how they have been able to evolve than never to be able to generate a picture or an image of a living human being or any human being that has existed and be able to use that to manipulate any image. And that gives me a measure of assurance that the industry, the tech industry can adopt the self-regulatory model rather than us resorting or expecting or waiting for government regulators to hammer in and begin to regulate, first of all, a technology that is in infancy in our country and that can do more in radically transforming healthcare, agriculture, health, education, employment generation, and some other pressing national challenges and social challenges and economic challenges where they're most needed. So I'm also, finally, I was also very, 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 very encouraged when I listened to the chairman House Committee on ICT reassure us that rather than embracing regulation to begin to undermine technology, they would rather embrace regulation to begin to explore opportunities and avenues for encouraging it and complementing it in creating jobs, in creating economic growth, and unlocking the enormous opportunities and possibilities that exist in our country. However, let us always walk away with that sobering thought that technology, AI or any other form of technology in the wrong hand can lead to cataclysmic effect and people can die, like I've told you earlier. I thank you very much for the short time. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, sorry, by the way, I didn't get introduced. I'm a 1994 graduate of Mass Comm Department, University of Lagos, because I had someone come here earlier and talk about Great Ife in Lagos. Great Akokites.
I will not see anything. Thank you so much, sir, for that. I mean, really heartfelt. It's still part of the panel session, so you get to hear from him some more as we have the final panel session for today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. First of all, let me thank the conveners of this wonderful conference. It is indeed a good day for Nigeria when we come together like this to share knowledge and to talk about vision of something new. Let me talk a little bit about myself. I left Nigeria a very young man to the United States. I went to the university, Rutgers University, New Jersey, computer science major. Started my career as a mainframe operator even when I was in college. Moving from just a mainframe, I mean, how many of you know what mainframe is? Okay. So, moving from that world of mainframe to distributed computing where we saw the dot-com boom. Moving from that to cloud computing, which everybody is adopting now. And now, today, we're talking about AI. I've seen quite a bit in these few years of my journey. And I want to clap for all the young people in this house today. We don't thank you guys enough for being patient. We don't thank you enough for what you can do. But I want to thank you for being here today, because I believe after leaving here today, your life will never be the same again. Let me say this. Imagine a social, let me say this also, that the DG of NIDA, who is unavoidably absent today, he gave me his keynote speech. And I told him that would be plagiarism if I come here as a legislator and read your keynote. But I will highlight some key points in your keynote. I really want to speak to you as somebody who has made, not to brag, I made so much money in technology, and you can. You can do the same thing. I'm here to challenge you, you can. I'm here to partner with you how we can walk on this journey together. Imagine a world where agriculture, our farmers can use AI to detect some of the possible diseases that can take over their farm even before they occur. That can be very devastating on their farm and the economics of it. Think about this. In this current age, Osita, you're my guy. You spoke some things that I really wanted to say, and I want to highlight. I met with some Germans yesterday, and they actually gave me this book. And I challenged them. I said, why don't you go and look at this, your educational platform, and see if you can give it to us in 3 languages: Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. We have to tear down the barrier of language. Because if I want to teach somebody in a rural area what technology is all about, I am going to go out there and try to teach him or her in English. That's the first barrier. That guy or that woman will probably have to, or that child would actually have to catch up with my words, with my language first, before he can actually understand what I'm trying to pass out. For us, we have to break that using AI. AI can actually tear that veil where, think about this, you go to India. I've traveled to India to talk to some of the legislators. What are you doing to legislate AI? I went to China. What are you doing to legislate AI? I went to the United Kingdom, I went to the US. What are you doing to legislate it? We have to, but at the same time, there must not be an order in the way of the innovation. We cannot put legislation as a blockage. We must not block the innovation with legislation. We must provide legislation that can make the innovation thrive. Moving forward so that a lot of wealth, a lot of health, a lot of agriculture, a lot of all sectors that can be changed with AI, we can achieve that. Let me say this. Every Nigerian must benefit from artificial intelligence, if we are to call it Sussex. Every Nigerian, you go to China, you pick up the phone. Nobody is reading anything in English, Cantonese. All their phones, so understanding financial application, health records, it's easy because everything is in their local language. Osita, yes, I agree with you. Language must not be a barrier. National Assembly will continue to support and put friendly legislation to enhance and promote technology. This is just one of them. Artificial intelligence is just one of them. We still have other things like blockchain that is still out there that we need to look at, but they will tie together. Let me give you an example. When I was hired as an architect on the Medicare and Medicaid system in the US that we should put the solution in place, there were fraudulent claims of about $400 million a day going through that system. And we're to find a way to reduce that. We're able to, just looking at the workflow, process flow, and automation of processes, we're able to drop from 400 million in fraudulent claims to about 65 million in about 6 months. That's huge. The return on investment is enormous, which means that with AI today, we can probably drop that to about 10 million. The economic value of artificial intelligence is super. And it can turn around into big opportunities for some of the startups that we have here. Big ideas starts with small steps. But we will put legislations in place as lawmakers. Think about this, as one of you, I'm a techie. When I came in here, I'm like a kid in the candy store. I said, come on, let's roll. Maybe I should take off my sleeve and leave this job and go and do this thing. Honestly, I love technology. I can sit here all day and watch and listen to everybody talk because it catches my attention. I made the effort to come here because I wanted to be here. And I'm glad I'm here. There is nowhere that I would like to be. The whole world will be converging in Spain to talk about this whole global mobile. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, you people have not seen anything. Artificial intelligence will change a whole lot of things we're talking about when it comes to voice, data, and video. In the next 6 months to a year, our phone will be doing a lot more. There will be applications that actually will come up. I know a guy that is coming up with an application in Igbo language that will allow you to interact with some apps on your Apple phone. So let me also say this. The GDP potential for artificial intelligence is huge. As the Chairman House Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, I will want to, the conveners, I would like to invite you guys to a session to come and talk to the National Assembly on how we, skin this cat. It's an open invitation, and I will support that with a letter that you are invited to the National Assembly to come and speak with the Speaker. The Speaker is already talking artificial intelligence. The Senate President is already talking artificial intelligence. How do we do it? I am going to stand on this side of technology. You are not going to block innovation. We are going to legislate it, but you're not going to. This young men and women, they want to do new things. Yes, let's make mistakes and correct the mistakes later. As long as the mistake is not going to tear down our nation. We can make mistakes, but it shouldn't have to be mistakes that we can correct. Also, NIDA as an agency, which is the National Information Technology Development Agency that has been chartered by the federal government, they're actually working with you. And I know for sure that they have about 5 million naira that are given to 45 AI researchers and startups. Take advantage of that. That is small. There's this digital literacy initiative that is about to kick off, where we are going to train thousands and thousands of our youths in digital literacy. That's been kicked off by the minister, and we're supporting it 100%. Also, we're also looking at data penetration to every angle. There should not be any part of this nation that should be left out. So there will be data penetration combining fiber, network, and satellite to make sure that the last mile in this country is well, closing the gaps of technology is well represented. Lastly, as giant of Africa, it's time for us to take our place. We're not just talking about being giants, we are smart people. Everywhere you go, all the clients that are serviced in the US, they were Fortune 50. Everywhere you go, you find Nigerians. This is, let's custom AI to our needs. This is our time. Let's take our rightful place in this nation and in this continent to make sure that Nigeria comes first. Are you agreeing with me? Nigeria comes first, and we are going to take our rightful place. However, let's not cross the ethical line with AI. It's very important that we strike that balance. We should not cross that ethical line. Whatever we do must be ethical, and it must not take away the fundamental human rights of any citizen. As long as we do that, I'm not in favor of regulating the media to the point at which media also will take advantage of artificial intelligence. Let me say this. Coming from being a technologist to being a legislator is not an easy ride. But when I leave as a legislator, I'm coming back to technology. No, it's the truth. I will leave office one day, but this business of technology is for me. That's where I am, that's where I belong. And that's where I will say that we are all partners and we'll work together. So again, let me say on behalf of the National Assembly of Nigeria, we will collaborate with all the stakeholders to make sure that we come up with the right legislation. Electoral reform, we have a lot of work. AI can do a lot there. Our budget, where are opportunities? Let me also highlight some of the opportunities that you can look at. Electoral reform, there are lots of applications that you can come up. We need to clean up our data. Look for ways, go to your state, do something. There are things we could do. And I will talk to the conveners. There's some things I cannot talk on national TV. And for all the people that are listening to us on the internet, you're welcome. Nigeria is for AI. AI is not going anywhere. We are adopting it and we are going to embrace it. Let's not worry about the jobs that will be lost. I'm looking at the opportunities that it will unveil. The kind of opportunities that artificial intelligence have, the opportunity that we have, it's enormous. If you look at somebody who is a bookkeeper, whereas you can actually talk to your phone, debit account 11111, 250 million. That bookkeeper doesn't have to enter anything. He goes straight to the books. You can actually speak to your accounting system. So there are people that basically can come up with these algorithms. Those will be you, those are the people that will be you. You are the ones that will be writing these algorithms to help interpret some of these things. So for the conveners and everybody, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I decided not to speak from a script or anything written in formal, but I want to speak to you as just a regular citizen. This is more of let's connect together and let's change the narrative for Nigeria. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Today on Technology Times TV. Before we begin the conversation, and share a bit of your work in the media space.
Okay, my name is Nkano Egbe. I'm a media practitioner of 40 plus years. I came into this media space in November 1982. I started from broadcasting, and then I went into print journalism in 1986. And after that, I went into marketing, communications, public relations, and advertising. In the new millennium, I decided to come back into print. Well, I started as a print media consultant, and then eventually I decided to get into print operations in full. And so when COVID came up, I launched Lagos Metropolitan because I felt that there was a need to educate the people on the data and all the nuances that were connected with the COVID-19 crisis. So basically, I came into the space to quieten the noise that followed COVID-19. And so in April 2020, Lagos Metropolitan came on board. So I'm the publisher and editor of Lagos Metropolitan.
Our conversation will explore digital transformation in the Nigerian media. My first question is, with over 40 years experience in the media, how would you assess the state of digital transformation in the Nigerian media from the early times to now?
Very interesting question. When I came into the media, we had what you call Studa reel-to-reel tape machines. That was in radio broadcasting. And of course, in television, you had similar tape machines. And then, of course, eventually they now went to video cassette. Not the normal video cassette that you had VHS, no. They had more advanced video cassettes in television. So I saw all of that. And in the 80s, as I joined print journalism, I noticed that technology was beginning to creep in even more in print, for instance. We began to see concepts like desktop publishing. This was in the late 80s. Before then, we were just used to cut and paste. In broadcast, before then, we were used to splicing tapes to do our edit. But now we've moved forward from desktop publishing. We are talking about artificial intelligence. At the turn of the millennium, the concept in media generally, whether it was broadcast or print, was convergence, meaning that you had to combine print with digital and possibly broadcast. So you weren't just a print operator or a broadcast operator. You combined everything. So the concept of convergence, came up, and there was that need for media practitioners to move in that direction. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, it wasn't exactly so. People still stayed in their old analog ways and all of that. But gradually, they're coming up. There's The urgency of the moment has made people begin to leapfrog from where they were to the new ways of doing things. So that's, in a nutshell, for me, is the story of digital transformation in the media. Television houses are no longer using just analog linear editing. They do have digital editing suites that they use. Cameras are no longer your analog cameras. Even the smartphone can be used as a news gathering item. So there has been a great transformation in the media in the 40 years that I've experienced the media.
In your experience across print, broadcast, and online, which medium has been most significantly impacted by digital disruption and how?
Print. The print media has been the most impacted. And I would say this, the print media had the opportunity to be ahead of the rest of the gang in terms of digital transformation, but somehow we lost it. When desktop publishing came up in the late 80s, most media houses were still used to the old way of cutting and pasting. I'm talking about print houses now. They were still used to that old way of IBM typesetting and then or IBM composition, and then you take the bromide, you cut, and then you paste, and the graphic people now put together the stuff. Layouts were done on layout sheets and all of that. It took a long time, for people to transform, to the new way of things. And even when they did try, they were using the wrong software. Let me give you an instance. Everybody knows about Corel Draw. That is where you do your graphics. It's quite heavy in terms of memory and all of that. But you won't believe this. A lot of newspapers were actually planning their entire makeup on Corel Draw. Corel Draw was just for graphics. The actual page makeup software, they ignored, like your PageMaker. Oh, by the way, I use Aldos PageMaker 1.1. That now became InDesign. There was also Quark Express. There were different composition software which existed, but these newspaper houses they didn't take advantage of those things. The sub-desk now gave way to desktop planners, and that is how the print lost it. And so, of course, the print is now trying to catch up, but they have lost so much over the years that it almost is like the most challenged, the most well, if you are looking at it looking at it in terms of say climate change, in climate change terms, they're the most they're almost going into extinction. But of course, you know that the written word has always been, or the printed word has always been, the basis for new civilization. Let me give you an instance. Aldos PageMaker was created or formed in the early 80s. And it was actually designed by the editor of Minnesota Daily News. He, with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Steve Jobs was, at the time, the CEO of Apple Computers. And Steve Wozniak was his COO. And then you had the fellow from Adobe, I've forgotten his name now. They were the ones who formed the typesets for Aldos PageMaker. Now, Paul Bernard was the editor of Minnesota Daily News. So the PageMaker was created for the newsroom. Nigerians did not take advantage of that innovation. Well, I'm not going to call the names of the media houses, but I think what did happen was that those who knew a bit of computer software quickly introduced them to a graphic software called Corel Draw. Now, Corel Draw is a graphic program. You don't use it for PageMaker. You use it for creating graphics. Although, of course, there are some page makeup elements, but because of the weight of the memory it uses, you don't use it for page makeup. Now, meanwhile, the PageMaker guys had been developing the PageMaker to the extent that they had introduced, composition where you could typeset your stuff, so you didn't need a different compositor. So the compositors would just use an element in PageMaker, which of course transformed to InDesign. They will use that element, do their composition, and the layout person will now use the PageMaker to form the pages. The Nigerian newsrooms did not use that. So what happened? Even up till the late 2010s, most media houses were using Corel Draw. You don't use Corel Draw. Now, of course, some media houses went ahead of themselves and they got the Apple systems, which were the original page makeup computers. I can mention The Guardian, and I can also mention This Day. They did use Apple systems, Macintosh, and all of their succeeding machines to do page makeup. Now, it took a long time again to go from there to the new concept of convergence. Media has moved from one single state, and it has now moved to a 360-degree state, meaning that you do print, you do online, and perhaps you do broadcast. Now, online, you don't just do a website, you do podcasts, you do different multimedia streams so that you can get your message out there. The whole concept of this is about storytelling. Now, what did the print medium do? They went silent. They didn't innovate. And so the storytelling that should have been carried out by print media or the print medium was now left to the street. The street now told the story, and the print medium went silent. And so that has been the sad story of print medium in Nigeria. But there's a good thing happening right now. Print media has begun to wake up. I'm talking about the print media in Nigeria. It's begun to wake up. And you're beginning to see practitioners, not just of the traditional media space, doing innovations, but you have different practitioners now, especially those who came out of those other organizations that went flat, now trying to come up with things that would, catch the attention of their audience. There is more storytelling going on, and that is the beauty of this disruption that has come on. So yes, the print media has been most affected by this disruption, but they are catching up. Of course, the other mediums, broadcast and, of course, the out of home, they have their own ways of, they have had their own ways of innovating. And thanks to cable television, which went satellite way before, this new wave of digital media. So the satellite innovation translated to the digital innovation. And so you have the broadcast medium, the broadcast media going from, that satellite thing to digital. It has been seamless. But they still have a lot of catching up to do. But it is something that we are still watching. However, I come back to print. Print has to do a catch-up in order for them to be relevant. But there's still a good opportunity for print to stand in the gap. I was going to say that the print has always been the basis for awareness, for civilization. So you can't wish it away, but it has to up its game in order for it to be successful.
What are the challenges traditional media organization faces when it comes to adapting to digital platforms?
Well, I'll name 3 things. 1, legacy mindset. 2, monetization models. And then, of course, the third thing, skills. These are the 3 main challenges of, traditional media. Let me start with the first one, which is legacy mindset. Most of those who are in charge of traditional media, that is the CEOs and the chairmen and all of them, have not been able to move beyond their old way of doing things to the new ways of doing things. Again, you can't blame them. We live in a risk-averse environment. However, innovation comes with risks. And we have to be able to test the waters in order for us to be able to know, what kind of model will fit our operations. Now, here is the good thing. Whatever it is, whether it is marketing, whether it is broadcasting, whether it is whatever, depends on data. And who are the biggest creators of data? It's the media. The media creates data. However, the media has not been able to take advantage of its own data. The data tells you the story of where people are going, how they are listening to you or how they're not listening to you. When the leadership of media is not looking at the data, then you have a legacy problem. What then is the story they're going to hand down to those who are coming after them? So legacy mindset, that's the first challenge. Now, the second challenge is monetization models. There have been different levels of change in terms of monetization of our operations. There used to be a time that you had the vendors going around selling newspapers. They will sell newspapers. It used to be at a point in time, 5 kobo. Then the kobos went out of existence, and now it became 5 naira. Now, of course, you're seeing newspapers being sold for 200 naira and all of that. A lot of the media still think in that sense that it is the circulation that makes the money. Circulation drives money. Yes, it does, but in a different way. The audience model has changed. We have disruptions now that are, technology-based. The banks no longer, try to encourage you to pay in cash. They encourage you to do transfers. There are POS transactions that are going on right now and all of that. And so in the same way, monetization, you have to be able to create your models where the people are. In what ways can you be able to reach the people faster? And how can they reach you in a quicker way with their money? And so this is where news managers have to think outside the box and create monetization models that do respond to the changing times, the digital transformation that we're talking about. Now, I come to the third part, and that's the aspect of skills. A lot of people have gone occupationally dead because they have not raised their skills. When, of course, desktop, publishing came in, the compositors chose to retire rather than to transform to desktop publishers. The people who then took up desktop publishing were computer operators who knew nothing about composing pages. And so it took quite a while. And then, of course, you know that in different ways, these skills have also translated to how well do you know your market, how well do you know your audience. You have to have all those skills that help you to read in a more complex way. You don't just think as you used to. Different media use different ways of getting money. In some operations, you have paywalls on their websites. So in order for you to be able to access their content, you have to pay some money, and you now get access to their websites. Now, other people think about advertising. You have banner advertising, you have different forms of advertising. And this advertising is something you can get quickly. The one concept which a lot of us missed is where you now have classified advertising. This is where logistic companies quickly came in and took over. And so rather than you have the traditional media take advantage of people who want to sell, small stuff, you now had the Conga, you now had Jumia. There used to be a time we had, Q lists and all of those people. But this is where we missed it. The traditional media lost that opportunity and the logistic companies now took over. So I tell you, these are the challenges. We have not changed our mindset. We need to change our mindsets to where, the money is. We have to think the money, where is it? And how are other people making that money that we haven't been able to, access? So I think that's where we need to start going.
You've worked extensively in content creation and marketing communication. So how has audience behavior changed in digital age, and how are media organizations, how should they respond to it?
The audience has responded to technology. That is simply what has taken place. The audience has responded to the technology that has been made available to them. When we had the newspapers, or when we had the preponderance of newspapers, the audience went with the newspapers. And then the smartphones came in, and the audience saw that they could actually access some of the information that they used to pay for on the newsstands through their smartphones. SMSs started coming in, and then of course, as the transformation, developed wings, started having multimedia. You started having digital transformations in ways that we never imagined. You started having encrypted ways of making phone calls, encrypted ways of sending pictures and videos. And so the audience has responded to the technology that has been made available to them. And the exciting thing is that the audience can now create its own stories, and they can exchange these stories on a platform that other people can access. And the audience can also make money from telling these stories. So that's how the audience has responded, to this digital transformation.
How should the media respond in turn?
The media should respond just as the audience has responded. The media should follow the audience or go ahead of the audience. We shouldn't be laggers, but we should be forerunners. The media has to go ahead of the audience. The media should be able to predict where the audience will go next, or where technology would go next. The good thing is this: we have front runners like the BBC. There's an interesting program on BBC called Click. And when you watch Click, Click always tells you about innovations that are coming up and possible directions that these innovations will take. And if we do follow what this program, just like Technology Times is doing here, if we follow what Click is doing on BBC, we can predict what the next 5 years and 10 years should be. So thank God we also have a Technology Times here who will be able to tell you that in the next 5 years, this is what is going to happen. And this is basically where the media should go. So I'm giving kudos to Technology Times. They are well ahead of their time. Yes, they are a niche part of the media, but they are also in the right space in terms of being able to deal with the data and being able to analyze the data and tell people this is where we should be going. So the rest of the media, that is how they should be thinking. They should be looking at the analytics that are provided by, it's open source. Google provides this analytics. If you want it explained, you pay a little money, and the analytics will tell you exactly what is going on, especially with your own product, how you should improve and what you need to do in order to be able to follow the audience.
From your perspective, are Nigerian media companies doing enough to invest in digital transformation, and what are the major gaps?
They are trying. Let me put it that way. They're trying. But they are not doing enough. And it is not their fault. There is too little money to be able to compete at the level that our international competitors, where they are right now. So in order for us to be able to compete in that space, we need to be able to develop the capital. We have to form the capital to be able to invest seriously in the kind of technology that you have going on in the rest of the world. I'll give you an instance. We're talking about artificial intelligence. Now, for artificial intelligence to grow wings here in Africa, you're going to be talking about how to set up the infrastructure. You need power. You need systems. You need chips. You need microprocessors. You need all kinds of technology, because artificial intelligence runs on technology that is very energy consuming. Most times, when they now talk about climate change, they say, okay, how do we marry the power that artificial intelligence is using versus the risk of environmental degradation? And that's the question, or that's the issue that's going on right now. Now, in order for us to be able to operate at that space, we have to be able to at least begin to think, what infrastructure can we put up at this point in time that will give us that leapfrog into where our competitors are, in order for us to be able to take advantage of the current artificial intelligence that's going on, the current trend of artificial intelligence that's going on. Otherwise, we're still going to be telling our stories in the old traditional way. We have to have control of the infrastructure, and that is the challenge. The media has to look for the money. I don't know how you're going to do it. Again, I hear the word convergence. Maybe that's a word to consider. There's also the thing that the banks did one time ago, and they're still doing, consolidation. Maybe a few people need to come and come together and form clusters in order for them to be able to fund some of these investments in technology that can help the Nigerian media, to reach that place where their competitors are already at.
You recently posted about the AI age at the Media Leaders Summit.
Yes.
What stood out for you the most at the event?
What stood out for me the most at the event is this. We cannot ignore AI. AI has come to stay. We can't ignore AI. But the second thing is that we can't get lazy. We have to still tell our stories. We still have to go and do the work. We have to investigate. We have to look for the stories that would help develop our space. It's not just about telling stories, but stories that cause disruptions, stories that help innovation, stories that help people to put their minds in a better place. It's not just about sad tales. There are stories that actually inspire. So let's look for these stories. We have to keep telling these stories. And so this is what I'm taking away. The magic of AI is in storytelling. Without your stories, AI will be dead. So what do? You still have to have the raw material, which are stories. So we need to be there at the storytelling forefront.
How do you think the Nigerian media can use AI smartly without losing the human touch and going against ethics?
Well, they can use AI. AI is very good for organization. AI technology basically helps you to organize. There used to be a time we had the Palm Pilot. There used to be also the time that we had different digital organizers. We still have them. Your phone is now your organizer. And so basically what we need to do to be smart about AI is very simple. Use AI to perfect those things that you have problems with in the newsroom. Your editing, your news organization, your story organization. Basically, the skills that that cause you the most headache. Use AI to perfect them. But then AI does not have a soul. AI does not have the moral compass that we humans have. So we still need to be very cautious about the use of AI, especially in telling our stories.
You've worked in both government and non-profit organizations. What role do you think policy can play in helping media companies adopt digital tools effectively?
Well, that's an interesting question. Government can help create the environment for technology to thrive. Anytime I think about government, I think about them creating the enabling environment for people to make money. And so in terms of policy, I think of how the government can make the environment more conducive for people to operate, for businesses to thrive, for media operators to do their work. I know that there is the fear that when there is too much laxity in people expressing their opinion, then you're going to have anarchy. But that is not so correct. We have cultural systems that always put a stopgap, or they put a check, on people in terms of how they should or should not express themselves. So if society is already checking itself, there's no need for government to do an overkill of trying to regulate what people say. Then again, we are in a democracy. In a democracy, one of the things that our constitution, tells us is that there has to be freedom of expression. In order for us to be able to be the government, because we are told we are in a democracy. In a democracy, we have government for the people, by the people, and of the people. And if this is supposed to be, then there's no need for anyone to be afraid of anybody saying something which might, be critical of government. Having said that, we're also given to evils like libel and slander. And so, yes, there are laws that already exist that take care of these evils, libel and slander. So back to the question, what should policy be directed at? There is so much that technology can do for us that negates this fear of, how we regulate how people say or what people are doing. We should rather concentrate on providing that enabling environment for people to operate. That's my view.
There's a lot of misinformation online. What do you think professional media outlets should be doing in order to stay credible and trusted in this space?
One thing that the media needs to be doing is fact checking. And we have to do that very quickly. As soon as there's some form of misinformation that goes out online, the first thing a media organization is supposed to do is to make sure that they counter such misinformation. So that's the role I feel that traditional media needs to be playing right now. Fact-checking and making sure that every information that is on the social media or online media space is fact-checked and the right perspective is provided. So I think that for all the misinformation that's out there, we do have our job well cut out, and that is by doing the investigations and making sure that everything is, or the stories are told in line with exactly how they happened.
Looking ahead, what excites you the most about the future of the media, especially with technologies like AI, data analysis, and personalization gaining ground?
What excites me is that AI needs us. We don't need AI. AI needs us. AI depends upon what we give it. AI needs our stories. That's the exciting thing. And it's exciting to feel needed. I mean, you tell me, if you didn't feel needed, wouldn't you feel, out of place? We do respond better when we feel needed. AI needs us. So that's the exciting thing. We have a lot of stories in Africa, stories that are, that have not even been told by even 1%. We have so many stories to tell. And what excites me is that we have that opportunity of taking over AI with our stories.
To round it up, what do you have to say about Technology Times?
Well, I already started. Technology Times is a forerunner in niche journalism, especially in the area of technology. The digital transformation that we're talking about today, nobody is capturing the story exactly as it should. But Technology Times has, taken, the challenge, and they are giving us the perspectives on where technology is, has been, and where it's going. Technology Times is telling the story right now about technology. What does Technology Times need to do to be better? I feel that we don't have enough investigative reports. So I do hope and pray that one of the investments that will be made, by Technology Times is in investigative stories, especially concerning digital transformation. The other thing that I feel that Technology Times can do is that the reach of Technology Times, or the scope of Technology Times, is restricted to Lagos and Abuja. I feel that Nigeria as a country is a technology haven that has yet been untapped. If you go to places like Maiduguri or Zaria or down south, Port Harcourt, Enugu, all these places, people are coming up with innovations that have not yet been reported. So I do pray and hope that Technology Times will be able to reach such places in order for us to be able to have stories of, the innovations, the digital innovations, or the technological innovations that are going on there. The third thing that I feel that Technology Times needs to do is that in terms of policy literacy, a lot of people in government do not understand what is exactly the government should be doing. You ask the question, what should the government do? So I feel that a lot of people in government do not understand what their roles are or how they should help in advancing the cause of the media in terms of, technology. I feel that Technology Times can give the government and policymakers the perspective that they need in order for our technological space to be conducive for business in Nigeria. The fourth bit, you're already doing it. You're broadening your multimedia offerings, and that is fantastic. So I really pray and hope that that is achieved even deeper and faster than you already are at. So these are my perspectives on Technology Times. But in the main, Technology Times is in a good place. And in the next few years, you'll be a behemoth. That's my prediction.
Thank you for joining us today on Technology Times TV. Before we begin the conversation, could you introduce yourself to our audience and share a bit of your work in the media space?
Okay, my name is Nkanu Egbe. I'm a media practitioner of 40 plus years. I came into this media space in November 1982. I started from broadcasting, and then I went into print journalism in 1986. And after that, I went into marketing communications, public relations, and advertising. In the new millennium, I decided to come back into print. Well, I started as a print media consultant, and then eventually I decided to get into print operations in full. And so when COVID came up, I launched Lagos Metropolitan because I felt that there was a need to educate the people on the data and all the nuances that were connected with the COVID-19 crisis. So basically, I came into the space to quieten the noise that followed COVID-19. And so in April 2020, Lagos Metropolitan came on board. So I'm the publisher and editor of Lagos Metropolitan.
Our conversation will explore digital transformation in the Nigerian media. My first question is, with over 40 years experience in the media, how would you assess the state of digital transformation in the Nigerian media from the early times to now?
Very interesting question. When I came into the media, we had what you call Studer reel-to-reel tape machines. That was in radio broadcasting. And of course, in television, you had similar tape machines. And then, of course, eventually they now went to video cassette. Not the normal video cassette that you had VHS, no. They had more advanced video cassettes in television. So I saw all of that. And in the 80s, as I joined print journalism, I noticed that technology was beginning to creep in even more in print, for instance. We began to see concepts like desktop publishing. This was in the late 80s. Before then, we were just used to cut and paste. In broadcast, before then, we were used to splicing tapes to do our edit. But now we've moved forward from desktop publishing. We are talking about artificial intelligence. At the turn of the millennium, the concept in media generally, whether it was broadcast or print, was convergence, meaning that you had to combine print with digital and possibly broadcast. So you weren't just a print operator or a broadcast operator, you combined everything. So the concept of convergence, came up, and there was that need for media practitioners to move in that direction. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, it wasn't exactly so. People still stayed in their old analog ways and all of that. But gradually they're coming up. There's the urgency of the moment has made people begin to leapfrog from where they were to the new ways of doing things. So that, in a nutshell, for me, is the story of digital transformation in the media. Television houses are no longer using just analog linear editing. They do have digital editing suites that they use. Cameras are no longer your analog cameras. Even the smartphone can be used as a news gathering item. So there has been a great transformation in the media in the 40 years that I've experienced the media.
In your experience across print, broadcast, and online, which medium has been most significantly impacted by digital disruption and how?
Print. The print media has been the most impacted. And I would say this, the print media had the opportunity to be ahead of the rest of the gang in terms of digital transformation, but somehow we lost it. When desktop publishing came up in the late 80s, most media houses were still used to the old way of cutting and pasting. I'm talking about print houses now. They were still used to that old way of IBM typesetting and then or IBM composition, and then you take the bromide, you cut, and then you paste, and the graphic people now put together the stuff. Layouts were done on layout sheets and all of that. It took a long time, for people to transform, to the new way of things. And even when they did try, they were using the wrong software. Let me give you an instance. Everybody knows about Corel Draw. That is where you do your graphics. It's quite heavy in terms of memory and all of that. But you won't believe this. A lot of newspapers were actually planning their entire makeup on Corel Draw. Corel Draw was just for graphics. The actual page makeup software, they ignored, like your PageMaker. Oh, by the way, I use Aldos PageMaker 1.1. That now became InDesign. There was also Quark Express. There were different composition software which existed, but these newspaper houses they didn't take advantage of those things. The sub desk now gave way to desktop planners, and that is how the print lost it. And so, of course, the print is now trying to catch up, but they have lost so much over the years that it almost is like the most challenged, the most well, if you are looking at it looking at it in terms of say climate change, in climate change terms, they're the most they're almost going into extinction. But of course, you know that the written word has always been, or the printed word has always been, the basis for new civilization. Let me give you an instance. Aldos PageMaker was created or formed in the early 80s. And it was actually designed by the editor of Minnesota Daily News. He, with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Steve Jobs was at the time the CEO of Apple Computers, and Steve Wozniak was his COO. And then you had the fellow from Adobe, I've forgotten his name now. They were the ones who formed the typesets for Aldos PageMaker. Now, Paul Bernard was the editor of Minnesota Daily News. So the PageMaker was created for the newsroom. Nigerians did not take advantage of that innovation. But I'm not going to call the names of the media houses, but I think what did happen was that those who knew a bit of computer, software, quickly introduced them to a graphic software called CorelDRAW. Now, CorelDRAW is a graphic program. You don't use it for page makeup. You use it for creating graphics. Although, of course, there are some page makeup elements, but because of the weight of the memory it uses, you don't use it for page makeup. Now, meanwhile, the PageMaker guys had been developing the PageMaker to the extent that they had introduced, composition, where you could typeset your stuff, so you didn't need a different compositor. So the compositors would just use an element in PageMaker, which of course transformed to InDesign. They will use that element, do their composition, and the layout person will now use the PageMaker to form the pages. The Nigerian newsrooms did not use that. So what happened? Even up till the late 2010s, most media houses were using CorelDRAW. You don't use CorelDRAW. Now, of course, some media houses went ahead of themselves and they got the Apple systems, which were the original page makeup computers. I can mention The Guardian, and I can also mention This Day. They did use Apple systems, Macintosh, and all of their succeeding machines to do page makeup. Now, it took a long time again to go from there to the new concept of convergence. Media has moved from one single state, and it has now moved to a 360-degree state, meaning that you do print, you do online, and perhaps you do broadcast. Now, online, you don't just do a website, you do podcasts, you do different multimedia streams so that you can get your message out there. The whole concept of this is about storytelling. Now, what did the print medium do? They went silent. They didn't innovate. And so the storytelling that should have been carried out by print media or the print medium was now left to the street. The street now told the story, and the print medium went silent. And so that has been the sad story of print medium in Nigeria. But there's a good thing happening right now. Print media has begun to wake up. I'm talking about the print media in Nigeria. It's begun to wake up. And you're beginning to see practitioners, not just of the traditional media space, doing innovations, but you have different practitioners now, especially those who came out of those other organizations that went flat, now trying to come up with things that would, catch the attention of their audience. There is more storytelling going on. And that is the beauty of this disruption that has come on. So yes, the print media has been most affected by this disruption, but they are catching up. Of course, the other mediums, the broadcast and, of course, the out of home, they have their own ways of, they have had their own ways of innovating. And thanks to cable television, which went satellite way before, this new wave of digital media. So the satellite innovation translated to the digital innovation. And so you have the broadcast medium, the broadcast media going from, that satellite thing to digital. It has been seamless. But they still have a lot of catching up to do. But it is something that we are still watching. However, I come back to print. Print has to do a catch-up in order for them to be relevant. But there's still a good opportunity for print to stand in the gap. I was going to say that the print has always been the basis for awareness, for civilization. So you can't wish it away, but it has to up its game in order for it to be successful.
What are the challenges traditional media organization faces when it comes to adapting to digital platforms?
Well, I'll name three things. One, legacy mindset. Two, monetization models. And then, of course, the third thing, skills. These are the three main challenges of traditional media. Let me start with the first one, which is legacy mindset. Most of those who are in charge of traditional media, that is the CEOs and the chairmen and all of them, have not been able to move beyond their old way of doing things to the new ways of doing things. Again, you can't blame them. We live in a risk-averse environment. However, innovation comes with risks. And we have to be able to test the waters in order for us to be able to know, what kind of model will fit our operations. Now, here is the good thing. Whatever it is, whether it is marketing, whether it is broadcasting, whether it is whatever, depends on data. And who are the biggest creators of data? It's the media. The media creates data. However, the media has not been able to take advantage of its own data. The data tells you the story of where people are going, how they are listening to you or how they are not listening to you. When the leadership of media is not looking at the data, then you have a legacy problem. What then is the story they're going to hand down to those who are coming after them? So legacy mindset, that's the first challenge. Now, the second challenge is monetization models. There have been different levels of change in terms of monetization of our operations. There used to be a time that you had the vendors going around selling newspapers. They will sell newspapers. It used to be at a point in time, 5 kobo. Then the kobos went out of existence, and now it became 5 naira. Now, of course, you're seeing newspapers being sold for 200 naira and all of that. A lot of the media still think in that sense that it is the circulation that makes the money. Circulation drives money. Yes, it does, but in a different way. The audience model has changed. We have disruptions now that are, technology-based. The banks no longer, try to encourage you to pay in cash. They encourage you to do transfers. There are POS transactions that are going on right now and all of that. And so in the same way, monetization, you have to be able to create your models where the people are. In what ways can you be able to reach the people faster? And how can they reach you in a quicker way with their money? And so this is where news managers have to think outside the box and create monetization models that do respond to the changing times, the digital transformation that we're talking about. Now, I come to the third part, and that's the aspect of skills. A lot of people have gone occupationally dead because they have not raised their skills. When, of course, desktop, publishing came in, the compositors chose to retire rather than to transform to desktop publishers. The people who then took up desktop publishing were computer operators who knew nothing about, composing pages. And so it took quite a while. And then, of course, you know that in different ways, these skills have, also, translated to how well do you know your market? How well do you know your audience? You have to have all those, skills that help you to read in a more complex way. You don't just think, as you used to. different media use different ways of getting money. In some operations, you have paywalls on their websites. So in order for you to be able to access their content, you have to pay some money, and you now get access to their websites. Now, other people, think about advertising. You have banner advertising, you have different forms of advertising. And this advertising is something you can get quickly. The one concept which a lot of us missed is where you now have classified advertising. This is where logistic companies quickly came in and took over. And so rather than you have the traditional media take advantage of people who want to sell, small stuff, you now had the Conga, you now had Jumia. There used to be a time we had, a queue list and all of those people. But this is where we missed it. The traditional media lost that opportunity, and the logistic companies now took over. So I tell you, these are the challenges. We have not changed our mindset. We need to change our mindsets to where, the money is. We have to think the money, where is it? And how are other people making that money that we haven't been able to, access? So I think that's where we need to start going.
You've worked extensively in content creation and marketing communication. So how has audience behavior changed in digital age, and how are media organizations, how should they respond to it?
The audience has responded to technology. That is simply what has taken place. The audience has responded to the technology that has been made available to them. When we had the newspapers, or when we had the preponderance of newspapers, the audience went with the newspapers. And then the smartphones came in, and the audience saw that they could actually access some of the information that they used to pay for on the newsstands through their smartphones. SMSs started coming in, and then of course, as the transformation, developed wings, started having multimedia. You started having digital transformations in ways that we never imagined. You started having encrypted ways of making phone calls, encrypted ways of sending pictures and videos. And so the audience has responded to the technology that has been made available to them. And the exciting thing is that the audience can now create its own stories, and they can exchange these stories on a platform that other people can access. And the audience can also make money from telling these stories. So that's how the audience has responded, to this digital transformation.
How should the media respond in turn?
The media should respond just as the audience has responded. The media should follow the audience, or go ahead of the audience. We shouldn't be laggards, but we should be forerunners. The media has to go ahead of the audience. The media should be able to predict where the audience will go next, or where technology would go next. The good thing is this: we have front runners like the BBC. There's an interesting program on BBC called Click. And when you watch Click, Click always tells you about innovations that are coming up and possible directions that these innovations will take. And if we do follow what this program, just like Technology Times is doing here, if we follow what Click is doing on BBC, we can predict what the next 5 years and 10 years should be. So thank God we also have a Technology Times here who will be able to tell you that in the next 5 years, this is what is going to happen. And this is basically where the media should go. So I'm giving kudos to Technology Times. They are well ahead of their time. Yes, they are a niche part of the media, but they are also in the right space in terms of being able to deal with the data and being able to analyze the data and tell people this is where we should be going. So the rest of the media, that is how they should be thinking. They should be looking at the analytics that are provided by, it's open source. Google provides its analytics. If you want it explained, you pay a little money, and the analytics will tell you exactly what is going on, especially with your own product, how you should improve and what you need to do in order to be able to follow the audience.
From your perspective, are Nigerian media companies doing enough to invest in digital transformation, and what are the major gaps?
They are trying. Let me put it that way, they're trying. But they are not doing enough. And it is not their fault. There is too little money to be able to compete at the level that our international competitors, where they are right now. So in order for us to be able to compete in that space, we need to be able to develop the capital. We have to form the capital to be able to invest seriously in the kind of technology that you have going on in the rest of the world. I'll give you an instance. We're talking about artificial intelligence. Now, for artificial intelligence to grow wings here in Africa, you're going to be talking about how to set up the infrastructure. You need power, you need systems, you need chips, you need microprocessors, you need all kinds of technology, because artificial intelligence runs on technology that is very energy consuming. Most times, when they now talk about climate change, they say, okay, how do we marry the power that artificial intelligence is using versus the risk of environmental degradation? And that's the question, or that's the issue that's going on right now. Now, in order for us to be able to operate at that space, we have to be able to